All right, it's time for another countdown chat, and I've got two people here that I'm legitimately very, very excited to talk to, and I know that's going to make you all feel like shit because you're like, oh, well, Josh, what am I, chopped liver when you talk to us in the group chat? No, 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 I love you guys too, but I do really, really want to talk to these guys because I watch their content, and their content's really fucking good, and you guys know I very rarely say that about content creators. I am a self-hating content creator. I'm I feel weird about streamers and YouTubers and everything because I don't always love a lot of the content that's put out there because, feelings about half-assedness and people talking about shit that they don't really know what they're talking about, but they're just trying to get on the money train. All that shit, that's a conversation for another day, maybe for this conversation later on, we'll see. But regardless, the point is these fucking guys do it right, and I'm not just saying that to piss in their pockets. I fucking mean it. Let's introduce them. Doublezug, mate. If people don't know you, they should because you have been smashing YouTube lately with Kata and MoP healing content. I play a healer in Kata. You are basically my fucking god. I love you. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
That's cool to hear. Definitely, probably more people don't know me than do. Honestly, Kata healing is like a niche of a niche. So, but it's definitely nice to hear.
Mate, we'll get thousands more people
I've been
knowing
trying my
you.
best to make some quality stuff out there. It's not as professional as this show. Honestly, when I listen to this show, it's like it's pretty impressive. You're a
Oh,
real
please. No, no,
professional.
no, no, no.
I'm
Just,
over like
just wait until I drop my
I'm over
wait until I drop my
just
first cunt, and then
rambling for 2 hours.
all dreams of me being professional will go out the window when I start using the language I use. Joardee, my friend, now
Well,
you
you're an
have
Australian, so
yeah, I
it's
know, dude. You got to lean into the whole Australian thing. Joardee, mate, you have been my fucking white whale. I have been wanting you on this pod for some time, and I've said I was just out to the footy last night with a couple of the boys, including Hunk, and I said, "Oh, Geordie's coming on tomorrow," and I was just like, it's been one of those things where a relative rarity where you get a creator who genuinely wants to come on the show. You and I have chatted in DMs in the past over the last sort of 18 months or whatever. Two or three times we've flown by each other like ships in the night. You've wanted to come on, but just it's scheduling clashes, which I totally understand. It's never been like, oh, he doesn't write back to me or he sounds like he doesn't really want to come on. Mate, you know the show. You've wanted to come on. We finally made it work, albeit with you on your deathbed. You're sick like I was 2 weeks ago on the show, mate. Thanks for powering through and being here today, Joardee.
Yeah, man, thanks for having me. Sorry, I haven't been on sooner. I've been listening to you for years, and I'm excited to be here.
Mate, I'm very, very excited to have you here. I've obviously jumped into your streams over the years, and I've been a big fan of your healing content as well. Obviously, if we're going to talk about healing in Kata and MoP, one of my listeners basically on the Discord said, Josh, it's going to be fucking weird if you don't have Joardee there. And I was like, I agree. And thankfully, it worked out that you were available. So here we are. Let's launch into it, boys. I'll start with you, Double. Well, Double, you might have to do the heavy lifting here a lot because Joardee is fucking dying, unfortunately, but he's going to do what he can. Mate,
Well, just to interject real quick,
yeah.
I've never played MoP, and like I'm very excited to hear from Doublezug because he seems to be the master, and so I'm gonna have as many questions as you do here.
Oh, good. No,
what to expect,
please
and
ask away. Don't wait for me to ask the questions, then, Joardee. Inject yourself for sure, mate. But, Joardee, you obviously have healed through Kata, haven't you?
yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Very good. Yeah. So we'll don't worry. We'll be touching on Kata stuff as well in the transition from Kata to MoP and what might, change in terms of fun or style and everything. But Double, let me start you off with an easy question, a general question that I like to do to ease my listeners into the conversation, or the callers into the conversation, I should say. Mate, Kata healing before we get into MoP. Overall, how did you enjoy it? Because there was all this chat coming into Kata about, oh, we all remember healing got a huge overhaul in Kata. Your heals just tickle now. You're going to have high APM. You're going to be under the pump. Like, no more chilling and sitting up the back and having fun and a beer and knocking off that one greater heal. You got to work for it now. Have you enjoyed the revisiting of the Kata healing style, and how do you feel about it sort of being a one and done system with the changes that come in MoP?
I actually, I really, really love Kata healing. It's like probably my top expansion in terms of healing. My friend Lightwater, who heals my guild, who's like a really great healer. He really loves like first bit of Legion, but I did play that. So I think that's like he says that's the closest to Kata healing that's in the future expansions. But personally, for me, like especially tier 11 progression, that feeling of it's a combination of like the health bars move really slow and your heals are really weak and your mana is super constrained and you're really kind of up against the wall, like scrimping for every point of HPS. I just love that style of healing. I love when it's like a little bit slower and you feel a lot weaker. And it's sort of a good combination of the slower pace of like vanilla TVC where you're mana constrained, but also you have enough abilities where there's a bit more complexity. And I definitely think personally for me, it's a little bit of a bummer to have the healers be powered back up again. Even like Dragon Soul, we're already getting to the point where it's a lot more like MoP than it is like first phase kata. But healing is just so fun in WoW that even like the bad expansions, even the bad like I personally think Firelines is kind of a bad healer tier. But even the bad tiers, the bad expansions are the fundamental design of healing is just so much fun that even when it's bad, it's good. So I'm not too bummed out about MoP. But if you do prefer the sort of Wrath style where you have like that power fantasy where you're just blasting and you can top people with one or two heals, Mists of Pandaria is more like that, but it again has a little bit more of that more retail like complexity to the healers. It's not like super complex, but it is a little bit more. All the healers get a little bit more. So I think if you've had fun in Kata, you'll still definitely have fun in MoP. It's a great expansion.
I've been playing a lot of MoP, like in my head, quote unquote, and I've noticed that the health bars just like feel like Wrath a little bit. Whereas the beginning of Kata, it was like I cannot top you up no matter how hard I try.
Yeah, like if you look at Wrath, your HPS is like your raw HPS on a healer is like the same value as a person's entire health bar. Whereas in like the first phase of Kata, you're doing 20k HPS and people have 120k HP.
Yeah.
So it's like to top somebody, it takes like 10 seconds of like actually single target healing them.
Yeah.
And,
which it took a long time to get used to, but I think I ended up liking it, especially with raid gear. It felt really good eventually.
Joardee, I heard you agree.
Yeah. If you're sorry.
No, you go double. You finish off. Go for it.
If you aren't like super used to that style of healing, especially from Wrath to Kata. I think that's what you were mentioning at the beginning. How people were saying like, "Oh, you're gonna hit this wall. It's gonna be so much harder." That is kind of true, especially at the very beginning of Kata. If you go from Wrath straight to Kata, it's like the most extreme gap.
Yeah, it was a huge learning curve. I was like, I don't know if this game feels like the same game anymore.
So, especially Disc Priest. I know you probably played a lot of Disc Priest at the beginning. It's Disc Priest is like pretty weak at the beginning.
Yeah.
Especially in 5-mans and stuff.
Joardee, I heard you agree with Double on the Firelands point, and I guess you sort of half answered it through that back and forth now. But if I would get you to summarize sort of your general feelings towards, do you give Kata healing the thumbs up or the thumbs down? And sort of I'll just add like, it's an interesting one for me because I'd love to know how you feel as well just about like the specific point of, like I mentioned, the higher APM and, they really, I can totally understand it from a game dev perspective where they're like, fuck, we need to get these healers involved and like fucking playing the game. Like if we're putting the DPS and the tank under this stress of having to literally leave no GCD behind and mash buttons and all that shit to achieve what they want to achieve, why aren't we doing the same to the healers? Let's pull them into the game and make them fucking get involved and press a shitload of buttons and feel like they're playing a video game. I'm still working out how I feel about that because, I mean, just to do the fucking classic fence sitter take here, I feel like my preference is probably somewhere in the middle. I don't hate the high APM of Kata as a healer, but like, I also enjoy the powerful feeling of previous expansions. So maybe somewhere in between is where I quite like it. And maybe that's what's coming with MoP. I don't know. I'll ask Double. But Joardee, overall, how did you feel about what Kata asked of you engagement-wise as a healer?
So I think Kata was, a resounding success on the healing front. Like, generally your guild's weaker players played healers, and people are going to get really mad at me saying that, but that's usually the case.
I'm attacked on my own show. Oh my God.
You know what I mean? It's just a thing, right? You just kind of push people toward like, hey, why don't you play Holy Paladin?
Yeah.
Like in vanilla and shit.
Yeah.
And then I think the people who are like hyper competitive go DPS because they
Yep.
like to parse, and healers don't care about parsing. And if you do, you're a clown. And I just feel like healing was never kind of the issue on a wipe more often than not. And if it was pretty binary. It was like you guys just stopped healing for a second. But I think in some fights in Wrath, and then especially in Kata, I don't think that was the case, especially in like some of your higher end guilds where you drop healers for certain fights and stuff. Like I'm in Newman and Welcome, and we'll speed run and we'll drop like we did a 2 healer Firelands, and it was just rowdy as fuck, and like that's an artificial challenge, but at the same time, like what healers can do in Kata, like the skill gap is much bigger than it ever was, it feels like. And I think that's why Kata felt so good. Compared to like Wrath, where Priest is pretty much just spamming Power Shield, and expansions in the past where it's just whack-a-mole. It's like fill the bar, okay, the bar's full, now I stand here and wait. So yeah, I feel like Kata was really, really strong healing. And a lot of classes' ability to DPS on top of healing, I think, is where Kata really shined.
100%.
Shone.
100%.
Yeah. The word is. And a lot of guilds don't really care about that, but I think that is the like the way I play Disc Priest is extremely offensive. Like I almost never press Prayer of Healing, but not every guild can do that. And so I really like the flexibility of healers to be able to just focus on healing or focus on a more offensive. And, that wasn't really possible in the past. So
I think Priest is like the most flexible healer ever.
Yeah.
You can do almost anything with it. It's very powerful.
Super
in that way.
And I think it's even more fun in MoP from what I'm seeing.
Just to jump in on 2 points that you've raised there, as I welcome our good friend Hunk to the chat, who's going to sit in the dark corner like a creep and listen in and interject whenever he has something funny to say. Hello, Hunk. How are you, mate?
Hello, Josh. Yeah, really good. Thanks, mate. Just here for the quips, really.
All good, mate. We'll bring you into the mix later on down the track. Don't worry. Joardee, mate, just a quick thing there. I mean, great point about the DPS, which we'll get into later a bit more in the MoP side of things, which is actually probably coming up sooner than I think. But that's what got me into Kata healing, is now this opportunity to do a little bit of DPS and not be like severely punished on the old mana front for casting one fucking offensive spell. And I know that there's the meme of you look down at the meters at the end of the fucking dungeon or raid or whatever, and your DPS bar is the size of a fucking bee's dick, and it's like you really didn't have to cast anything, like your DPS literally doesn't matter. But it's still, for me, the feeling of like I'm helping, in Simpsons parlance. But mate, I just really want to quickly latch on to the world's quickest tangent that you mentioned about passing, because I want to put something to fucking bed right now between you and Double. I've noticed this odd... I don't know if you've seen this, or maybe it's always been a thing and I'm the fucking idiot here who's not noticed it. But I've, over the last couple of years, seen as the game's gotten more modern in terms of, now it's Wrath, now it's Kata, I've seen a slight uptick, or maybe more than a slight uptick, in healers posting passes as a bragging tool. And it's come up in my Discord, it's come up in guild Discords, where the healers are like, fucking 99 boys, get that up ya. And they're doing it unironically. They're really actually going, I am the god of healing. And my reply is always, are you seriously posting a healing pass as like a skill thing? Like, this is a meme, everyone knows this. What is going on here? I've had old Arcos sitting in the crowd there. I swear, Arcos, tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth. Be like, no, Josh, there are niche circumstances where healing passes can tell a story. And I'm just like, but we laughed at this for years. Why is this now becoming a thing? Joardee, you said it's a fucking clown show. It's a meme. Put it to bed. What's the deal?
I mean, in order to parse well as a healer, 9 times out of 10, your raid needs to play like shit. And so... it's just like, it's not a sign, like it's a sign you can push your buttons, but it doesn't mean that you're prioritizing the things you need to be prioritizing. Like as a Disc Priest, in order to parse well, you're supposed to be spamming Prayer of Healing, and that's not the way to play Disc, in my opinion. And so I I don't know. Especially in the guilds I'm in, like healer parses are considered. You just don't look at them.
Okay.
What you do look at is rotations and like what buttons you're pressing and when and all that stuff. But you're not looking at the number or the HPS. You're just looking at can you push your buttons correctly. And you know, I mean, back in the day when it was just Snipe City and Molten Core and BWL, yeah, it was fun to parse high because there was nothing else to do and all you're doing is spamming flash shield. But like now, you always need to be pushing a button that is gonna help the raid. And I just don't buy healer parse. I mean, there's that old Mitos clip, right, where he's like, healer parses are cringe. If anybody says I parse well as a healer, instant G kick. And like that's just kind of the core of it, really. I'm not saying you should G kick somebody.
No, as it should
Yeah,
be.
my
Fuck
take
'em.
on this. My take on this is I've made a couple of videos on this that were very inflammatory, and like, it was like 80% just kind of trolling a little bit, making people upset in the class Discord, which I think is fun. But also, I think there's a little bit more like nuance here. That like I mostly agree with the idea that healing parsing is kind of a meme, like 90% of the time. And a lot of that is just because it's a lot more like nuanced to compare. It's not like apples to apples, where if you look at DPS parses, like usually 95% of the time the better player will have a higher parse outside of like cheesing or kill time stuff. But it's a lot easier to compare apples to apples on DPS parses. But I think that like particularly if you're a player who's new or you're a player who doesn't understand healing very well and you're trying to improve, I think that the ability to do really high HPS is a very important skill to have in your toolkit. It's not like the most important always, and it's not something you should always prioritize, but having that skill in your toolkit is very important. And if you go into like a healing Discord and you ask about like how do I increase my parses, which basically just means like how do I do more HPS, because most people are in average guilds where people are taking a lot of damage. So in guilds, if you increase your ability to efficiently do HPS, your parse will go up, all things equal, right? So for those players, if you go into a class Discord and you ask like how do I get my parse higher, and somebody links you the MyTaz clip, like, well, that is true, and it's especially true for like vanilla and TVC because of some of the stuff that like Joardee was talking about. It's sort of insufficient, right? It's like kind of just shrugging your shoulders and saying like, well, if the boss dies and nobody died, you did your job as a healer. Like that's technically true, but it's also technically true to say that if you did enough DPS to kill the boss exactly at enrage, you don't need to do any more damage. But that's not really sufficient if someone's asking like how to improve. So a lot of my take on healing parses is that it is kind of a meme a lot of the time, outside of like very niche circumstances. But if somebody asks how to improve their parses, you should answer them in a way of like, or rather, healing parses are a useful tool to like objectively measure your capacity to do high HPS. And as a new player or a player who's trying to improve their play, that's a very useful skill to develop. And so, just like linking someone to MyTaz video, it's like it ignores all this like nuance, and that's what
Yeah,
I try to get at
I
in my videos a lot, which is just that like if you're parsing 70 and you go to parsing 80 and you're in a normal guild, that's usually a sign that you're getting better at being efficient and casting your spells the right way. It's very different for Disc Priest specifically because Disc Priest just functions like very differently as a healer. But I also think that in the average guild, like maximizing your HPS is going to have more like positive EV on the raid than doing more damage. Whereas if you're in a guild like Newman or you're speed running or you're speed killing, that calculation is very, very different because again, healing is like very much more nuanced than DPS or tanking when it comes to parsing.
I think I am a little bit more aggressive in my hatred for it than you are, but I do agree that for like newer-ish players, healing parses can be a good like benchmark to improve your play. So like, I think I agree with you like 45% here.
And I'm even more aggressive than you, Geordie, in my hatred of it. So I'll one up you on the three sort of, the Goldilocks test here on the three of us on how you feel about healing passes. Hunk, you've always said that, it's not the size of the healing pass, but how you use it, right?
Look, I think there's just to jump in on what Doublezug said, it is certainly a nuanced discussion. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that healers are getting competitive with each other. It raises the overall like skill level of healers in the community if they have some kind of metric, some kind of benchmark to rate each other and to kind of chase that. The other side with the healing passes is that, like, I guess high parsing healers, if you're like, say, like a guild master looking to recruit, if you're in a fairly high end guild, you probably run less healers. You probably run strats that might eat mechanics to increase your kill speeds. Having a high parsing healer certainly shows they just know how to push their buttons quickly and make quick decisions to keep people alive through those situations. So I don't think it's a complete meme, but if someone's just in a regular guild bragging about the healing passes, probably just means that they can, flash of light on someone faster than the guy next to them.
You've
That's
always
about it.
you've always called it a pars instead of a pass, and it's
Pass, I know,
triggered me to no end.
you had to go calling me out on that.
Yeah,
right
and I'll
now,
call you
didn't
out on it because I've been holding on to another call out of our beloved Fred Munro, who I love to death, who calls runes ruins, and I die inside every time I hear it. But anyway, off calling people out who take their spare time to contribute to this show for me. Mate, Joardee, I want to keep going on another point. It just real quick again, or not so quick, it doesn't matter. But you mentioned the sort of the joke about, your lesser skilled players might be asked to play a healer in the guild. And I do completely agree and accept that is sort of just the reality of the situation in many guilds. I'm not trying, because I play healer, I'm not trying to do this to twist the narrative so that I feel better about my skill. I don't give a fuck about my skill. But I would take like a side argument with that point and say, how do I put this I mean, it's going to trigger people nonetheless. We might as well just sort of throw it all out there.
It's good content triggering people.
Yeah, exactly. I understand what you're saying, but I'd also like a good healer is god tier. Is just a fucking gamer, in my opinion. And I've played healer across a number of MMOs, and when you see a good one in the wild and you fucking know it, you go, oh my god, what a gamer. And I just very rarely get that same feeling about DPS, which might be a very biased thing to say. But what I'm getting at is, I personally I think it's harder to be a god tier healer than it is to be a god tier DPS. Now, that's the sort of the topic of the quick debate we're about to have. But, what I'm saying is, healing is the only role in the game, in my humble opinion, that is scriptless. Of course we know you've got DBM and everything telling you when certain abilities are going out on the encounter, and you can predict, all right, in 5 seconds I'm going to have to fucking AoE heal, I'll tee up all my cooldowns and all that shit, blah, blah, blah. But you don't know who's going to stand in the bad. You don't know who the fuckwit is who always fucks up. And you basically are playing, for the most part, it's kind of like improv. Like, you just yes and your way through these fights, even though there might be a foundation on which you know half the script. Half of it's going to get zany. And so when you're put up with your back against the wall under the pump and you're like, fuck, I wasn't expecting that to happen, and now it's down to your reaction times and your triaging and your fucking under pressure decision making, I feel like that's what gamers are made of, but as opposed to the DPS player who's literally just there following a script. Now, there's your controversial statement. Joardee, tell me if I am right or wrong.
No, I think you're absolutely right. But I do think that your average healer will do better on a healer for the raid than your average DPS, right? So it's like the lower skilled healers will be able to perform well enough to get through the content, but if your entire raid sucks at doing damage, you're going to have a worse time.
Oh, of course.
And so I feel like there's a lot of nuance, and the reason that I like healing is exactly the reason that you gave with the improv thing, where it's like every pull is a little bit different, whereas if you're DPS, it's like, at 52 seconds in, I'm probably pressing Death Strike or whatever it is. And that's just not as fun as oh shit, let me try to save this pull by life gripping somebody out of this. And then, doing this and that and this. And it's like, it just feels so much more fun the variety of stuff that can happen versus just stand still and slam.
Yeah, it's like because of like every second, it's like every global is a little puzzle where you look at your raid
Yep.
frames and it's always different. The damage always goes out in different ways, whether the tank dodges or mitigates or whatever. Like there's always these little things, and it's never fully, even a fight that's fully scripted, it never really feels fully scripted when you're healing because all these little
That's
micro
why I
changes.
play healer, because no encounter is the same. Like it's the old snowflake thing, that's why I love it.
I agree,
Yeah,
and
it's a lot easier to like get into the zone and just even if you're pulling the same boss 100 times, like I don't get bored on healer, whereas on DPS I definitely do.
it's amazing I mean, this happens with DPS too, but like the more you pull a boss, the more efficient you get at things, especially in the newer content in Classic, as like cooldowns start to get more fine-tuned and all that stuff. And it's really fun to feel like, oh, I'm 20,000 mana better than I was last pull at this time. And like that's a little mini game that you play with yourself and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
like, I totally agree. As far as like player skill, I think it's getting harder, and that general rule that I mentioned earlier will start to be less and less valid. But up to this point, it was just whack-a-mole, and anybody can make a massive macro and just hit flash heal.
So
Yeah, when you
double.
talk about like when you talk to just to on this point really quickly, you talk about like Joardee was talking about like the impact of like having a bad DPS core is much worse than having a bad healer core, or like an average healer core. I think that's very true in Classic, and I think it has a lot to do with like both the skill floor of healing and the tuning. So if you look at like retail Mythic, it's very tightly tuned where you need to have like a specific healer count, and Classic is very much not like that. You can clear all the content with like one or two extra healers, and most guilds run one or two extra healers most of the time. So, and also the way that the healers are designed is they're not super complicated. It's not like retail where like a person on retail who's really gaming can do like 4 or 5 times the amount of HPS as someone who's just like, a newer player who doesn't know the spec very well, who isn't doing everything right. Whereas in Classic, someone who just has the basic, they have mouse over macros, they know the 3 buttons to press, like they'll do 80-90% of the healing of a person who's like, much more experienced and good.
You haven't rated with some of the shitters I've rated with.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like, like the above average sort of normal.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
obviously there's bad players in both games, but I think that the skill differential is a lot smaller, and so that is generally true. But as content gets harder and harder, and as you like are forced to go lower and lower in healer count, the skill differential gets a lot bigger there. But I think it's very, very true in Classic, what Joardee was saying.
So I'll put you on
I
this.
think it's generally a good thing too. I don't think
I
it's
agree.
like, I think if you really want to blast as a healer, you can always find a guild where that's what you have to do to clear the content. And if you don't, you can always find a more casual guild, and I think that's a good thing.
I'll put you on the spot, Double, and just make you answer this question as we give you fuel maybe for your next video. But let me just ask, who in your mind is the true gamer? The god tier tank, the god tier DPS, or the god tier healer? Who's the greatest gamer of those three? And I'll just add the flavor to before you answer, just saying like, personally, I just feel I'm very biased against DPS. Everyone knows, because like, oh, Josh can't pass or anything. I mean, fuck, the one time I semi-tried, I started to approach the low 90s and stuff. But like, and people laugh about me trying. I mean, when I had gear and stuff and I was actually raiding. But my point is, I feel like it's not terribly difficult to get like high DPS passes. They really do feel like they're a dime a dozen, and everyone's gone out and gotten their 99s at some point in time. And all those DPS players that want to flex and go like, I am the greatest gamer alive, look at my fucking log for this boss. I'm like, cool, don't care. Let me watch you heal an encounter, then I'll judge if you're a fucking gamer. That's how I view it personally. So of the great tank, the great DPS, the great healer, who do you feel is actually the gamer?
Well, I love multi-classing. I've played like everything over the course of my time in WoW. And I definitely feel like the absolute highest possible level of play, I think healing is a little bit more difficult than the other 2 roles. And the reason why is just because you have a lot tighter of like an attention economy where you only have so much like attention to give. And a healer, you have to spend a huge amount of that staring at your raid frames. And DPS and tanks, you just have a lot more attention to give to mechanics, positioning, your rotation, your cooldowns, and you don't have to constantly be staring at grade frame. So I think that healing and like not dying and doing mechanics perfectly and using your utility perfectly and doing high throughput at like the super highest levels is probably the hardest. But I think that like most people aren't at that super high level, so it's not super relevant. But I do think that healing, like just in the way it's designed fundamentally, is a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I think a lot of the distinction, especially in classic, like the DPS rotations are not super complicated. The healing rotations are not super complicated. The tanking rotations are not super complicated. So a lot of the skill differential is in like being able to parse and also not die and also learn the mechanics really quickly and also use your utility. Like there's all these like things that you have to stack on top of the ability to parse well that skill differentiate you a lot better than just the parse. Because like just doing like, you know, pressing fireball and then pressing pyroblast and hoping you get a big ignite, like that's not super difficult. And a lot of the difference between like a 99 and 100 there is just like crit luck or whatever.
Oh,
Here.
my whole thing is like I again, it's just me being salty, but like I'd bet dollars to donuts that you get some of these 99 passing DPS players on a healer, and it'd be like, okay, stream it, mate. And then you watch them like clicking their abilities and the 1.5 second reaction times, and I just feel like, oh my fucking god. But anyway, long time contributor.
Yeah, well, it's a whole different set of skills that you have to learn, right? Healing versus DPS. It's just like it's almost a different game. The way that you have to be constantly interacting with your raid frames in real time, like that's not a skill you have to develop with any other. You know, the most you'll have to do is like battle res or whatever, which is just, you know,
true.
Called that most of the time. So.
Hunk, we know.
And you'll definitely notice, like on that note, like, you know, I have a Ret Pally in my guild who's really good, he's done healing, and like you definitely notice players who have healed before because they'll do things like use their DPS lay on hands, and you'll see it on the raid frames, and you'll see it, oh, that was the Ret Pally, like that's the kind of thing that makes me think a player is really good, not that they can do big damage. Like that's a necessary but insufficient condition. And it's kind of the same thing, like to go back to healing parsing again, like being able to do high HPS is a necessary but insufficient condition to be a good healer. You need that skill, but you shouldn't always be using it like brainlessly, just blasting to try to parse high, obviously.
Everyone knows the true Chads are the DPS players that sacrifice an offensive GCD to actually help the group. So you love to fucking see it, 100%. Hunk, just real quick, we all know that the true fucking big brains and Chads in the game are the healers, right?
Firstly, as a Catafy mage, I'm feeling kind of personally attacked by Double. I think we need to stop this podcast until I get an apology.
Yeah, you're one of the weirdos who left the healers for DPS.
We love our fire mages. We need them in the raid, right? We need those cauterizes. We can't be disrespecting fire mages. I definitely apologize 100%.
Thank you, sir. I know that must have been difficult for you. I accept your apology.
You always healed. We were the Bash Brothers of healing in Final Fantasy 14, and then in Cata you went fucking into full Fire Mage. You never go full Fire Mage.
Josh, this is just proof that I'm the real gamer here. The guild needed a DPS. I switched to DPS because that's what you do. The real gamer isn't the guy who's like, healers are better, DPS are better, tanks are better. It's the guy who's like, we need a tank. I've got one. It's geared. I'm in. Count me in.
I agree.
All right. Fair enough.
Multi-class Chads.
Long-time contributor Tito jumping in. I tried to get him to say this in voice, but he's busy at the moment. He's just chiming in, tongue-in-cheek, sniping Joardee from the sidelines, saying, I watched Joardee once, and he cast more smites than heals. He's a horrible player. Joardee, response?
That sounds exactly like what I intended to do. And
fake news. He wasn't smarting. He was wanding.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. All right, guys, look, let's transition over to the MoP side. Well, actually, sorry, one last question on Cata before we get to MoP. Double. Let's settle an argument. Mate, it's a funny thing happened in TBC Classic where, you know, all the creators, you know, I shouldn't say it like I'm not part of that group. All us creators look over the classes and the specs and do previews of here's what's probably going to happen. We've got all this historical data. We know where fucking classes and specs are going to rank, blah, 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 blah. One of the surprises of TBC Classic was sort of the underselling of the DPS warrior, I believe, and them sort of maybe not surprising to some people, but it was a surprise to most people that they were really sort of thrown under the bus prior to TBC coming out, and then they did totally fine, if not extremely well, through the majority of TBC content. Did Kata have a surprise of a healer in Kata Classic, or is there no, everything went to script, Josh? We have a definitive winner and loser of Kata healing now, having played through it.
I think that like 95% of the sort of like popular wisdom about Cataclysm was 100% correct. I think that the balance in Cataclysm is actually very good. I think all the healers have a role, but it's very clear that like Disc and HPAL are kind of in a tier of their own, and I think it's just very obvious. Like it's not like really arguable. And then the other
I'll
healers
argue
are
with
just-
you.
Do it.
The other
Do it,
healers kind of
Joardee.
like they have their place and they're very powerful, but they
Dude, in Dragon Soul Prague, 3 Resto Shamans on Spine was BIS. Like, I feel like Resto Shamans in Dragon Soul came online to the point where, like, I mean, it was all because of Spirit Link Totem, but like, they were incredible.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean by it's very balanced. Like the other healers, they have their like niche, and those niches have opportunities to really shine. Like DS, the Resto Shaman niche, really shine. The SLT is really strong. You know, the healing profile is really good. Their tier set's like pretty good. Like they're, and especially just, you know, mostly SLT on Spine, right? Just being kind of broken and disgusting.
I mean, bring 3 of any
but, like
class
there's like
to a-
Shaman
to a-
just does, it doesn't have the like peak throughput. It doesn't have, I mean, sort of arguably, right? But it's just like there are other healers that do better at all the roles than Resto Shaman, but because they have like the 10% HP buff and because they have SLT and healing rain, you want one in your composition, right? So when I say like HPAL and Disc are in a tier of their own, I just mean that they're just like broadly very powerful. Like if you had to go into a tier where you didn't know any of the bosses, what they did, your core would always be Disc HPAL.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So that's what I mean by like they're like abstractly powerful, but in the context of the tiers, you want every healer in some circumstance or another, right? And they all have a chance to shine. And the 5% that I think is wrong is I think Holy Priest is a little bit better than people give it credit for. Obviously, you're just better off playing a Disc than Holy Priest most of the time, but I think they have, like, people play Resto Druid, and I think insofar as you can play a Resto Druid, you can play Holy Priest and have it filled the same role in 25 man. And I don't think
Holy
it's
Priest
as
is
bad as
hard.
people
I
think.
played a
It's
lot of
very
Holy
hard,
in
yeah.
tier 14, and I was just like, there's so many buttons, and they all do something for the other thing. And I was just like, it was overwhelming. And then I was like, Comfy Disc was like, oh, I have 2 buttons that are important. I'm gonna hit them over and over again.
Yeah.
You know, I would have
I
gotten
think-
better with more time, but it's way more fun than Disc, that's for sure.
Yeah, true. And I think that like we have a Lightwater who I think I mentioned at the very beginning. He's actually an insane crack healer. He has like rank 1s on retail and stuff. He like invented the Glimmer play style and like he's crazy. He has some videos on YouTube I think as well.
What does that mean, Glimmer?
I've learned the in retail and like BFA the Glimmer build, and he also did the build with the corruption on Mistweaver where you could have infinite.
So
enveloping
what's
mists
the Glimmer
and
build?
gems on the entire raid.
Double? What's the Glimmer build?
It was it's like a BFA talent build for healers. It's not super important, but anyways, he's a really really good healer that I've learned a lot from over the years that we play together, and he's played Holy Priest the entire way through the whole expansion in Cat in our guild, and he's done really well. And it wasn't like it wasn't hugely awful for our progression that he was on Holy Priest as opposed to some other healer. So I think it's I think their utility is a little bit undervalued. I think like GS is nice. I think especially the Mana Hymn, because the way that Mana Hymn works in Kata, which most players don't know anything about because you don't have 2 priests in most raids that will press Mana Hymn. Most Shadow Priests won't press it because it's a big DPS loss. But every additional Mana Hymn, the 15% mana pool will stack. So if you have like
Push 'em at the same time.
2 healer priests and a shadow priest, if you use all 3 hymns at the same time, you get an insane like
And the Shadow Fiend
multiplicative scaling
full
with
mana.
Shadow Fiend. Yeah, which like Joardee was saying, with Shadow Fiend, also with the ticks from the mana hymn itself, with Rapture, with any like
Volcanic Pop,
replen.
just game.
Yeah, so it's insane. You get your whole mana bar back if you triple him. And so every additional hymn you add to the raid is like multiplicatively scaling the benefit of every other hymn, which I think is like pretty useful, pretty powerful. And that's something that a Holy Priest will bring. But I like obviously in the meta comps, you're probably not running a Holy Priest. I just think it's less bad than
It's
people.
It's one of those things where like every time you're like, we should bring a Holy Priest, you're like, okay, but or we could get 20k DPS from a Disc Priest who's doing enough HPS to do what we need them to do. And
yeah,
I'm just never gonna want to give that up, right? It's like
the only reason why you want one is because they can do the same thing that Druids do, which is hot healing, which the vast majority of the very efficient healing in Kata is like positionally contingent. So you have Radiance, which is like the most disgusting ability ever, which on a very short tangent here, I think that Kata healing would be like actually perfectly balanced if you just put the CD back on Radiance. Because it's very clearly like mathematically designed to have a 30-second CD. So removing it just makes Paladin like insane. So that's obviously a 10-yard radius. You have Prayer of Healing, which is very, very efficient, but also a 30-yard radius. So any players who are like beyond 10 or 30 yards from each other, you cannot efficiently heal them without a Resto Druid or Holy Priest. And so having a hot healer on fights where the rate is spread is very, very efficient because you get this kind of like overlap of healing profiles that's very beneficial, right? It's like coverage. So even though those specs aren't the best specs, like in the abstract, in those circumstances where the rate is spread, they're very good. But there's just not that many fights like that in Kata.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but name a fight that fits that profile. Like Morchalk?
Yeah, there's not that many, and the ones that aren't that hard, right? Like the hardest fights usually are not that profile.
And so it's just, I mean, Alar. We used to spec Holy for Alar like on Prague, and that felt really good, but that was about it. Like,
yeah, like if the raid tiers had worked out a little bit differently, those healers could have shined a lot more.
they also changed.
They're just less bad than people think. But what Joardee was talking about, which is like as soon as you add healer damage in, which kind of began in Cataclysm, and it's going to continue on throughout the expansions and cause a lot of balancing problems. As soon as you add any significant amount of damage to a healer, and if that damage is free, and the balance of healers is at all close, you're going to really highly prioritize the healer that just does a bunch of free damage. And you can even see this in retail. Like it's still causing problems in the modern game now. In the last race, they like stacked Mistweavers, not because Mistweaver was so powerful. It was good. It had good healing, but it also just did like 3 times the damage of every other healer.
Yeah.
So they just stacked them. And that's it. Moving on to MoP, that's going to be a really even bigger than Kata. And so that's, it's an interesting thing in terms of playstyle. Like you were saying, it's nice to have those like empty globals where you can feel like you're doing something, but adding that element into healing causes a lot of balancing issues that are going to cause some glaring issues going forward, I think.
Too easy. Joardee, any last point on that before we move on to MoP?
No, I completely agree with him. It's just like it's why Prot Warrior wasn't working. Like it's totally serviceable. It's just there's a blood decay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you just
Double, let's kick off the conversation on MoP now, as we've broken down Kata and what we're playing now and what's about to end. We're obviously moving into Mists in the next few months. Mate, you mentioned at the top of the recording, that the Mist does sort of change the healing system again, and things were different from Wrath to Kata quite noticeably, and now things are going to change again from Kata to MoP. What are the changes that all the healers listening at home who maybe aren't aware of this can come to expect? Is it as drastic and noticeable a change as it was from Wrath to Kata that was quite almost caused a bit of whiplash? Is it a return to the Wrath feel of healing, or is it literally just the halfway point of Wrath and MoP? Sorry, Wrath and Kata. I mean Wrath and Kata.
Yeah, if you were to graph out like the healer experience over classic, if you've been playing the whole time, it's kind of like a roller coaster, right? Vanilla, you start kind of chugging along, you're super weak when you hit 60. You scale up as you get gear. To TBC, you're like, you're chugging up the roller coaster, and then you hit Wrath, you're right at the top, and then Kata is like, when you tip over the end and you plummet down into the abyss. I think MoP, it's not Wrath. You're not lay on handsing with 1 second holy lights every single, for the entire fight forever. But you definitely do gain a lot of power going to Mists. Mana is still a thing. And a lot of the power comes from cooldowns too. So it's sort of you feel powerful in a very different way than Wrath. Whereas in Wrath, like you basically every healer has the one button that's just completely busted, super efficient and super high HPS, like Power Word Shield, Holy Light, like Rejuve, all that stuff, Chain Heal. Whereas in MoP, it's kind of just like the Kata healers get cranked to 11. They have the same design, and you also get a couple of extra cooldowns that are just really, really, really efficient. So mana still matters at the beginning, and it's a good medium, I think. It's not if you enjoy Wrath, you're going to enjoy MoP, and if you enjoy Kata, you're going to enjoy MoP. It's not like so extreme in one
Right,
direction or the
right.
other that I think it's going to turn anybody off.
Well-
But it's definitely a lot. You gain a lot of power, especially on like the top healers.
Well, one thing out of interest, just on the mana front there, are you somewhat casting with with some form of reckless abandon in MoP, or is it mana management the game? Because I felt in Kata, I really liked the way that I interacted with my mana bar in Kata. I felt like I could mostly cast quite confidently, but I couldn't be a fucking idiot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, this is actually a huge change that I kind of forgot to mention, is a stats change where in Kata they went to the main stat giving you attack power and spell power. So, but the problem with intellect. Intellect already gave you all these really valuable stats for healers, and so moving intellect to also giving you spell power made intellect just like insanely broken. In Kata, it's like the best stat for all the healers by like a mile, because it's spell power, mana pool, and it scales your spirit regen by its square root. So it has like diminishing returns, but it does scale your spirit regen. And then it gives you so it's just like this insane stat that as you get gear through Kata, like if you compare yourself in T11 progression to DS, it's like the difference is insane in terms of mana. And in Mists of Pandaria, they change intellect to no longer scale your spirit regen at all. And it also no longer gives you mana pool increase. So they knock two really big
I didn't know
regen scaling. Yeah, so those two big huge regen scaling things are just no longer in the game.
So your mana pool
So-
doesn't go up ever?
No, you just have a flat. I think it's 300k at max
300K,
level.
yeah.
It's the beginning of that design, which I think is, in some ways, I think it's good. It's a lot easier to tune, and so your regen is like, it feels totally different, and I think it's overall a good change.
So your
like,
regen's completely tied to your spirit now. It's not.
yeah, it's just
at
spirit, and
all.
spirit is just straight up linear.
Okay.
So you at the very beginning, it's going to feel more like Kata style, where you're very mana constrained. But as you go on, as you get higher and higher levels of spirit, you'll get to a certain level of spirit where you have enough regen to do all of your to press all your powerful cooldowns on cooldown, and then to do like enough filler to be optimal, and then you kind of just stop getting spirit.
Gotcha.
Which it's kind of
So
interesting.
int is just spell power and crit.
Yeah, it's just spell power and crit. There's no like regen, and all the percentage based regen, like that doesn't get better and better as the tier goes on. So it's a pretty big change to healer that you won't really see if you're not paying close attention, but it's a pretty significant, like profound change to how you gear. And also secondary stat gems get doubled in value relative to primary stat. So some of the healers are actually going to be gemming secondary stats now, instead of just, you won't open every single healer page and just see all red gems, which is kind of, I think, a good change.
And
Yeah.
do
But
your
yeah,
heals...
it's again it's a middle ground between Wrath and Kata that I think lands in a pretty good spot.
So in that
overall,
middle
so.
ground, do your heals noticeably have a little bit more oomph than they did in Kata? Like when I cast that greater heal or that greater healing wave or whatever, am I going to see that bar go up just a little bit more than I was used to in Kata?
Oh, it's going to be significantly more umph.
Okay.
It's going to be very noticeable,
I'm
especially on like the non-holy paladin healers where your casted heals feel pretty anemic in Kata.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Yeah.
be blasting with those
I'm
heals.
like
You're gonna feel
eye
a lot more powerful.
level like 470 in my head, quote unquote, and it feels like I'm in like tier 1 or like the first tier raid gear
Yes.
compared to where it was in Kata.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
like I'm able to do what I need to do, feel impactful, and not just be constantly like trying to just tread water and prevent myself from, you know, letting the raid
Yeah,
die.
and also like the additions that you get in the new talent trees, and also just like new cooldowns and stuff. Those are also like additional modifiers on top of those base heals feeling more powerful. So like your 90 talents on Disc Priest and Holy Priest obviously too are just like insane, and the cooldowns you get on Resto Shaman are insane. So all that stuff is an extra modifier on top of that even magnifies the additional power of your casted heals. So you will definitely feel a lot more powerful. But you still do get that feeling of progression over the tiers. Like you feel a lot weaker, in Mogushan vaults than you will be in Siege of Orgrimmar by, very significant margin. But I think that you start out at a higher position and you're going to end in a much higher, like by Siege of Orgrimmar, you're going to be like doing
God.
insane. You're going to be a god. Like in Dragon Soul, you feel a lot more powerful, but you're not like super godly as here. You can still in Dragon Soul. You can still still do have to do some mana management. You still have to have
Spine.
to,
I'm like, microing my Shadow Fiend and like
yeah,
begging for mana
like
and
Spine and
spamming.
Madness. Like 14 minutes into Madness, you're like juiced and you're doing 60k HPS or whatever. It's
tough. Which is fun. I mean, I like mana management. It's really fun.
Yeah,
I'm
I
bummed
agree.
that
I love that aspect of healing too, and it does kind of just go away a little bit every expansion and until retail, where like I dabble a little bit in retail, and in season 1 the War Within I was playing a Preservation Evoker, and I realized I hadn't looked at my mana bar for 15 keys. Like I could have completely removed my mana bar from my weak aura, and my play would have changed 0%.
Yeah, that's lame.
Which is like crazy. So it is kind of a sad thing that does eventually just kind of go away little by little, but it's definitely still a MoP, especially in the earlier tiers where your spirit is lower. And you also have a lot more control over it because it's just literally that one stat. So if you want to play more aggressively with your mana, you just go up on spirit. If you want to play a different, it's with your reforging and your gearing and stuff like that, you can have a bit of control over it, which is interesting.
I am glad to move away slightly from the tickle style heals of Kata. Like I said, even though I've really enjoyed Kata healing, I'm not like married to the concept of the high APM and a lot of the heals sort of doing nothing. But on this point, I've been watching a shitload of your guides double. And, one thing that really stood out through your Kata guides was every healer seems to have a couple of spells that, I know it's meta gaming, and I respect that if you're a casual, you press whatever the fuck you want and you have fun and do whatever. But I feel like with healers in Kata, it went beyond metagaming to, no, this isn't just a thing that sweaties do. Like, this spell is so useless that if you press it, you're actually doing yourself a bit of a disservice. And every healer seemed to have one or two buttons that you were saying in your guides, like, guys, the scenarios in which you're going to need this button are so fucking niche, just don't even bother. Just almost forget it fucking exists.
The trap spells.
Yeah, and it's things like,
the trap
you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but it's things like, I don't know, your healing surge, your nourish, nourish is a weird one. I play Resto Druid and I hated my relationship with nourish in Kata because I'm like, this isn't a fucking heal. This is a button that just extends my life bloom. It does so little healing. And it's like, oh, great. Thanks, Blizz. You know, the buff will give me 30% off the cast time of Nourish. But when it's fucking healing them for dick all, what do I care? It's just a cheap extension of life bloom. It's a weird utility button.
Yeah, the tank has 230k HP and it does 10k healing.
It's
It's
what I'm getting at is
just reads like 1 second cast time refreshes your life bloom.
yeah. So like what I'm
whatever.
getting at, does MoP continue this concept of like somewhat superfluous healing spells? Or because like I get on retail for this as well. Like the Holy Priest in retail, which I play, which is not a beloved spec.
Oh, that's the worst example of
Yeah,
that possible.
I love the playstyle of Holy Priest in retail. I do mythics on it. I really, really like it. A lot of people see me rock up as a holy and roll their eyes and go, oh my God. And then you get through the dungeon and the amount of times I've heard, I guess Holy Priest is fine. Yes, if you're not a fucking sweat lord, any healer is fine in a fucking reasonable key. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at
like
is
Holy Priest, like you're saying, like Holy Priest, what is the class fantasy of Holy Priest? It's like, oh, I'm going to spread out renews, I'm going to spread out my palms, and then I'm going to blast with prayer of healing. It's going to be awesome. And then you go to retail and you're like, no, you shouldn't press renew, you shouldn't press prayer of healing, you should
literally
never press palm.
like, and I think
they
brought renew back.
Flash heals you heal.
Yeah,
like,
they brought renew back, but it's like literally circle of healing and prayer of healing do not exist in retail. And I mean, they do exist, but if you press them, you're a fucking idiot because they do nothing. And it's like the two of the most iconic pre-spells just like are so, and again, it's not a sweaty thing. It's not like, it does a little less HPS and you're a fucking idiot if you press it. No, they tickle you so little that you're just obviously silly even as a casual player to press it. So my question, Double, is this a theme in MoP as well, that again we see fucking head scratching choices by the devs to include healing spells in the game that do fucking nothing, or have they made everything relevant again?
I think it's similar. It's pretty similar.
That's a tough question.
All the stuff they add is very powerful, and there's not that much that gets like cold. So it's very, very similar to kind of like all the new stuff that they give you is very powerful. So you're never going to go wrong by like, if you're a priest and you press Halo on cooldown, like you're going to crank. But this is sort of a very interesting, like philosophical question about WoW largely. And I think it's actually very relevant if you do play retail at all, which is like the more modifiers and the more complexity you add and the more talents and the more effects and procs you add, the higher propensity you have for the game to just lie to you about what's good. So like I was saying before, like if you give somebody just the Holy Priest kit and they look at it as just a player who's never played Holy Priest before, you see a hot, you see palm, you see prayer of healing. So you think, oh, if I'm going to AoE heal, I'll spread some renews around, I'll keep my palm on cooldown, I'll press prayer of healing because that's the button that heals in an AoE, so it's probably good for AoE healing, right? No, the game is lying to you because there's 50 different effects going on in the background that make that spell just terrible, like 10 times worse than just pressing a flash heal over and over again. So like the more of that complexity that you add, the more you get this effect where like you just have to read a guide or you have no idea what's going on. Whereas if you go into like, TBC or Wrath or Vanilla, even, like you can't go too wrong. Although I guess in Vanilla you can't go pretty wrong, but the simpler the game is, the less likely it is to just lie to you about what's good, just based on your intuition as a gamer. But I think Mists of Pandaria, while it does get a little bit more complicated, it's definitely not retail. And for the most part, if you play the healers like they like it, like just in the way that just seems like intuitively like they should play, you're gonna do fine for the most part.
All right.
Outside of maybe Dispriest.
Sorry, I had to bring my fucking pets on stream because Arcos cashed in his points, the bastard. So
The bastard.
I know he's one of your kinds, Joardee, a fucking sweat lord, a high octane raider.
Yeah.
Tell me, Okay, let's continue on the MoP train. Now, here's the fun questions, Double and Joardee. Well, actually, Joardee, I'll start with you because you mentioned that you were not really across the MoP spectrum at this point, and this is all somewhat of a mystery to you, and you're finding out a lot of stuff, in the moment now, hearing Double talk so much about it so well. Mate, have you got a main healer figured out for MoP? Is it just life carries on with the priest or whatever, or do you know what you're doing, or is it up for debate?
It's definitely priesting. I have 7 disc priests because I have brain damage.
God.
But I think I'm going to be playing Mistweaver also,
Okay.
and then maybe a warrior because it sounds really, really fun. And then I didn't raid lead much in Kata. I took like a 6-month break at the end of Wrath, moving into Kata, and so I was kind of behind the curve a little bit. But I plan on raid leading a bunch of GDKPs and MoP, and having a lot of different types of classes, or knowledge of them at least, is going to be good for my raid lead abilities. And I think Disc is also a pretty good class to raid lead from. I know Foji says it's the best class right now to raid lead from because Atonement does the thinking for you most of the time. So
Absolutely, yeah, it's the same thing in MoP. It's a very
yeah,
good class to raid lead from.
and so like you can raid lead from Disc pretty effectively. So yeah, I think Disc will definitely be my main thrust, and Foji's playing Disc as well. But I think you might take 2 Disc priests, or at least it'll be a lot more common than it was in Kata, and so it won't be as big of
It's
an issue.
way more stackable, and it's insane to stack.
Let me get you
Yeah,
started on that one,
exactly.
Joardee, just on the Disc Priest, because, I mean, fuck, if you've got 7 of them, you truly do have a problem. You sound like me, where, like, I swear to God, every fucking night, I play a lot of WoW on my laptop in bed while watching telly, and my wife just fucking looks over and always sees me at the character, like, creation screen, and she's like, are you fucking okay? Have you got a problem? And the problem's not WoW, it's consistently starting new characters. So, like, you sound like you're in the same boat. Do you just fucking pick your...
So I mean, a lot of it's for splits and stuff, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
yeah, I know, I understand.
In order to like raid in some of the guilds I'm in, you need to have clones, and like you're not getting any gear on a lot of these characters, but you will on your main, and then you stack the raid for speedruns and shit. But I also just really like priest. It's fun, and I've always been a priest player, and I wouldn't say that I'm very good or very knowledgeable, but I have a pretty good understanding of like mechanics because of all the research I do for the boss guides and the litany of hours on the PTR and stuff. And so yeah, it's like it's just kind of what it's been since the beginning. I played a warrior, a DK, a hunter, a shaman, a paladin, all in Wrath, but I dropped them all for Kata. But I'll probably bring it back for MoP.
Well, you gave us a quick insight into maybe your feelings towards the priest in MoP, and we'll go through this now with Double. But like, I did want to ask. You guys have already said Disc Priest maybe not the most fun spec, to put it lightly, in MoP. Shielding is back. Always has been, and all that jazz. And the player base widely has decried this playstyle of healing for a long time, going like, we don't find shielding fun. Yet, of course, if it's the best healer, people will happily play it, even though it's not fun, because it's the best. So, like, you who loves Priest so much, Joardee, are you particularly enthused about Disc Priest in MoP?
I think that Priest has always been fun. There are fights that it's not as fun, but I think playing Disc Priest on like Algalon and Lich King was the most fun healing you could ever ask for.
Yeah, amen.
Because
Priest in Wrath.
because it was extremely high risk, high reward, and high skill, high reward. And so I would push back against that. I also think Holy Priest in TBC was really fun. It kind of wasn't, but then someone made this weak aura where when you circle of healed somebody, or when you circle of healed a group and it hit 5 people, the entire group lit up green. Or if there was a pet involved, it lit up purple. And like just seeing green and purple, the dopamine was rolling all the time, and that was really fun. Just the little things, man. But in Kata, I think that Disc with Atonement was really fun because of your ability to impact the raid through utility. Life Grip, Barrier, Prayer of Healing, Mana Hymn. there was a lot of little things that you could do that would go a long way, and it felt extra valuable in Dragon Soul. I think Dragon Soul is one of the most fun raids to heal so far. I love Spine. I like Madness. Ultraxian is not my favorite fight, but like whatever. But I think that MoP seems to just turn the dial up even further for Disc Priest. So if I'm enjoying Kata, I think I'm going to enjoy MoP.
Okay, Double. Let me throw it to you because
when
Double.
you talk about the shielding.
Sorry, I was just going to ask
sorry,
Double. Let me weave this into your answer that you're about to reply to Joardee with, because I was just basically going to throw it out there. Like, let's start helping people pick their healer for MoP. Like, with everything Joardee just said about Disc in mind, like, let's start ranking the fun classes. Like, forget performance. If you just want to have fucking fun healing in MoP, like, is it fair to put Disc down the bottom or not? And also, what do we start throwing out the top?
This is actually it's a very hard question to answer, honestly, because I don't think there's a miss in the MoP healers. I think they're all
That's my understanding too.
super fun. I don't think there's a single one that's like honestly, I think Resto Shaman and Kata, like all the healers in Kata are really fun in my opinion. Resto Shaman, it's kind of a lot of like busy work globals where you have to put your rain down every 10 seconds. You want to be flame shocking, to sneak in Telluric Currents, and it's just a kind of a feel bad healer. All the other healers are really great. Even Shaman does like a 7 out of 10 fun to me personally. But in MoP, every healer is like 8 out of 10 or better fun, in my opinion. You gain all this power, you gain all these cooldowns, you get a little bit more complexity. It's just but the fundamental play patterns are pretty similar on all the healers to Kata. Like the fundamental designs from Kata continue on for the most part. And like you're talking when you were talking about shielding with Discipline Police, and you're talking about like, is it going to be a lot less fun or whatever? It's not like Wrath at all. So if you didn't like Wrath, Discipline Priest, don't worry, it's nothing like that. It's Discipline Priest in MoP is just Kata Discipline Priest, but Atonement is like way better.
Yeah.
How does Atonement get better? Because I mean, I've got to dive in on that because I loved Disc Priest in Kata until I didn't. And what I mean by that is like, I love Atonement. I'm fucking obsessed with it. I'm really excited that my Resto Druid, even though it's not Biz, gets that talent that lets Wrath heal people through its damage. I love shit like that. Fucking Arcane Mage in SOD doing the healing through damage. Like, I love that. But the problem with Disc Priest for me in Kata, and you can say skill issue and that's fine, but I just found that, and I found the same thing with the Arcane Mage on SOD, when you do the healing through damage bit, you tend to quickly fall behind, and the gameplay loop is sort of like damage, you'll fall behind, now you break out your healing spells to lift everyone back up to normal. I just find that like I'm sort of stressing more on a Disc Priest or an Arcane Mage in SOD than I'd like to be, in terms of like, oh fuck, I quickly fall behind and now I really have to smash my healing spells. Again, like maybe it's just me, but I moved away from Disc Priest because I was just like, I feel like my Atonement's not like hitting as hard as I would like. So you're saying that changes in MoP?
Absolutely, yeah. So like if you look at Kata, Discipline Priest, there's always an exchange, right? You're exchanging HPS for DPS, and the exchange rate in Kata is like pretty tight, right? You're sacrificing a good amount of raw throughput to do DPS. Like the exchange rate's not the greatest there. Whereas in MoP, Atonement just gets like very buffed, like very significantly buffed. It's 40-yard range instead of 15, which just that is an insane buff.
Now you're speaking my language.
And then also you can move while penancing with a glyph.
Yeah, move.
And
penance is also an atonement spell too. So
yeah, exactly.
Holy Fire is instant cast.
What?
Yeah, and Holy Fire you get mana back from now. With the
do you need a
talent.
glyph for the Holy Fire thing?
It's a talent.
No, it's just baseline.
But there's also a glyph to increase the range to your normal DPS range, because Disc Priest kind of sucks in Kata in that you have to be a little bit closer to Holy Fire and Smite. It's 30 yards and not 40. And there's a glyph to make it 40. So you can really just be out in Narnia and heal everybody.
Yeah, like basically every single pain point across the board with Atonement and Kata gets removed. So like your range is gigantic. The range of Atonement healing is gigantic. Atonement healing, your Smite cast time is a lot lower baseline. so it just feels like you have a lot more haste baseline. You
And
have
then there's
huge
Feather.
mobility. It
Like,
does a lot more
Feather is
damage.
Feather is
Oh,
so fucking broken.
It's the most disgustingly broken spell ever.
It's
so crazy.
so broken. It should be nerfed because it's
Yeah,
faster
absolutely
than Rogue Sprint. You get 3 of them and they have a 10-second recharge. It's so fucking broken.
Careful, Joardee. You'll get everyone screaming at you for doing what I've done in the last
like,
two classics, calling for nerfs.
No one can deny it's not broken. Even any disc priest, right? It's like
Yeah, you go from the most waddling base
Yeah.
move speed healer in the game to the most mobile by far, basically.
and not only
Just
mobile
with that
for
one
you,
ability.
but mobile for everybody else. Like there are so many times where I see someone about to get hit by a mechanic and I'll drop a feather and then they'll be able to dodge it. And you have that on top of life grip. I don't know. But I do have to interject. I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
calling
all
the party.
good. Thank you so much for your time, mate. You did say you had about an hour. Joardee, look, mate, you're a fucking
Appreciate you
legend. We'll have
guys.
to do this again another time, mate. Throw out
I like that a lot.
let me plug your shit for you. Everyone go check out Joardee on Twitch. Joardee, what are you doing content-wise? Where can people find you? What's going on?
I've got one boss guide left to do. I've been putting it off. And we've got sod stuff coming next week. I'll be casting the race for Scarlet Enclave. If you guys all want to hop in for that, it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We'll get some simulcasts of a bunch of different of the top guilds trying to push for times and clearing. First time in Classic we've ever not seen the raid, so that'll be really fun. And then on top of that, lots of MoP stuff coming. I'm going to be focusing on more general stuff while Doublezug focuses on the healer stuff. And yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Very
Thank you
good.
so much.
Appreciate you, mate. Please talk shit. Please talk shit about Arcos and his guild in the sod race. He's right here listening.
Okay.
Thank you, mate.
I plan on it. Arcos, I'm gonna get you up there on the big screen, so plan on that. And then Doublezug, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been a big fan since you started making stuff. You've helped me a lot too, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, likewise.
Thanks, mate.
Cool,
We'll talk to you
cool. All
later. All good, brother.
See you guys later. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, Double, let's kick on, mate. Honestly, everything you just said about Disc Priest fucking blew my mind. I just, like, a week ago, I've played the shit out of so many I've been playing the shit out of Cata in general all of the last 3 months. But the last sort of 2 weeks, I was like, all right, Josh, time to stop dicking around. Let's pick a main for MoP. And I started just really playing everything and determining how I felt truly about a lot of these specs. And I've gone, you know what? It's been like the Mr. Burns ketchup catsup thing. And I'm like, Resto Shaman, Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, Resto Druid. And I went, fuck it, I'm doing Resto Druid, baby. This class is so fucking fun. And the fact that Harmony goes to 20 seconds. No, what is it? Sorry. Is it Life Bloom or Harmony that goes to 20 seconds instead of 10? Which one am I thinking of?
It's Harmony.
Harmony, yes, which is an
the
amazing,
yeah, it's
a huge change.
amazing
It's so
quality
nice.
of life change. Like that's a huge reason to go with Resto Druid. So I was like, fuck it, I'm doing Resto Druid. But I played Disc Priest for months prior to then just changing and going, oh, Resto Druid looks really fun in MoP. Everything you just said about Disc Priest now has me questioning my whole life and choices because it sounds like I've given up on Disc Priest too early. After rubbishing them to Joardee and saying, they sound really boring in MoP. Am I just shielding everyone? And you're saying, no, it's fucking amazing.
No, it's crazy. If you like the primary atonement playstyle in Cataclysm, you're gonna love it in MoP. It's just it's that crank to 11, and the new tools you get, like there is a little bit of pre-shielding, but Spirit Shell, like it's very powerful, and it's just that's like a 1 minute CD that where you get 10 seconds of all your heals are just give absorb instead of healing. But it's 10 seconds every minute. You just use it a little bit before some like bursty mechanics. It's not like Wrath pre-shielding at all. It's I think it's a decently fun little aspect of the playstyle, but for the most part, you're just blasting atonement, and it feels amazing, and you do really good numbers and really good damage at the same time. So I think this spec if you enjoy the Cata playstyle, you're gonna love Disc MoP. And you have to enjoy it while you can, because if we do end up getting Warlords of Draenor, Disc Priest takes a dive off a fucking cliff in that expansion. So
That's
Enjoy
amazing.
it while you can, unfortunately.
That's amazing. Guys, I'm going to start inviting everyone. Don't feel like you have to know anything about healing. We're just hanging out and chatting MoP now, pretty much, but we're obviously focusing on healing. Arcos, I'm sorry, let me just jump on a tangent for 2 seconds here. Double. Arcos, I've got to throw it over to you. I've got to do this like WWE style, like, all right, we just heard from fucking Joardee commentating the sod race to world first, be there or be square next Sunday. Here we are, Arcos, world's greatest GM, world's greatest guild. How do you respond to Geordie's fucking comments about you? Nothing, because he hasn't fucking sorted out his microphone, has he?
Good chat.
Good chat, Arcos. You're a fucking legend. My God,
He's
this
ranting
guy.
into the muted mic.
Oh,
like a
he's
champion.
screaming into his muted mic, and now he's... Oh, this is typical Arcos, isn't it, Hunk?
Oh, typical. He's probably already, he's got that Icelandic war paint down the side of his face already.
No, known piece of shit, Arcos, quite frankly. Anyway, Arcos, you sort out your fucking mic issues, and we'll come back to you. Thanks for ruining my bit. All right, he's speechless, Icono says. Exactly. Double, let's come back. Actually, before we do come back to you, Double, Hunk, everything that Joardee and Double have just started on their opening stanza in MoP healing, how has that made you feel inside? Does it give you the tingles?
Well, I played a Resto Druid through MoP originally, rating. And it's definitely like... it's not back to like the Wrath thing where by the end of Wrath as a Resto Druid, you just felt like you could hard carry an entire raid of 25 people through anything with how much healing you can output. But you get a lot of new cool tricks. Every healer does. I think it's a much better expansion for healer, where Cata feels a little flat. It's better by Dragon Soul, but MoP it does kind of start strong in the first raid tier and keeps getting better. I think everyone's going to have a much better time healing in MoP if Cata wasn't really your thing.
So none of this chat so far has made you swing around on the Fire Mage yet?
Oh, I'm not playing Fire Mage in MoP.
Oh, wait, sorry, did you say? What are you changing to?
I'll be playing my Resto Druid and...
You are going back to Resto Druid, that's right.
And my Affliction Warlock.
That's right, because we established last night at the football that you're copying Voodoo and I.
Even though I've been playing a Resto Druid since 2004.
Sure. And conveniently not
Open
for the
beta,
last...
mate, 2004.
Conveniently not
Where were
for
you
the
in
last...
2004?
Conveniently not for the last 4 years.
You hadn't even discovered masturbation in 2004, mate, so I can...
Masturbation, that's for losers, please. Arcos, have you sorted your mic out? Of course not. Double, let's come back to you. Mate, let's kick on with more healing chat in MoP. Look, I asked you who to rank the fun healers, and you sort of said, look, they're all pretty fun, and that's fine to say. Let me throw it to you on the Shaman v Druid decision that I said I was really struggling with over the last week, because I have enjoyed both, but ultimately decided Druid just felt about 10 to 15% more fun, particularly given what's coming with MoP, the changes to both classes. Mate, if you were sitting there as someone who really was choosing between, say, a Resto Druid and a Resto Shaman in MoP, you mentioned earlier about the Shaman's busy work. Can you talk a bit more about that and why maybe the Druid would be the better choice?
Well, it's actually a really interesting point, because all that busy work gets completely removed in MoP.
Oh, sorry, the busy work was in Cata, was it?
Life. Yeah, Cata, in Cata Resto Shaman, like, your healing rain is just a massive, incredibly powerful spell. It's like where most of your power comes from is that and Riptide. And both of those are short cooldown spells, and you have to press them on cooldown to get your maximum throughput. And pressing a healing rain every 10 seconds and you have to press a Flame Shock before to get to 30%, and then you have to Riptide on CD, and then you have to Lightning Bolt for mana, and then you're trying to squeeze in chain heals or spot heals. Like, it feels very busy worky, and a lot of that has to do with the way that Flame Shock and Healing Rain work, and the fact that Healing Rain has the same duration as it has cooldown, and its cooldown is very short, right? 10 seconds. That's like, every 10 seconds you have to cast a long cast time kind of clunky spell that just sits on the ground and doesn't move. It can feel a little bit bad, but in Mists of Pandaria, you get this insanely broken talent called Conductivity. And basically, the long and short of it is that now your Healing Rain is as powerful as it was before, if not more powerful, but it just lasts 40 seconds. longer with this talent.
I meant to ask you though, because I did just recently watch your shaman video talking about, and I could hear you fucking just having to change pants as you talked about this change to healing rain. I agree.
Oh, it's wild.
Yeah, it's
Mathematically,
a
it's
huge
wild.
quality of life and great change. Don't get me wrong, I do agree. Here's my only. You didn't mention this, and as a casual, this was the only thing I was thinking of as you were saying all this wonderful stuff about healing rain. I was sitting there going, look, that's all great that healing rain just gets extended by your other spells or whatever. That's wonderful. The 40-second healing rain sounds amazing. My only drama is that, like, people have to stand in the healing rain, and is it still like annoying to have to move it, or just like you just accept that if your tank goes out of it, he's a shit tank?
Well, the thing about shaman, like in kata, if people walk out of your healing rain, you just do like 50% less healing and you're just kind of screwed. Whereas in MoP, because that duration is so long, you always have your healing rain off CD whenever you want to move it for the most part. So if you need to reposition it, it's a lot lower cost, but also Restoration Shaman, all your other abilities are also now incredibly powerful too. So even if people are outside of your healing rain, or only, 4 or 5 people are in your healing rain, all the rest of your toolkit is also insanely broken. So you can just use your other heals. You can do spread out healing, you can do stacked up healing, you can do every type of healing. Restoration Shaman is kind of just insane at. It really is in the same way that Holy Paladin in Cataclysm is like just the top dog at almost every aspect of healing. Resto Shaman replaces them in that role, and so the core healing composition is Resto Shaman Disc instead of Holy Paladin Disc, and it's for similar reasons, right? Like the Holy Paladin in Kata just does crazy throughput, and it just has really good spot healing, really good tank healing, really good AOE healing. The shaman kind of takes over that role of doing the huge throughput, and the disc is still there doing absorbs and damage and having really good cooldown. So there's like the same synergy in MoP between shaman and disc as there is between Holy Paladin and
Right.
disc and
Right.
Cataclysm.
Arcos, are you back with us now? Maybe.
I believe so.
Oh my God, he's worked out the tech side of things. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you, man?
I'm good. All right, now can you finish my fucking hackneyed attempt at a comedy routine by responding to what Joardee said?
Wouldn't you like me to finish you? Um, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's going to be really exciting to. I mean, how long has it been since Classic World? Like 6 years, right? Fuck, 6 years. And every raid that we've done through Classic, TPC, Wrath, we have known exactly what we're going into. We've had PTR for all of them except Molten Core and Blocking Lair, I think. Now we haven't had a PTR. I doubt we will since it's so close to launch. So everything we have to work on is data mines, and we have no idea how accurate those data mines are. So I think it's going to be a much more open race than previously because there's no one going to have a PTR advantage, right? And what we've seen over the past years more and more is that the salaried guilds have a PTR advantage. So yeah, I think it's great that Joardee is bringing it to his viewers who have probably not been focused on Season of Discovery. I don't know. But
They're too busy. They're too busy being focused on their healing passes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of an outsider perspective on this. It's definitely very compelling that the raid is like unexplored, right? You're going in kind of blind, right? There's some data mining, but like to me as a pure viewer, I haven't played SOD since phase 1. That's something that is definitely going to get me to watch the race. So
it'll be
it's
great.
pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what really got me into the competitive scene back then is seeing the like apes versus progress go through leveling 1 to 60 and molten core, and then people going into blocking lair with relying on private server information rather than who had enough, unemployed raid members to spend 18 hours on a PTR every day over a weekend,
Right.
which is what we've had for
Yeah,
the
it turns
past
out your
5
guild
years, right?
your guild wins in the unemployment ranks right now.
No, absolutely. No. Then the next change is just how many. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say money, but there over the past 6 years, there's been like financial investment into performance guilds, right?
Yeah.
So you have these groups of people who are all fantastic players, and they have all very good track records and resumes and experience, right? Once there is a financial incentive to do something, you're much more likely to go through the slog. But if you have a group of 20 or 25 people who are doing it for the pure enjoyment of doing it, they're not going to spend 18 hours on a PTR on a Friday and again on a Saturday and again on a Sunday, right? But if you're getting paid for it, of course, fuck sleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to make this a completely different race to what we've seen since, Blocking Lair, for example.
Right. So you guys gonna fucking win or what?
Hopefully. I mean, I think having no PTR definitely works in our favor.
Oh.
Because I think the next round of stuff, like week 1, I feel that the only guild who managed to do 11 bosses on hardest difficulty is a guild that probably spent 50, 60 hours on the last PTR, which was from a Friday to a Sunday, right? But it still remains to be seen, because we have no idea if there's going to be any gating like we had in Naxxramas. Like Naxxramas has this seal that was supposed to increase by 2 every week, and then that changed, and that was it was like a wall that you couldn't get past until you had the higher seal. So if we have a repeat of the same type of system where they don't want us to clear it week 1, so they put in this difficulty scaling or this power scaling, then I don't think it's going to be as interesting.
Remind me, what's the date of the race again?
10th.
The 10th of April. Very good.
Yeah.
Hunk.
The patch comes out on the 8th, and then the raid comes out on the 10th.
Very good, very good. All right, everyone, highlight that date on your calendars. Please, tune in to Joardee to cheer old Countdown's own Arcos home. Hunk,
God, you're gonna make me blush.
Hunk, you are a down on his luck bookie operating out of the second cubicle from the left at Randwick Racecourse. What odds are you setting on Arcos and his guild to win the race on the 10th of April?
I just need one good payday. I'll be back on top.
Yeah.
Look, I like to think that I know Arcos. He's reliable. He's confident. I'm going to book Arcos in it. What are we thinking? Like a 1.2 maybe?
I wouldn't go. I was going to say $1.80. Let's not go fucking nuts.
Ooh. Okay, $1.80. All right, you heard it here first, folks.
There you go. That's
Countdown taking your bets.
That's plus 80 or plus 80 for you Yanks.
I have no idea what these numbers mean.
How do you do gambling in Europe? So basically, when I say $1.80,
it's like fractions.
Yeah. So you do it like the American system, I'm guessing, like 5 to 4 and shit like that. Like we
do like 1.2, 1.5.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. So when I say $1.80, that means like if you put down $1 and you win, you will receive back $1.80. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's just the vernacular of the $1.80 rather than like
just a multiplier.
Your odds are 1.8, right?
Pretty much, yeah. All right. Well, there you go. I would have said $1.80, Hunk. You're saying $1.20. That's almost an unbackable favorite. Almost. Okay.
Still a favorite though. I think it's going to be a tight race.
What is he? Fucking what was the horse that couldn't fucking lose?
Farlap.
No, not Farlap. The more modern one, dickhead.
Jean.
Not Jean. What was the horse? Black Caviar.
Oh yeah, black caviar.
Yeah. He's the black caviar of fucking Winks as well, of course.
He can't lose.
Yeah, he
You're
can't
a
lose.
degenerate gambler. This is really coming out. You know all the horse
Oh,
names.
fuck off. I only know the ones that were like in the news all the time. I mean, I do watch races as well from time to time. But anyway, my gambling days are behind me. Moving right along.
I've got a good line on Pink Pickle in the third one at Estuary Racetrack, 4 p.m. today.
You're definitely the guy getting the tips from the unlicensed bookies out the back of the fucking race course. All right.
I'm out there inspecting the horses.
Yeah. Looking at the size of the
Why's
horse.
that guy got a syringe?
Looking at the size of the horse's dick to see if it'll weigh him down. What's he carrying? 56 kilos, mate. Looks like 57 to me.
Fucking high air pressure today. That thing's going to be really slowing him down.
Oh, Double, I'm so sorry for what I've had to drag you into. Let's get back to the fucking adult
Every
conversation.
time, sorry, Double.
Yeah, it always comes back to fucking horse
My
dicks.
sister's is her husband's an Aussie, so I'm used to it.
Oh, good. It always comes back to horse dicks. But anyway, Double.
They always blame me for some reason.
Yeah. This is Arcos's fault.
Yeah, Arcos.
Fucking hell.
Dragging us all into the gutter. Let's get back on track, Josh. Sorry, take it away, Josh.
Get the donkey dick off the brain. All right, Double. Back to him. Well, no, fuck you, hunk. Why don't you ask a question of Double? He's our fucking very kind, very amazing healing guru here. What questions do you have of him, old countdown contributor who loves to fucking send me a sub notification that blasts the podcast while Arcos is talking?
I thought I timed that well. I do have one question for Double that I was holding back on.
All right.
Something I really don't like about Shaman is unleash elements. I know that like it's kind of like a core part of Shaman now, but you said that they removed a lot of like the little Shaman busy work. I find that spell to be like the core of the busy work.
I've never agreed with you more. I hate unleash as well, and I hate like powering
It's a great
up
example
heals.
of. It's a great example of what I was talking about with busy work.
And it's still there in MoP, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's still there. There's a talent that works with it that makes it like super powerful. So there's a talent row where you can grab it that makes your unleash like 50% stronger, some crazy scalar. The thing is, it's mostly a like very niche tank healing button or a PvP button. In PvE healing, you don't really have to. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. So you can just kind of ignore it if you don't.
I think
you
you
don't
said
want to press it.
I think you said on your video, Double, isn't it strong enough that like a good unleash Riptide could almost fully heal you back up?
Yeah, it's in PvP, it's incredible because it's pretty short cooldown, and obviously you don't have to be kickable while you're pressing it. And so you can just heal like an entire arena with all instant cast abilities. And because again, it's like an extra additional 50% scaling on every unleash. So just an unleash Riptide is like, will lay on hand somebody in arena with your mastery, all that stuff, all like multiplying each other. But in PvE, tanks in Mists of Pandaria are a lot more like Blood DK and Kata, where they're more self-sufficient. And so unless you're in a situation where you need to do like focused single target healing, you don't really need to unleash too much. So it's like, and again, it just the feeling of the spec is just way better. Like it's hard to describe, specifically why, but it's just everything feels smooth. Whereas in Kata, it's like a 2 out of 10 in smoothness. There are still a little bit of pain points in MoP, but it's like 2 to 8. So it's very much so. It's very much so like it just feels very very smooth.
Yeah,
to play.
it's like,
and you don't.
I was just going to say, I get it. It's like when Hunk kisses his cousin. He can't describe why it feels good, but he just knows that it does.
Look,
So that's the forbidden fruit.
I believe that's one step genetically away that it's not technically.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Eddie. Shut the fuck up. Double, mates, let me ask on the old Holy Paladin. You were touching on it very lightly before, and you've mentioned a couple of times now that it does get knocked off its perch in terms of the quote-unquote meta from Kata to MoP, whereas, it was all disc and holy being Holy Paladin for Kata, but you know, it's sort of not quite the same situation for Holy Paladins in MoP being considered, you know, bis or whatever. I'm presuming that's not intended, you know, in any way to throw shade at the Holy Paladin. You sound like you still consider them fun. But, I mean, personally, I can tell you, I consider Holy Paladins the least fun healing class by quite some margin in Kata. Will I feel the same way about them in MoP?
So, I think Holy Paladin actually is the spec that has the biggest change in like their play pattern from Kata, especially with the version of Kata that we got without a cooldown on Holy Radiance. That, like I mentioned before, I think that's like the Holy Radiance not having a 30-second cooldown is probably the single change that was the most totally warping to Kata healing, because that spell is just it's so much better than every other spell in the game at doing what it does. And so your healing is mostly angled towards maximizing how many Holy Radiances you can cast and then spending your Holy Power on LOD. And Word of Glory is also really bad in Cataclysm. Like, even if you have all the talents in the perfect situation for Word of Glory, it's still just like much worse than an LOD if the LOD doesn't overheal. So in MoP, that changes, and your Holy Radiance is powered down a lot. And so your play pattern goes much more towards using your Holy Power spenders, and that's where your power is. And you're going to be generating a bunch more Holy Power and spending a lot more Holy Power. And your Radiance and your like direct heals aren't going to be as much of your healing, which I think is overall good. It makes Holy Paladin more of like a melee healer as well, because you want to be in there. Especially there's a talent build where you are going to be a lot more melee focused, where you're going to be like judging for Holy Power and Crusader striking and spending a lot of Holy Power. And also there's one other thing that they get, which is Eternal Flame, which is a talent that makes Word of Glory a 30-second hot, which is just like very, very powerful. And it turns Holy Paladin into kind of like a Resto Druid type spec, where you're going to be spreading out a whole bunch of hots across the raid and doing like blanket healing, which is kind of an interesting, it's a pretty profound change to the playstyle of Holy Paladin than it's ever, you know. Holy Paladin, traditionally, its play pattern is like you do really big direct heals and you have beacon, and that's pretty much it. So now you have a hot, which is kind of interesting. So I think overall it has a couple of like viable options for playing the spec. There's like different cooldowns you can pick that kind of transform the way it plays. But I think the bummer is that overall, I think it's probably the weakest healer in terms of throughput. So it does have it's like it takes a pretty big fall from grace. But even being the weakest healer on throughput, it still has very, very good utility, really good cooldowns, really good externals. And so like you still aren't trolling your raid if you bring a Holy Paladin. It's still perfectly serviceable. And I think it's more fun than Kata, even though if you like being overpowered, it's not going to be as fun. But if you like just the play patterns, the rotations and stuff like that, I think it's a lot more fun than Cataclysm.
Settle a dumb argument for me. Just final point on the Palads. Again, this is coming from the casual viewpoint. Every guide I fucking watch never answers this, you know, and maybe there's not a definitive answer and this is why it's not addressed, but every guide I watch never sort of answers this question, where it's like, as a Holy Paladin, should I be constantly standing in melee range, hitting my Crusader Strike on cooldown for the Holy Power, or should I be, you know, a typical healer and be up the back out of danger and just do it from there? What's the answer?
Well, it's obviously contextual, right? But all of the, like, if you're on a patchwork fight, for example, there's like no movement, no mechanics, there's no reason you can't be in melee. You always want to be in melee. And the reason for that is it's twofold. The first thing is that Crusader Strike is actually very mana efficient in Cataclysm. So anytime you're mana constrained, using a Crusader Strike to generate a Holy Power is very mana efficient. So if you're trying to like save mana, you do want to be doing that on cooldown. The second thing is that if you ever have a break in casting that's long enough to get some melee swings in, if you're just in melee range versus being at range, you'll get some free melee swings, and that has a chance to proc your Seal of Insight, which is like super nerfed versus Wrath. So it doesn't give you that much mana, but you can get like, 10, 20, 30k mana for free with that seal over the course of a fight if you are in melee range. So it's not a huge loss not to do it, but if you can do it, it is a little bit of a mana efficiency gain. But it's like it's marginal either way. So you don't like, if you don't like doing that, you don't have to, and you don't lose that much throughput.
Fair enough. Hunk, I was baiting you, and then you proceeded to be super polite and never correct double once on the Malay issue.
Look, I don't like to antagonize all your guests, only certain ones.
But that's your go-to joke. That's like
My whole shtick. I know you got it. It was killing me. It was killing me. It was
your fucking catchphrase.
Like the veins in my head were like popping out.
we have a weird years-long ongoing.
At least
joke.
I don't say it mealy.
Yes.
Some people say it mealy.
That's the worst.
That's objectively the worst possible way.
Vomit.
So we split the difference.
Very good.
The new one is pars versus pass, and I'm on the wrong side of that one, which I'm really not liking.
Don't be on the wrong side of history with that one. Yeah. Oh my god.
This is how it feels to be on the wrong side.
Yeah. All right,
it's not good.
Double, I won't keep you all night, mate. Let's do the monks, and then we'll start to round it up, mate. I want to love monks, but I just can't bring myself to play one, and I'll tell you, it's for the dumbest reason. And I need you to tell me that their healing is so fun. I need to shut the fuck up and get over this. And it's not the panda thing. I said this in the Discord the other day. I genuinely feel like I'd give it to Blizzard when they really drop the ball on animations and sound effects for certain abilities. And I'm just like, so let me get this straight. I'm a fucking Malay healer where I'm expected to get in there and do damage and my, like basically atonement healing like we kind of talk about. But I'm the fist weaving guy that like has the worst, floatiest animations and sound effects of just limp dick, feckless fucking abilities. Like, I can't bring myself to play Monk. Do I need to get over it because they're super fun?
I would say yes, but I also like just to go into this tangent because it's kind of a funny thing, right? Like it's almost as if Blizzard asked themselves like, what's the least cool possible way to do a monk class?
Yeah, and
they picked. And that's what they went with. Like, and it's wild too because it seems like they never really learned their lesson. Like, if you look at Dragonflight, it's actually even worse in Dragonflight, where they asked themselves like, all right, we're gonna do a whole expansion based on dragons, and we're gonna do a dragon race.
What's the lamest dragon we can produce?
The thing that they came out with is like it's almost impressive how bad it is.
Yeah,
aesthetically.
Yeah.
It's like they literally, like a multi-billion-dollar company made an entire expansion based on like scaly fetish art.
That's 100% right.
Like, sorry. I would be embarrassed to show the Dragonflight cinematic to like a friend and say this is the game I play, because they would think that I'm like that I want to have sex with cartoon dragons or something. Like, it's that bad.
I'm going to an event.
MoP is not that bad. It's kind of twee and like cartoonish and Disney, but I personally, I would just get over it because I think Mistweaver is really cool. I think it's pretty complicated. I think it might be the most complicated healer to fully min-max in MoP. And I just think it's very interesting. I think there's potentially some tech there that might make it pretty powerful in Raid. I just think overall it's going to be a very fun spec to play. So I would get over the you can always use T-Morph to turn yourself into a Torrent or something.
Right. I completely agree with you on a lot of points there. Hunk, you would seem to agree as well. I'm going to an event on Thursday in Sydney, the 30th anniversary World Tour event that's stopping in Australia, and a few of the devs will be there. And I'll tell you guys a bunch of stories from it. I might even do some recording of interviews not with the devs, because I'm not allowed to interview the devs there, but maybe with some of the other players who attend the event. Mate, do I need to... I think one of the art directors is coming. Do I need to pull him aside at this event and go, mate, seriously, who was drunk behind the wheel on the Drakthir?
I think they're so far down that road. There's no turning back. It's just it's actually an interesting thing to think about with WoW, which is under discussed, which is like the aesthetic
Well,
quality, which
it's
I think
so
as you
different from
go
the
on into the
Metzen,
expansions,
the Metzen style originally double. It's so different. Like I can't imagine this Drakthir art appearing 20 years ago when it was obviously the darker fantasy.
yeah, it was well back then. The people that were hired were like Warhammer fantasy
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
fans,
yeah.
and they're like the Frazetta paintings and the orcs and the grimdark aesthetic. And I think that as WoW has gone on, you've gotten higher fidelity. Obviously, like things are higher quality. The artwork is higher quality. It's higher pixel, higher. You know, it looks better, but the content is like the tone and the actual aesthetic of it has gotten a lot worse, in my opinion. And I actually think it's an interesting way of like tracking the success of expansions, not in terms of like class balance or raid, how good the raids are, how good the content is, but like if you look at the expansions and how well they performed, it very closely tracks to how close they were to the original like vanilla Wrath of the Lich King aesthetic. Like Legion came back, and I think a big reason why Legion came back was just because Demon Hunters looked cool. And people saw Demon Hunters and they thought, I want to play that because it looks cool. Whereas if you look at like Mists of Pandaria, like that was a huge downturn in subs. And I think a lot of the reason for that was not the content. The content's pretty good. Like Monk is it's a cool spec. It's well designed. They all play pretty well. But like if you're just a normal gamer and you look at Mists of Pandaria, it just doesn't give you the same like feeling of FOMO as you do looking at like a demon hunter doing eye beam. You know what I mean?
So to defend Miss, it was the only expansion since Wrath that actually gained subs by the end.
Yeah, true.
And
Miss
it has good good
it,
bones. There's a lot of good depth and substance. I think the aesthetic initially put people off, and there were a lot of like content creators at the time who were highly critical of like the Panda decision.
I
for a
know
variety of reasons.
Double. I know you've commented on the Panda thing in the past. Look, it's a very quick tangent. I don't really want to spend too much time on, but I'll just say like how do I put this? I find myself on the opposite end of most WoW fans when it comes to the Panda decision. I don't have it's funny because even though I just rubbish the Drakthir, and it might seem hypocritical for me to say, oh my god, the Drakthir are lame, but I don't have an issue with the Pandaren, or however fuck you pronounce it. I really, it's not so much that I wouldn't say I like the Pandaren, but like I don't hate them, and I always sort of thought the length and girth of the hate boner that the WoW community has for the Pandaren, I always felt was a bit like much. Like they really went hard on
overblown.
it. Yeah.
And I think a lot of it was just that it was kind of an inflection point. I talked about this a little bit in the Monk video where like WoW was changing slowly over time, and that the announcement of Mists was just an inflection point where people kind of sat back in their chair and like looked at the whole picture and noticed like, oh, things have changed a lot. And if you're like an old school player who you're more of an RPG, like you interact with the game more as an RPG, where in vanilla WoW is kind of like a place you go. You know, you go to Azeroth and you are in the world and you do things in the world. And over the course of the expansions, it got less and less of an RPG and more of like a bunch of mini games kind of stuck together by an open world where you're raiding or you're PvPing or you're doing dungeons or you're doing battlegrounds. There's all these mini games that are the end game, and that's what you're really interacting with. And it's much less of an RPG. And I think as that change happened, there was also an aesthetic change where the game went from kind of taking itself seriously, being more of this kind of like Warhammer, like a darker tone, with some elements of kind of cartoonishness and humor and levity, towards like the extreme example is like the modern retail, where it's like very kind of like cartoonish and Disney and it has a totally different tone. And I think the original, like there's a lot of people who were deeply connected with the aesthetic of WoW, who are maybe like more RP type players or whatever. And when Pandas came out, it was a big kind of like wake up moment where those players realized this game isn't for me anymore. And they got really angry about it. Not necessarily because Pandas are that bad. It doesn't bother me either. I kind of think Mists looks, it's pretty, you know, the pandas, their animations are kind of like cute, and I don't know. It doesn't bother me that much, but I can see why people got mad about it, and I don't think it's necessarily specifically the pandas themselves that were so bad. It was more just, you know, people kind of woke up one day and realized that WoW had changed, and it wasn't the game that they like loved anymore. So
Fair enough. Hunk, I'm going to go down this tangent a little bit, and I'm so glad that this person has joined us who was hesitant to join today because he feels like he's been on the show a lot lately, but I love him to death, and you can never have enough of him.
He's an
DC
animal.
Green.
Get him in here.
I know, DC Green, mate. How are you?
Hey.
It's
Yeah,
good.
I just thought I could add a couple of opinions because like I quit during Kata and kind of like watched all the other expansions with you know, like very tepid interest, and I thought Zug hit on like a really good point there when he was talking about like Mists of Pandaria being an inflection point, and I think that that was kind of like exacerbated by I think Cataclysm was like pretty mediocre for a lot of people, especially from like a lore perspective. Like following up Lich King with Deathwing was a little jarring for people that didn't really know like that was like the next kind of like big bad that supersedes Lich King, and I don't know, and we didn't really get like a lot of contact with him like throughout the expansion. So I think if you were kind of like, and then Cat also brought like a lot of changes, right? Like WoW kind of like holistically changed with that expansion. So I think then after that, like following it up with the pandas was just like for people that were kind of like hanging by a thread with Kata, I think they were just like, yeah, this isn't for me anymore, and they just kind of like bailed out.
Fair enough. Let me bring up
yeah,
this point.
those like,
Sorry, you go double.
I'm,
No, you go.
I'm gonna ramble for hours.
No,
and hours
you
once stop.
please do it. You say what you were going to say.
So yeah, I think that we were talking about like those lore kind of like immersion focused players. I think Kata was the beginning of the end of that, like
Yeah.
being a focus of the game at all. And I think in Kata it was a little bit muted because a lot of that aesthetic decline was limited to the goblin and the worgen starting zones, and the actual end game zones of Kata felt mostly like WoW zones. And then in MoP, it was like it just became a lot more obvious. And also, like you're saying with the Lich King, that's like the peak of the Warcraft 3 storyline being completed. And then in my view, like everything after that's kind of like fan fiction.
They
And
really
so, like,
needed to do
they
WoW
needed to
Warcraft
yeah,
4 after Wrath of the Lich King.
yeah, they needed to do something with the narrative to make it compelling again.
Look-
And I just think they've struggled with that a lot since Wrath, with making the narrative compelling again. So,
I agree. Yeah, totally. I
Let
agree.
me ask
And
this.
yeah, and I think that sorry, just
yeah, you
like
go, you go.
I think there was a lot more hype for WoD because WoD came after MoP, right? And I think that
Yeah.
was like I know that expansion like spectacularly failed to deliver on like all the promises, but I think that the reason that they did WoD was because they saw like the trajectory of the player base, and they were kind of like, oh shit, we got to get people like hyped again. So like people like Outlands, people like the Orcs, people like Grom, people like Gul'dan. They're like, let's find an excuse to like get back there. And I think that that was like their attempt to do that again. And then they did it again with Legion. They were like, damn, dude, we just didn't like we didn't have like enough in the chamber to like really get the result that they wanted. And then they were like, fuck it, man, Legion, like Illidan's back. Like not only we go to Outlands again, but now Illidan's back. Everyone get back in. You know, it was yeah. And I think that it's just been like suffering from like good narrative direction.
Let me ask
Because
this
even like
question.
progressing into the Burning Legion, it did feel kind of sudden to me. Like I didn't feel like okay after Kata and then MoP and then WoD, it felt like weird that we were all of a sudden in the Burning Legion's face.
I agree with a lot of what was just said. Let me ask this open question, and I genuinely like want. It is an open question. I'm not really pushing anyone in any direction because I don't know if I necessarily have the answer. But Hunk, let me start with you and just say, look, mate, you played MoP back in the day. You'd have vague recollections of what you went through. In hearing what the guys are saying, where, you know, doubles thrown out there, which again, I agree with, that like, you know, this felt a little fan fiction-y, not as connected to Warcraft, and, you know, the lore side of things kind of was, you know, taken out the back old Yeller style after Kata. Is it fair for me to throw in the mix? Do you think, because I've not played MoP, remember everyone, I've not played one fucking minute of MoP. I know nothing about it, so I'm going in completely dark. I quit in Kata. I have heard that the lore of MoP is still actually very fucking solid, but is it just the case that it feels like a completely separate story and not attached like to WoW? It's just a story that happens to be good, but it's got nothing to do with the Warcraft universe.
I mean, that's a fairly fair assessment. It certainly leads into. I mean, like that's a fair assessment if you're talking just like the Thunder King side of it. But once you start looking at like it's
Garrosh.
the rise of Anduin, like the fall of Garrosh, like there's fairly significant like lore entwining in there. And look,
That's fair.
I've been following Warcraft since the first one. I've been playing them since the first one, and so all the lore discussions around World of Warcraft, I find I don't really get into because for me, like just having undead and Tauren in the same faction is jumping the shark straight away.
What do you mean? That's literally how they
comes to-
started. The Tauren are the ones that recruited the undead.
I know, weird, right?
Oh, dear.
Shamanistic race with the necrotic undeath, blighted plague race.
Yeah.
Very strange. And so I think, like, I don't think the lore in WoW's ever been that good, to be honest. But I think Mists did really well in writing a new story, and I really rate Mist storytelling quite highly. I thought the Thunder King was an excellent villain, and I thought it all led really well through the expansion. I think Mist was a solid return to form. It was very fun. It was lighthearted. It felt like classic, where like it felt like vanilla, where like TBC and like Wrath of the Lich King was always like, oh, adventurer, I need those 10 bear asses, or the Lich King's gonna destroy Azeroth.
Or he's going to take my bare ass.
Exactly. Like you had this like constant, present existential threat that's just going to destroy the entire world, and it's like you got to hurry up. The Lich King's going to kill the world. I don't know. I thought Mist was just a return to fun. I thought it was a very fun expansion. There was a lot of like whimsy and wonder to it. It felt like an adventure, and it felt like I was an adventurer on a quest, in a strange land. Whereas Wrath, a lot, and TBC, I didn't feel like that at all. I felt like it was a constant existential threat that I had to deal with, and I couldn't have fun until that was over.
DC and Double. Let me just add this context before I throw it over to you guys. Double and DC. Just piggyback off of what Hunk said, and I'll just throw in the question, very crudely summarized. Is just, was the lore of MoP actually solid, but it just wasn't the lore you wanted?
Well, I'll draw a little bit of a distinction here because I actually agree with what Hunk is saying a lot. I think that like the actual story content in MoP it's pretty well written. It's like it's Metzen stuff, right? Metzen's like a pretty good storyteller. I think the villains are good. I think the stuff with like Garrosh, there's a reason why people still to this day argue about or meme about like, Garrosh being the real war chief because people connect to that character and his rise and fall and all that stuff. So I think that the what I'm talking about more is like the tone and the environmental storytelling, which I think the vast majority of players in WoW don't interact with like quest text, or they don't read the books. They don't really know what's going on, honestly, for the most part, like the nitty gritty of what's going on. What they interact with is the feeling of the world, the music, the aesthetic quality of the zones. That's how they get the storytelling, because up until they had all these cutscenes, all the story was just told in quest text or like in RP events that 90% of players skip. And I think that aspect of the storytelling was actually just kind of accidentally really strong, and like vanilla and a lesser extent in TVC, and I think in Wrath it was pretty strong. And I think a lot of that just had to do with like the leftover sentiment from Warcraft 3.
Yeah.
Lending the villains in those, like the main villains and the setting and all that stuff, with all this extra stuff that like you had from when you were 8 years old and you were playing Warcraft 3. Or, maybe if you're a little older, you were a little older playing Warcraft 3. And that game was like really awesome, right? It was a crazy good game that everybody played. And so we have all this baggage of like nostalgia, and we know these characters. And so it's actually a really hard problem to solve that I don't know how I would have done it. I think they did a pretty good job in MoP. trying to introduce new characters and a new storyline. It's just that atmospheric feeling of, when you walk into Stormwind and the music plays, like, to me, all the expansions past Wrath just missed a little bit of the magic of like the Grizzly Hills music mixed with the aesthetic of the landscape, or like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a kind of a feeling that you get with an expansion, and I think that like that did decline a little bit as the game went on, but other aspects of the game got better too. So like, it just changed, and I think that change is what made people angry. It wasn't necessarily that the game got so much worse overall. It's just that people don't like change. So yeah, I do agree with Hunk largely that I think the story is like the actual story. If you do want to get into it and read through the quest text and watch the cutscenes, it is pretty good.
DC finishes up on this one.
Yeah, so I quit in Kata as well, and I didn't play MoP, so I don't really have like any substantial things to say about MoP. But I feel like the expansions after Wrath King like needed an on-ramp to them, the way that Warcraft 3 was an on-ramp for the first 3. Because, when you're in Outlands and you know that you're going to, you know who Vosh is, you know who Kael'thas is, you know who Illidan is. You played as them and with them in like the last game that you played, right? So there was that anticipation, and obviously same with the Wrath of the Lich King. And then someone said earlier that the lore in like WoW has like not really been strong, like even for the first 3 games. But I mean, like those 3 games encompass like Arthas's rise and fall. Like that's why we're all into it. We're all into it because Arthas got corrupted and he betrayed Illidan, or him and Illidan fought at one point in like Ice Crown. That stuff all like resonates and stays with you. And then it's like, that's why like it would have been great if we had gotten like Warcraft 4 after Wrath of the Lich King, because Cataclysm and MoP, they needed these on-ramps that kind of got you educated on like who the new protagonists and antagonists were and like why you should care. But instead they just like launched the game and they just tried to get you all into that like right away in like the very first phase, couple of weeks and stuff like that. And it seems like, maybe if there had been some like Mists of Pandaria like pre-events at the end of Kata, to kind of like get people I know that like keeping that kind of stuff secret is like really important to Blizzard, but maybe it would have been better for them.
Style, I agree. That's a really good idea.
Something that maybe like you see like Pandaren units like out in the world, but they like they run away, they like disappear, so they're like this infrequent occurrence, and you're like, oh, okay, like that. Anything like, because I think that like the high of Wrath of the Lich King was just like immense, right? It was like every nerd having an orgasm at the same time when Icecrown Citadel got released, because we're all like, oh my god, this has been like my whole life up until now. And then that like ended and they gave us Deathwing, and I think Deathwing was just like, it just really didn't, like, I don't think you'll find anybody in the world that would say that like Deathwing is cooler than Arthas. So that kind of like really puts you in a tricky spot when he's going to be like the next, I don't know who you would put in, honestly, that like people would say Arthas isn't better. So they were just like in a really rough spot. But I think that, had they done like a little bit more to kind of prepare people and like pique their curiosity, it would have been better than everybody frothing at the mouth like after like this somewhat disappointing expansion in Cataclysm. It was like, oh man, they really got to give it to us now. And then they're like pandas. And it's like, okay. And I think that like, yeah, the disconnect between like the Asian aesthetic from like the Warcraft aesthetic, I think it was just too jarring. Like you can't just do that really, especially with like the game, going through a lot of tumultuous design decisions as well at the time, because they were trying to like redo the talents and spell prune and stat squish and do all this other stuff like simultaneously. So I won't say that they had like an easy job before them that they failed at. Like it was a very difficult task, and I think that it just proved too difficult.
I just want to say one last thing on this, and then I promise we'll finish up on this healer chat double, and we won't keep you here all night. But just hearing,
I think he wants to stay here all night.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like he's having a great time.
We're amazing. As long as the show goes, I'll be here.
You're a fucking.
You should have said that to
yeah,
Josh.
You're in trouble now. You're a sweetheart. Thank you,
hours,
mate.
6 hours.
Yeah. No, well, I won't go too nuts because I've already got another like 3-hour call ready for this episode that this is going to double up on. So I think we're already at 6 hours almost. But look, I wanted to say one thing that I'd love to hear you guys comment on. I might start with you, Hunk. But when I was in America, I mentioned to you guys that I met up with a few listeners of the show, and shout out to Shormdom. One of the guys I met up with in New York rocked up in his, Arthas t-shirt. And, we had a lovely couple of beers at this restaurant down in the fucking village in New York, and it was great. And he just mentioned multiple times, shouting out his t-shirt, going like, this means something to me, like this Arthas thing was like a big deal. This is why I love WoW. This is why I do what I do. I raid, like the lore is important. Like killing this villain was really important to me. And it was really obvious that like this was, and this is not a story that is unique. This is quite universal amongst Warcraft or WoW fans. That,
was his favorite expansion Shadowlands?
But like
Oh, man.
it I've never fully wrapped my head around it because I'm not that guy. And I've always said to you guys, I'm not a Blizzard fan. I'm a WoW fan. Yeah, I played Warcraft 3, but I wouldn't describe it as like a fucking unforgettable game. I know it's a fucking brilliant game, but it just, to me personally, it wasn't like an unforgettable gaming experience. I don't...
When did you play it?
I played it...
And did you finish both like the whole thing?
No. I played it when it came out, and I played like half of the campaign and didn't finish it. And I didn't play the expansions, but I've played them
so the statement makes
years.
sense.
But I played them in the years since, if that makes sense. But I'm not. The problem is I'm not a big RTS guy. That's why Warcraft 3 never really spoke to me. So and Hunk knows how I feel about like isometric games. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I've not struggled, but I've never really fully wrapped my head around how much the lore and Arthas means to you guys. And like meeting with this fantastic fan of the show and hearing the passion in his voice as he like, he brought it up a few times, like just like pointing his shirt, like going, this is who I am. Like, this is what I love. Like, I play this game to down the Lich King. Like, that was a big moment in my, formative years or whatever. And I think that that's a really common story amongst a lot of WoW gamers. And like hearing you guys talk about it now today, I really do, like, I more look at it as like a really interesting study on like how involved gamers are with the Warcraft lore, because you grew up with it and it fucking meant something to carry through over the years, and then finally down this big bad raid boss that is Arthas that you had such a history with, that means nothing to me even as a WoW fan, but means so much to you. What I'm getting at, Hunk, is I'm taken aback but not shocked at how important this is to WoW fans, being their connection to the lore and the old school lore, if you know what I mean.
Like for context, like I remember when Warcraft 3 was coming out, back in, I want to say 2002. How old would have I been? I was 21 and no, 20. And my flatmate and I borrowed my mum's car, and because I didn't have a car at the time, and we drove over to Indooroopilly, EB Games, and we bought Warcraft 3 at the midnight release, along with like probably 50 other nerds who were hanging around there to buy it. Because Warcraft 2 was a huge game for me. I loved that game, Warcraft 2, and its expansion, which was Beyond the Dark Portal, if I recall. So for me, like the Blizzard games and RTS particularly, it was a huge part of like how I got into gaming. I loved the stories. I don't know, like Arthas wasn't like the idea of like killing Arthas and getting to Arthas wasn't really my motivator for playing WoW, but like I'm certainly like on the side of the people who feel like the story's been a bit disrespected over the years and how some of the characters have been done a little bit dirty. That's why I brought up the Shadowlands reference. I thought there was a little bit of mud in the eye over how some of that was handled, and I thought, people who Arthas means a lot to, that's like a part of their childhood, was just playing Warcraft 3 with their mates, like online and things over dial-up internet. I can see how invested you get in those things as a kid, and then like nostalgia as you get older. That's what I'm saying. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Shadowlands was the absolute worst of it. Like MoP is nowhere close to Shadowlands in terms of like
Yeah.
it's a point of inflection, and that inflection was a downturn, and the bottom of that downturn is Shadowlands. So
Yeah,
uh,
Shadowlands is
it's
like pure hubris from the people that were
yeah.
writing it. Like to say like, oh no, all that stuff that like you like from the past, that was actually our guy. Like our guy that we just made with the nipples. Like he's been doing that the entire time with Sylvanas, him and her. They've just been oiling up in the Shadowlands like the entire time, just getting everyone in the right position to execute their Grandmaster plan, and he's dead, and he has no fucking relevance to the story whatsoever.
And
The
he's a
people that he
robot.
promised would come.
Sorry,
He's
spoilers.
not here 2 expansions later. Yada yada. Yeah, that was a massive fuck up and a huge
but I think there were also repercussions for that in the end.
Oh yeah.
People were hugely critical of the narrative turn through those expansions and what the lore was doing. And I think the main guy behind the narrative for Shadowlands and then into BFA then left after either got asked to leave or left
Demuser? Was that his name? I don't even know the guy, but like
yeah.
I just know him from like
then they
simping for Sylvanas and Thanos Blight.
Well, and then they made the decision. Then they made the
companion
decision to
was.
bring Metzen back, obviously, after they decided to go in another direction. So we'll see what Midnight or whatever obviously has to offer lore-wise now that Metzen has more input. But one thing I don't want to
hate on.
You go, Hunk.
Sorry. I don't want to hate on the guy who wrote the story. Like, I don't think he was trying to write a shit story or anything like that.
No one's
it was
trying to write a shit story.
No, it was just clear that, like, if the guy who you met in the Arthur shirt had have been in charge of writing that story, there's no way he would have done that. It clearly was done by someone who those characters weren't important to.
Right. I just want to bring up this point, and this is something that was perfect for DC Green appearing at this time. And I'm not trying to antagonize DC Green, but here we go.
Never do.
I love it when he gets
Never been antagonized.
Never been antagonized. Yeah, after I yelled at him so loudly a couple of weeks ago, mate. Here's the question for adults in the room, all right, and that includes everyone except for Hunk. Okay,
I don't even remember it.
So here's the thing. MoP is coming. It's around the corner. And, history says that this was the moment that gamers not only cracked the shits, at MoP for the Pandaren thing, but the Pandaren thing was a symptom of a larger issue that gamers had, being, the choice by Blizzard to blatantly market skin and pander this game, pardon the pun, to China. I hate sounding like a corporate shill, DC, because I'm not Captain Corporate, but I'm not anti-business, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Right? So all I'm going to say is, in a similar fashion to the panda didn't particularly bother me as much as it seemed to enrage the rest of the player base. I never had an issue with the company sitting down and going, fuck, there's a lot of potential gamers in China that, we would love to get involved with our product. What's a good way to get them involved? Hey, how about we do an Asian-themed expansion that will really appeal to them and maybe get them starting the game? Yeah, okay, let's go with that. This, absolutely infuriated a large amount of WoW gamers. I have almost zero fucking issue with it. It doesn't bother me in the slightest as a business decision, and it doesn't particularly bother me as a gamer. Everything I've seen in MoP, because again, I've not played it, but I've watched videos, looks fine, doesn't bother me. Okay, we're going to fucking Fantasy Asia and doing our thing there. Oh, it's too close to the real world. I play fantasy games to be in a fucking fantasy world and fucking whatever. I mean, just another parallel, not that it really matters, but Final Fantasy XIV did Stormblood. We went to Japan for Final Fantasy for an expansion. Nobody said fucking shit. Nobody said a fucking word. Nobody cared.
More of an Eastern IP to begin with.
And I get that. It's made by a Japanese company. They do a Japanese expansion, and they probably get a pass for that. But I feel like there was a little bit more connective tissue there. But again, that just kind of exposes the WoW player base as being a little bit of a different beast. How do we seriously feel in hindsight, in retrospect, about Blizzard making a business decision and going, China, sorry, we are coming for you, and we will dedicate 2 years of our game and an expansion to getting you on board. Do you feel, looking back, like this is still an affront to WoW gamers, or you get it and possibly would have done the same thing were you running the show?
So as every time you preface kind of like the whole like business and corporate thing, like business practices and integrity are not like mutually exclusive, right? You can direct your company via integrity, and so I think that
making money. It's not evil to make money. That's a core component of mine. Yeah,
but like how you do it can be
the way in which you do it can be ethically or gray or whatever.
So I think if you're just like, hey, like we have a game, if we put pandas in it, Chinese people will like it. That's like pretty like, that's like the definition of like unintegrity. That's like me saying like, hey Josh, I made a game and it's got a drum set in it. Like, why aren't you playing it? Like, aren't you interested? Why not? Like, come on, get over here. Like, it's like just taking the most like basic thing about who you are as a character and be like, well, that's just like you. So like, you should play this. Like, that's just, that's some.
It's the same.
Yeah, it would be like if Tencent made a WoW where like there's a bunch of giant hamburgers running around with cowboy hats on and like the Old West, and they were like, why aren't Americans playing?
Right.
It's like it's not appealing to China. Like, and if I don't even know if it really worked. And like if you look at if you look at the classic numbers, like Wrath of the Lich King Classic in China is insanely popular.
Yeah, and my next point was
it's not clear to me that the Chinese players, they just like the same things that all gamers like, which is the good, well-told stories, well-designed aesthetics, like good raids, good gameplay.
Like
it's the same.
Else.
Yeah, it's the same stuff. The one thing I will mention though is that there's certain like rules in China. I'm not like an expert on this by any means, but there's certain rules about like what you can show in terms of like gore and
depictions
and stuff like that. So it makes sense that they made the game a little bit more cartoonish and a little bit more like of a lighter tone,
point, actually,
maybe for China. But in terms of like doing the they cranked it to like 12 out of 10 in terms of like the cowboy hats and the hamburgers, which I think made people like like it was kind of it was a little bit ridiculous how extreme it was.
I agree. And my other point was going to be is like there was a time where like you just made a good game and people played it because it was a good game. So like the Mists of Pandaria thing, it really smacks of that, like, and we're in this now. We're just in this like late stage capitalism where there's like so much money on the line and so much revenue being generated that everyone just thinks that like we just have to keep doing the thing, right? Which is not like making good games, it's just making games, right? And so then you're just like looking at numbers on a spreadsheet and you're like, well, I think if we put pandas in this game, like the numbers will go up. And so they just did that. It doesn't really feel like there was a lot of
But did the I know you it might be a separate argument on the whole, like, was it like a bit dumb and I don't know if you do the arguably culturally insensitive thing to like go to the lowest common denominator and be like pandas, but like that aside, like if the numbers went up and it worked, does it matter?
But I don't think they did, right? Isn't like that famous picture of like the player population going up and up and up and then down after Wrath of the Lich King. Like,
that's fair.
Mario
is
part of that slice. So
MoP went down a little bit at first, and then it
went
subs.
up. Yeah,
over the course of the expansion, it gained subs. You're not the only ones.
Wouldn't that make sense that like it lost a bunch of like native players and then gained a bunch of Chinese players? Like, so it sounds like that it got the result that they wanted, but then in the long term, it like it had repercussions that maybe they didn't see, which is like a lot of stuff that happens in late stage capitalism is a lot of short term thinking, and a lot of like long term finding out because you fucked around.
But again, we're doing that with the benefit of really hindsight, 2020. You know what I mean, DC? Like we're literally looking back at stats from years ago, going, we know what happened and can now make judgment based on those decisions. But like this might seem like an unfair thing to say, and I feel like I might know the answer, but like not to put words in your mouth. In all honesty, like if you were working at Blizzard at the time and someone threw this out, are you saying would you have been the guy in the room going, this is a fucking bad idea, guys, or would you have been on board?
again, I probably would have appealed to like this kind of feels like it's coming out of nowhere because like up until that point in Cataclysm, right? Like if we're on the last day of Cataclysm, the only exposure that you've had of Pandarans up until that point is if you bought a Pandaran brewmaster out of the tavern in Warcraft 3, which is a game at this point that had come out like 10 years ago and they had never talked about or like made a sequel or anything like that. So you're taking like, you know, and then also Wrath had like Wrath babies. Like we talk about it all the time. It's like one of the most, so if you're taking like all these people that came in during Wrath, which was like peak Warcraft aesthetic, peak like old Warcraft lore and stuff like that. There's a good chance that like those people may not have even they were just like riding the wave of WoW at the time and had not even played Warcraft 3. So then that's like a huge section of your player base that you grew previously, like 2 years prior, that had no idea that the Pandarans were even in the game, possibly. So I think it really just comes down to like, I don't think necessarily it's a bad idea. And then, you know, to touch on the lore and stuff like that, from what I've heard, like it's very good. So it sounds like they got passionate, creative people to actually make like a cohesive, you know, lore and stuff like that of a different kind of area that fit aesthetically with WoW. But I just don't think people were ready for it. And again, I think that Cataclysm was like a pretty weak expansion. It also had that problem where like didn't the last phase like last for like over a year or something like that. So people were kind of probably burnt out on like lackluster content, and then you couldn't even go back and do things that you used to like from WoW because they changed the world, right? They changed like the whole old world. So it left those people in like I'm either waiting for the next expansion, which I don't know what it is, and I can't like really enjoy it. So I think that when it was Pandas, people were just like, yeah. I don't think it was like a vitriolic like fuck this game, that was the last straw, I'm out. I think it was just like apathy, like you know, like Cataclysm was kind of lame, we're doing Pandas now, like man, this just sucks compared to Wrath of the Lich King. Like I think I'm out. Like I think I'll wait. And then you wait and you're like, oh, WoD looks like the thing that like I want to get back into. And then you hear that like WoD is just like Garrison Simulator.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I won't get back into WoD. And then like Legion, and then like clearly we saw that Legion was the one because like so many people came back for Legion. So Legion was finally when they kind of like figured it out again for like at least one expansion, because I think it was kind of it got kind of muddy after that again with BFA into Shadowlands into Dragonflight.
Let me double.
So-
I'll throw it to double in a second. John's just jumped in to say something off the top rope, probably in response to something you've just said, DC. John, go nuts. How are you?
I actually hit the wrong button. My bad. I was just listening to talk about like you know, some of the storytelling, and then I had to like take my dog out, and I came back in and clicked Discord and hit the wrong button. My bad.
all good, mate. No worries. Double. Let me throw it over to you. You were going to say something earlier. Sorry, man, and I cut you off.
Yeah, I just want to make two super quick points. One's kind of a joke, and then one's a little bit more serious. I think that first of all, like the idea of MoP isn't bad at all. I just think the execution was a little bit off. I think if you look at like the old concept art for Warcraft 3 Pandarans, you even look at the Warcraft 3 implementation, like there's that panda thing going on that's a little bit kind of silly, but there's a little bit of an edge to it. It looks more like the Pandaran in Warcraft 3 doesn't look out of place in that world at all. And so I think if you just like when you're making the expansion, you know, if you have all the elements in your cauldron or whatever, you're pouring like they just poured way too much like Goofy in and not enough Warcraft aesthetic. And if they just made like 20% more Warcraft flair to MoP and a little bit less of the goofiness, I think it would have been really awesome. I think people would have loved it. They wouldn't have even complained at all about pandas because it would have been they would have looked at the pandas and thought, oh, that's Warcraft 3 pandas, and that's cool, instead of looking at them and seeing Kung Fu Panda. You know what I mean? And
also
the difference between those two things is just a little tiny bit of a little twist to the art, and that's it.
I'll say
just on that point really
go.
quick, it also famously made them release the first expansion box without a main antagonist on it, right? Because like the Pandaran one just has a panda on it, where every previous expansion pretty much had a main villain on it. Like I'm pretty sure TBC had Illidan. I'm pretty sure Wrath of the Lich King had Arthas on it. Cataclysm had Deathwing on it.
That's my joking point too. My joke point was that you can actually trace the success of every expansion's launch to just how cool the opening cinematic is. And Wrath of the Lich King, all-time great cinematic. Arthas on the ice, on Ice Crown with the sword and summoning Syndragosa. Like that's an insanely good cinematic. Like WAD actually has an all-time cinematic. WAD cinematic is amazing, and that launch was amazing. But I if you just watch the MoP cinematic and tell me you're hyped, you're just lying. It's just not that good. And I think that's unironically, if that cinematic had been much better, I think you would have seen 20-30% more players on launch. Unironically,
the one point.
Oh, I don't think so, because BFA had a really good cutscene, and
BFA had a sick cinematic, and it was shit.
Yeah, it was not that great.
Amazing.
DC Green, the one point that I'll say that you swayed me on is I do agree that the choosing of the panda as an appeal point to the Chinese market does feel, even though, like I said, I've got no particular issue with it. It does feel lazy and eye-rollingly stereotypical, because I know, and I'll say this to Hunk, I put myself in the same position. If for whatever fucking reason Blizzard goes, that's it, we need the Australian market, and they release the Australia expansion, and they release the kangaroo race, we'd be fucking, the hate mail would be insane. We'd be like, what a lazy take on fucking what they think Australians want.
I'd be race changing immediately. That sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, I also don't think that it made that much it didn't make sense with the narrative progression of what we just Deathwing had just reformed Azeroth, and then I don't know, and then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, there's this hidden Panda Island in the middle, and now you're gonna go there, and I don't know. I didn't play Cataclysm till the end. I think I quit before Firelands because I remember being sad I didn't get to fight Ragnaros' legs. But so I don't know how it ended exactly, but it didn't really feel like there was anything in Cataclysm pointing us at that. Because I think about Wrathion as a character. Now I don't know what happened to Wrathion, but from what I understand, Wrathion was kind of sprinkled through multiple expansions, and he was kind of prophesizing something about dragons or something like that. And I think that they just needed something like that, a bridge between some of the expansions. Maybe Brand's Bronzebeard is looking over a map of the ocean, and he's like, man, I think there's something out there, or something, anything that would kind of, because it just came out of nowhere. And
can I just say something on that?
Reiterating the point, but Kata was so on a low point. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, on that, I just want to say, you invoked the name of Wrathion, and I just want to say, for me personally, I know how you guys feel about this, and I know there's a lot of fucking retail people who will disagree with me greatly on this point, but in seeing what I've seen of Wrathion, particularly through Dragonflight and whatnot, it's it really invokes the stop trying to make Fetch a thing. Stop trying to make Wrathion a thing. Wrathion just does not do it for me in any way, shape, or form.
He sucks.
They're really trying to make him the coolest cat, on the fucking block, and it's just not hitting for me.
I don't know about I just know that he was kind of dropped in I think he first appeared in MoP, right? And he didn't do anything necessarily. He had some kind of point in the legendary cloak quest. But as far as the grander narrative, I don't think that he was used, but it seemed like they were setting him up for another phase. So I was just using that as an example. They needed some kind of bridging character or connection between Cataclysm and MoP before it launched. Because I think that just just speaking from my personal perspective, I was disappointed when they showed Cataclysm. I was like, this is lame. This is lame as fuck. I'm not interested in any of this. I don't care about Azeroth being reformed. I don't really care about Deathwing. He's a cool dragon, but I don't know anything about him. So I was just really off the train at that point. I still loved the game because it's World of Warcraft and you just don't get that play experience anywhere else. But the lore connections and the world building and stuff like that, it doesn't really all adhere you to place. It keeps you kind of more invested. So I think that they were just, I don't know, they really just should have made I know that they don't like making RTSs, and I know that they can make a fucking shop item that generates more money than an entire RTS will do if they make it. But if they would just make a Warcraft 4 to secure more players in the next WoW expansions, they could do a really cool thing that sets up the next 3 WoW expansions like they did with original WoW, that might be worth the development costs. You know.
Is
I
it
don't-
worth
I
is
don't
it
know
worth
how to-
the risk or the cost if you make it and it doesn't hit, and like the irreparable damage to your fucking reputation as a company because you went for the sequel that whiffed that everyone had been waiting for 20 years? Is it not safer to never make that sequel? What do you think?
Old Blizzard would cancel games and, you know, mid-development or towards the end of development if they thought it was going to be a bad game. You know, StarCraft Ghosts.
So
there was the
they're still
Project
canceling
Titan
games.
and
They
all that.
cancelled their fucking survival game mid development.
Yeah. Yeah, and they...
Look, let me
just
say this.
cancel it,
Let me say
outright.
this one thing, and then I want to pick up a bit on what DC Green was just saying about Kata and throw it over to Double. All I'll say on sort of finishing up on that. What was I going to say? Oh, that's right. I was just going to make a dumb joke. I was going to say to Hunk, like every time I look at Rathion, I think of Prince. Is that weird?
He is 100%
No, he
his
definitely
aesthetic
evokes-
is Prince.
Yeah.
Purple Rain.
Oh, 100%. Anyway, Double, let me throw it to you just on this larger point that DC Green's inadvertently brought up. Cataclysm Classic is coming to a close in the next couple, 2 to 3 months. I, on this show, was skeptical of Cataclysm Classic, and I had a dig at content creators who, like, I don't begrudge content creators for the most part for having to keep, the hype going on this classic franchise when their fucking living depends on it. You know what I mean? They don't want people to stop watching their channels because the games get shitter, and they don't want to come out and make a video and go, actually, Cataclysm sucks, none of you should play it, it's where Warcraft fell apart, blah, 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 like, I'm out. Because they literally, like, make a living through content, so they can't do that. So sometimes they might say things that they don't necessarily mean in order to drive traffic. But what I'm getting at is, I was critical of content surrounding the Cataclysm release, going, hang on. Everyone on YouTube wants, and everyone on Twitch wants me to now believe that they've turned around on Cataclysm after we all agreed for 15 fucking years that this was not a great expansion. Now everyone's doing the revisionist history and saying, actually, we've been so wrong for the last 15 years and it was a great expansion. Like Marty McFly said with Johnny B. Good, we just weren't ready for it yet. I was critical of that, saying I'm detecting a whiff of bullshit with all this stuff, and I think that when people say Kata's going to be good, they're just doing it to sell. Now that I've played Cataclysm particularly heavily over the last 3 months, but in drips and drabs over the last year, I'm prepared to say I'll flip on myself. Like, I'll look back in the rearview mirror now on Cataclysm Classic and say, fuck, Cataclysm, in my opinion, was actually quite good. And I'll sort of throw an uppercut to myself for calling people out a year or so ago who were trying to say it was good, and I was like, oh, you're just full of shit, you just want people to watch your content. I think when we do the big final review on Cataclysm, which, fuck, we could do a mini review right now, I'm genuinely giving it the thumbs up, and I never thought I would say that. How do you feel about Kata now having done it again, Double?
I think that in terms of like class design, I think it's really good. In terms of like, I mostly play the game for rating, right? If you mostly play the game for rating, I think Cataclysm is really good. I think it's like I was saying before, where the game becomes more and more just a collection of like discontiguous mini games. And so if you're the kind of player that likes one or more of those mini games, there's always something good in a WoW expansion for you to dig your claws into, you know? And I think that especially if you're a healer, I think Cataclysm is like, again, one of the peak expansions in terms of just rating. So yeah, I always like, you kind of have to take a more nuanced view in terms of the quality of WoW expansions, where like there's a lot of emotions involved, and there's a lot of like hindsight and nostalgia and stuff like that goes into it. And I do think that the general sentiment that WoW has like kind of declined as time has gone on since Wrath is true, but I do think that there's there's always those little nuggets of content that if you do really like raiding or 5-man content or PvP, you can always find it. You can always have a really good time in any expansion, in my view. Even retail, like I dabble in retail some, and there's aspects of retail that are really really well designed and really fun. It's just that it's just everything else about the game I despise.
Yeah.
But those few things I do enjoy, I really enjoy it. And I think Cataclysm is like that, where like there's certain aspects of it that are not that are worse than previous expansions, but the parts of it that are good are I think really good.
Let me throw this in, and this is for everyone. John, fuck, I might even throw it to you after I say this because I think you'd have an interesting take on this one. But I've got a hypothesis on why Cataclysm got the hate back in the day and then got the hate again when Cataclysm Classic was rolling around. And it's a very, very simple point. The problem is not the content per se. I think, if you listen to what Double just said, we all know that most people play WoW for the PvE and the raiding. So Double said the raiding is fantastic in Cata. Great. Thumbs up on probably the biggest point of WoW for most people.
Except Firelands.
Except for Firelands. Okay. Except for Firelands. The PvP community, as small as we all realize that now,
I like Ragnaros.
The PvP in Cata is overwhelmingly viewed positive in public perception, in my opinion. I read a lot about the World of Warcraft guys. The vast majority of feedback that people provide on the subreddit and on forums is positive towards Cata PvP, to the point that my interpretation is that PvPers seem to enjoy Cata PvP more than TBC or Wrath PvP. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's just the vibe I get. And then the general consensus is it only gets better in MoP, PvP-wise. Great. Okay, fantastic. So let me get this straight. The rating is good. The PvP is good. So why did everyone dunk on Cata? Well, I mean, I quit in Cata back in the day, and I think I know why. And so why did everyone shit on Cata 15 years ago? And why did everyone dunk on it, again, including me, 15 years later when Cata Classic came out? I'll fucking tell you why. And sorry, John, this is more of a statement than a question, but I'm going to get you to respond once I'm done. It's because Cataclysm quite clearly represents the line in the sand between modern and classic MMO gaming. It is where you look at as... I know TBC was technically the end of Classic because obviously each expansion involves new features that progressively turn the game more modern. But Cataclysm really was you are now clearly playing a different kind of MMO. You've got Dungeon Finder. You've got LFR came in 15 years ago, even though it's not a part of Classic. You've got, being able to just port into PvP battlegrounds and things like that. People sitting around in cities. You've got the lobby room game style starting to seep in. Eye level became the chase that you were doing now. The flavor of the MMO blatantly made that leap from retro to modern, right? People had to make a decision then. Do I like where this genre is going or not? And a lot of people said nay. I want classic/vanilla style old school MMOs. Cata is a fringe too far. And they remembered that 15 years later when Cata Classic came out. And they said, this game is shit. You're all fucking idiots for enjoying it. Oh my God, imagine not just playing vanilla TBC or Wrath. You're all fucking losers. The game isn't the problem. It's a preference issue in terms of modern versus old school. That's it. That's my very crude summary of why people feel this way about Cata. I've had my mind changed on Cata because if you're in the least bit retail curious, you will love Cata. You will love MoP because they're more modern games. If you fucking loathe retail because for whatever reason I'm sick of trying to talk people around on modern MMOs, then just so be it. You're stuck in your ways. You will never like anything forward from Cata. John, do you think I've got a point or not?
I mean, kind of. I think that not to sound like, but I think part of the reason why Vanilla and Wrath in particular are so popular is because those are by far the easiest and most accessible raids, to where anybody can feel like I'm doing the hardest, most difficult content that the game is allowing me to do, or that the game is willing to offer, and that feels good.
Oh, this is a
And
fair
then they,
point.
yeah, and then they start to get into where there's more mechanics. Everybody has to pay attention.
Yes.
Everybody has to know how all of that works.
Yep.
And it's just not as much fun anymore.
Great point. A large chunk of the player base does really not like to be challenged in raids.
It also breaks up friend groups and social groups. Like if you go into a raid and all of a sudden you can't carry your like 5 good friends who are funny and awesome to have around, but they're maybe not the greatest players.
Yeah.
That's that causes people to quit the game. Even if you aren't one of those people, if you are forced to say we either can't do heroic and get the best gear, or or we have to kick these people out of the raid that we really like playing. Like so stuff like that is when the game is easier, I think it's more popular.
Oh, 100%. It's
Good point.
inarguable. 100%. Vestige, our old mate, has dropped in. Mates, have I said something that made you want to comment?
Yeah, so the whole looking back and things on Kata and saying, hey, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought. That's true to a point. The main reason I think that people back in, when it really released, why we had such issues with it, it was so many changes so quickly. From going with new UI elements, going with new resource management for some specs, messing with the old world, the whole heroics being very hard. It was just a lot of changes to the community so quickly that I think it just really turned a lot of the old people off.
Yeah.
And some of us, it was just like, hey, man, we've been playing this game for so long, we were just kind of done. It was a good time to be like, hey, let's just set it aside and come back later, do whatever. So it really marked, like you said, an end of one phase to another. But now going back into it, people are expecting those changes. We knew what happened. We said, hey, we know what to expect with everything that's going to happen in Cataclysm Classic. So going into it, it wasn't a surprise. It wasn't going to be you're not going to know what's going to happen. We knew what was going to happen. And so therefore people were like, oh, I kind of like this. Oh, okay, I'm expecting this. And so it felt more wading into the pool than it was the cannonball that the original Cataclysm was.
Fair enough. No, completely agree. Completely agree. This time around, we were ready for it. Maybe more people were open to the concept now that they knew it was coming. But it was definitely whiplash back in the day, because it's like it probably felt like I felt like I was playing a different game. That's why I quit Kata early on back in the day. Hunk, did my rant resonate with you or not?
Oh, yeah, certainly did. One of my first experiences going into Kata, and I spoke earlier about how you went from, as a healer, being able to hard carry pretty much whoever was in your group through most content, if you knew the content, to in Kata. I remember being in Lost City of Tolvir, I think it was. It was like my first heroic dungeon, and just getting absolutely chewed out for not keeping people alive. And I was like, these people are standing in puddles of things like they would have in Wrath. And I just
everybody forgot how to CC.
Yeah, I just couldn't heal through it. And I was getting chewed out. Healer, you suck. Why aren't you healing? I'm like, mate, I just can't. Like, I physically don't have the abilities to do it. It was really jarring. And it was kind of like, at the time, like really disheartening for me. I was like, oh, well, I'm just going to get abused and there's nothing I can do. And I think a lot of people.
That's the exact same thing. Yeah, that's the exact same thing that happened to me. I was a holy priest going into Kata, and I remember having to do the 5-man random heroics. I think you had to do them for an item or something or whatever it was to get the best rewards. You had to do the random. Yeah, you had to do the random dungeon, and I just remember doing them and just hating every aspect of my moment in there. Fighting with people who didn't know how to do it, and I was just like, I'm not having fun anymore. Like, this is absolutely, like, I'm dreading this, because I felt obligated. I had to do it every single day. Yeah. And it just felt like a chore, and I wanted to scratch my eyeballs out. And I just couldn't do it. It's just one of the main reasons I quit.
Yeah, me too. I quit until I came back to about sort of like after the first tier, a little bit into Firelands. And
So-
it settled a bit, but like at that first, it was honestly, it was a complete nightmare. It was, yeah.
So, Hunk, hearing what I said, I mean, I know why I now am open to Cata, because I hated it back in the day because I was a classic gamer who couldn't handle, like Vestige said, the whiplash of the change in the game. This time around, I was ready for it, and I've been bled into modern MMOs through Final Fantasy XIV and through, more recently, Retail WoW. I am now not only open to that style of MMO, I embrace it and actually really like it. I like the go, go, go and the high pressure and the fucking push, push, push. You've played Cata the whole fucking time, Hunk. You've played it more than me. No, you raid log. I've probably played more than you, but I've not done a single raid, and you've raid logged every week of Cata.
I love raid logging. It's the best.
Yes. Does Cata Classic get the thumbs up or thumbs down from you in review now?
Definitely a thumbs up. I've had a really good time. I mean, Firelands was a little tedious, but I love Ragnaros. I think that's a great fight. Yeah, I don't know. Like, going into it knowing what to expect, well, I think made it a lot easier to get into. I got into it more than I thought I did. I barely played Wrath Classic. I didn't really get into Wrath Classic. But here I am in Cata. It's the final tier, and I'm still here.
I feel the same way about Cata that I do about SOD. Double, I'll throw this one to you, and DC might actually want to say something about this. But I'm just like, look, it's very hard to say this because you don't like what you don't like. I can't dunk on people for not liking what they don't like. If someone doesn't like chocolate and I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, eat chocolate, they're like, no, I don't like it. Like, it's just the way people are. That's fine. If you don't like modern MMOs, as long as you've got decent reasoning behind it, then sure, we all have personal tastes. That's fine. But I'm just like, if you play games for the fucking gameplay, and I would like to think you play MMOs for the gameplay. And I'm like, these classes and the specs and the way they play form the large percentage of the gameplay in the game. The Cata classes are so fucking good. They're not perfect. They get even better in MoP when more of the kinks are ironed out. Double, I'm sure you've said that throughout the pod, and I agree with. But they're pretty fucking good in Cata. And I get the same impression that I do about SOD, where, like, the classes are so fucking good in SOD, every single one of them. Let the sweaties and the 1%ers argue about, actually, my fucking disc priest is dog shit because this heal does 1.5% less than this heal. And I don't give a fuck about that. The gameplay is fun for every fucking spec. And that's how you get a good game, is nail the classes first, worry about everything else later. And I think Cata did that. And I hear people double saying, oh, fuck Cata and fuck SOD. And I'm like, cunt, did you even fucking play it? Have you played it recently? Because I guarantee if you tried one of these classes, you might start to feel a bit differently. Double, then DC. How do you feel when I say that?
Yeah, I really agree about the class thing. I think that a lot of the anger, though, like, I think before Classic actually came out and people had the opportunity to just choose to play vanilla or choose to play TBC or choose to play retail, I think a lot of the anger was just like, if you look at retail or even Cata versus something like vanilla, it's very apples to oranges. Like, they're barely the same genre of game. And the reason why a lot of like vanilla heads love vanilla is for very different reasons than that, like, the classes feel good to play. It's like an RPG thing. And I think that before Classic existed, people were angry that, like, you took their apple and you replaced it with an orange and said, like, if you don't like this orange, fuck you. I'm throwing the apple away and you can never play it again. And that caused a lot of, like, resentment among people. But now that you can just, like, if you're mad at SOD or retail, like, you could just go play vanilla and you can have fun playing the game that you like. So what's the problem? So I think that's reduced a lot of the anger. And I think a lot of that, like, over time, you just kind of realize, like, oh, these are just completely different types of games and you can enjoy them in different ways. And I think that's a lot of the reduction of the, like, oh, I hated Cataclysm back in the day because it changed the game so much. Well, now you could just choose to play which version of the game you like. and you can take the things you like from each version of the game. And I think Sod's interesting in that it's kind of melding the two. It's attempting to meld the two by taking like the kind of the feeling of vanilla and adding a little bit more of the retail style or Kata style class design, which I think it remains to be seen whether or not that'll be successful. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I think it's a really good idea to experiment with that. So it's all positive. I don't understand why people would be angry about that at this point. I can understand it back in the day, like, you know, if you went from vanilla to Wrath and then you got Kata, it's kind of a bait and switch. And you can't go back to playing the old game because it was deleted. You know what I mean? Like so it was, you know, I can see why there's some emotion there.
100%. DC, I know you're raring to go on this one because when I started talking classes, I could hear you fucking get excited. Mate, I know you don't play Kata, but like you would understand.
No, I got some comments though.
Yeah, you would understand what I'm saying. Where like I truly feel the Kata and Sod classes are much like much more similar than people realize. Like I feel like I'm sort of playing a bit of Kata when I play Sod, and I feel like I'm sort of playing a bit of Sod when I play Kata, if that makes sense. Like the classes feel really, really similar. And I'm just like, and you've said this before on the show, screaming at people like, stop fucking shitting on Sod because you quit in phase 2. Get off your fucking ass and play these classes now that they're fully formed and tell me you're having a bad time. I fucking double dare you.
Yeah, I think Sod's got like a little bit more of a unique aspect of that. I won't dwell on it too long because I do want to talk about Kata, but I think that you got really rewarded for staying through Sod the entire time because every phase your class changed because you got new runes. So especially now, like when you're playing things, you know, now in phase 7 when like all the kinks have kind of been ironed out and things have been buffed and nerfed, like the classes are in a really good place. But so I personally, for me, I quit in Cataclysm too, and the reason is because like I'm a very like all in kind of person. Like I have a very like addictive personality, and Kata was the first expansion where I felt like I can't spend all my time in the game. Like my most vivid memories of Cataclysm are staring at the rooftops of Old Town from my mount, because you just sit in Stormwind all day and just like wait for like a queue to pop, or you just be like waiting to figure out that like you're wasting your time and you're going to log off. And there was a Reddit thread like a couple weeks ago about people reviewing Cataclysm, and I decided to look because I was also curious, like what is kind of the like hindsight 2020 now review of Cataclysm now that we've done it again. And the most common sentiment that I saw, which totally resonated with me, was that it's a great expansion if you loved a raid log. Like if you like just playing your character like 4 to 6 hours a week, then like Cataclysm is a great expansion. It's got great content for those 6 hours that you're playing. But if you're looking to like be online doing stuff all the time, it doesn't really have anything for you. And I think a big part of that was because they destroyed the old world. So you couldn't kind of like do like, there weren't just those like, little things to do that like used to always be there. They kind of got removed and like replaced with something else. And then I think that we kind of got into the more, like you said, the kind of a little bit more like modern / retail sentiments where I think that there was like more catch-up gear and stuff like that. So you didn't feel like you got like left behind or something like that, which kind of like takes content off the table in a way. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I remember about it the most was like I played it. I'm like a very like I like being on my character all the time. I always like having something to do. And I will say that like, you know, with Sod, you know, because that's what I play now, I will say that that's kind of like we've gotten to the point where like kind of in Sod I'm like mostly raid logging, but like I've been playing it for over a year now and I've kind of like done everything. And like this also like piggybacks like last time when you were like surprised that I don't have any alts. That's kind of like another reason I don't like alts is because like I have to now go do like all the shit again that I've already done on like one character, and there's just like so much stuff to do. So when I think about like getting my paladin just like geared to do stuff, I'm like, oh my god, I have to get exalted with like all these reputations and I have to do like these dungeons for like these really specific things, and like I don't want to carry around like multiple sets of gear because I want to play a healer, but I'm gonna have to get like a good sword and shit to like go do solo. Like I just don't want to deal with stuff like that, so that doesn't really like appeal to me. But yeah, that's what I remember about Kata was like, if you were just like content with like logging on doing the raids were cool. We got to go back to like Blackwing Lair. And Nefarian was doing some like weird necro shit with like Onyxia. That was neat. There was like the Throne of the Tides. There was like the Cho'Gall one. And then like, yeah, and then I totally skipped out on the Firelands one, which seemed like the coolest out of the 4 of those. And then I didn't hear really great things about like the Deathwing raid. But yeah, so I think that was just kind of it. And then like combined with like, everyone else in here has made like really great, I mostly agree with, where it's like, it was a big shift from the old game. Again, as I mentioned, they like changed the world as well. So they kind of took that with them. That went baby with the bathwater as well, the whole old world. And I can't really relate to the classes either, because like when I played Cataclysm, I decided to level a fresh tune because they redid the whole world,
Yeah,
so I like leveled
the
Warlock,
the
which I
one
never
mistake
played
on this
before.
point that you're about to make, I just want to say, the one mistake they've made with Kata, even though they tried to smooth this out, they did try to make classes feel more engaging at lower levels by giving you more meaningful abilities early on. The problem is, this is a weird thing to say, they didn't give you enough. There are too many classes with like literally 2-button rotations up until like level 20, and it's fucking bullshit.
I kind of think that's okay and kind of to relate that to my previous point about SOD, how they kind of drip fed you your whole kit. It when you get an upgrade, it feels great if you were like stuck in a long period of time where you didn't have access to that power, right? So if you're playing a phase for 3 months and then you get a new phase and there's like 3 new buttons that you get and it changes like completely, it feels way better than if that had happened within the span of hours or days because like you hit a new level bracket.
I'll come back to this. Let me jump in. Sorry, go Double.
I think that power progression is really important. The problem with Kata power progression is that like you're OP the whole time. So your 2-button rotation is one-shotting mobs. It's just one-shotting mobs in a way that's really boring. Whereas like in the previous versions of the game, you were super weak. And every time you got a new ability, even if it was like kind of a crappy ability, you'd still like desperately search for ways to use it that would make you feel a little bit more powerful, and it like felt good, right? And then when you got those like keystone talents like Moral Strike or whatever, you got this big boost and it was like felt amazing. Whereas like in Kata, you're just you get your 2 buttons and then you have nothing for 10 levels and you're still 2-shotting mobs, and it just doesn't feel, you don't feel the progression. And then when you get the abilities, you're just like, why didn't I have this all along?
Yeah.
I think
it's like a completely different design. And it took them a long time to work out how to make leveling progression feel good again, and I don't think they ever really did it.
Yeah, I think that might be like a system of like modern gaming sensibilities. Like nobody wants to go from rags to riches. Everyone wants to go from riches to richeser. And I think that there's a lot of enjoyment to be had in that struggle. Like gaming is about the journey. It's about like being able to do stuff that you weren't able to do before because you put in the time.
I
and
agree
you've
with
learned
that.
the things.
You're right. My thing, DC, is, and this might seem to be pedantic or a brutish take, but my thing is like I am an advocate of character growth and starting from nothing like you do in Classic. I'm just sort of like in Kata, in the more modern game, I don't particularly like spending the first 15 hours, which is a bit of time, with like literally pressing 2 or 3 buttons.
Well, it's like I was saying before with the apples to oranges thing. Like the old game is more of an RPG where your character is a character in the world, and you use them to experience the world, and it's sort of like more of a simulation, right? Where you start out as like a noob loser, and it takes you millions of years to get to a place where you can be powerful and you can kill like a boulder 2 hits or whatever. Whereas in the new game, your character isn't like a character in the world. It's just your character is a means of experiencing fun gameplay mechanics, which are like your class design, and how that interacts with a raid or dungeon. So your character is no longer like this thing that progresses and grows in power and experiences the world. It's literally just like all that leveling stuff is like vestigial. And you can see that in the most extreme in retail, where you can level in like 2 hours, or you can just pay to skip it. And the whole power progression is getting eye level and learning how to interact with your class mechanics in a way to like do harder content. That's the progression, as opposed to like, gaining your abilities over time and exploring the world and leveling up.
Let me jump in here, DC. I got to put this one to rest just because I want to throw it to this person. Fucking,
but it relates to what you said.
Oh, sorry. Go on, knock it off.
Really quickly. Like I think Zug made some really great points and touched on really closely like what I'm about to say. but I think that it's okay that your character is a little flat in the first couple levels, because like what you said, Josh, comes from like a really like I've played this game before perspective.
Yeah.
So the nice thing about your character being kind of uncomplex in the beginning is that you're not just learning how to kill mobs. You're learning everything about the game. You're learning like the locations that you're in. You're learning about major cities. You're learning about like class trainers, professions. There's so much to digest in the first 20 hours that I think inundating the player with like a 3-button rotation when the mobs that you're fighting are literally just white attacking you. They're not even using abilities. Like I think that's a little crazy. And I think that's something that's been like lost in the sauce over the years is like we treat everyone like they've played this game before, so let's just on-ramp them to the good shit. And it's like there's so much value to be extracted in like learning a new experience. Like I'm sure that like as we've all gotten older, like we abhor like learning new stuff because it's such like an anxiety-inducing like chore and stuff like that. But like when you finally put those things aside and you kind of muster up the energy to do it and you really get in that headspace of like I'm going to focus and learn this, it's so fucking rewarding when you do really get like the hang of things. And so I feel like that's something that kind of has been lost.
That's spot on, and that's exactly why I'm not a game dev. You hit the nail on the head. I'm speaking as someone who's going to go off and fire up his 65th alt, straight after this. So you're the one in the right. Hunk, I'll just direct your attention to a certain piece of shit that's joined the chat. Probably not the one you're thinking of, the other one that the fucking cat dragged in over here all the way from the Sutherland Shire. Mr. Ubiquitous, the prodigal son.
Hello, how you going?
Good, mate. Let me turn you right up. How are you?
Yeah, I'm well. I'm dandy.
Remember us?
Unfortunately, yes. Still feel far too familiar with all of you.
How you been, mate? What's news? You've been fucking gaming. You've got like mega godly diamond status on Dota or something, didn't you?
Yeah, the MMR treadmill got me hooked since about New Year's. So I've been hustling away on that, and then I reached Immortal, and immediately all motivation to play ceased automatically as soon as I acquired it.
You climbed Everest.
Since, but, no, it's fun to go play games that don't involve having Filipinos yell at me and call me a dog every game. So
I see. There you go.
You're playing Rust, have you, mate?
So, mate, what's next on the gaming agenda for Old Ubiquitous? I can see, and you've said you can tell that like you're considering a comeback to WoW when you start to show your fucking slimy face around the Discord again, and you start asking a question here or there. Oh, what's going on in old sod these days? Oh, what's all this MoP conversation? What's happening? What are you doing, mate?
I'm on retail right now, and I don't know, it's kind of fun, but I'm just trying to catch up and do the storyline. I'm a full numpty. Like, all my guildies are like, yeah, we'll just carry you through like a bunch of mythics, and it's like I'm just being a casual jabroni doing quests that I already did on my priest. So
what?
No, I'm just chilling. It genuinely feels like a gaming holiday after the Dota 2 grind.
So where are you at with Classic at the moment? Are you gonna stick your fucking head into sod for this Scarlet raid or what?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's just I feel bad. Mandalore and his boys.
Oh, they ditched you.
Took me in before Christmas, and then I got lost in festive season and kind of just stopped playing WoW.
That's right, you ditched them.
But, yeah, I kind of just faded away. And then, but I might I don't know. Maybe I'll just watch it from the sidelines. I'll probably watch that bastard Arcos stream it. I'm sure he will be out there streaming it.
Speaking of pieces of shit, he's got to be number one. We'll watch him. We'll have to do a watch party and cheer our boy on.
I gave him my Twitch Prime that's been going wasted for like 5 months, and then I watched 7 seconds of his stream and then
Don't give it to him. The cunt turns on his stream and fucking walks away from his computer for 3 hours. Oh my god. Anyway, and what else, mate? Are you going to be fucking mopping the floor with us or what in a few months?
I'm pretty interested in playing MoP. I played it first time round and it was pretty fun. Like, and I don't like Kata. I was hearing DC Green talk earlier how Kata's kind of just a 3 hour a 3 hour a week game. Like you just rock up for the weekly raid night and just do that, and then you don't have anything else to do. So I'm not a huge fan of that. But I mean, maybe MoP will be the same. But I remember MoP PvP being really good.
Mate, I think
Arena being good.
I'm loving Kata PvP, and like I said, if MoP PvP only gets better, then I'm gonna be like a pig in shit. I've been doing Battlegrounds this week in Kata and been having a great time. May have cheekily swapped over to Alliance because the Horde experience is a fucking nightmare. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Yeah, mate, there's a battleground with, you, me, and Marcus's name on it in MoP Ubiquitous.
I can see that happening. Do we even have an Australian server that's alive in Kata?
Hunk plays on it, I don't.
I'm
We do,
assuming,
we do.
like, Aragorn is unkillable, surely.
Aragorn, okay, so here's the thing. Sorry, you Americans, you got to listen to this for 1 second. This will take 2 minutes. Aragorn is a thing. Aragorn is fine. Go and play. I'm not shitting on Aragorn. Aragorn is a great populated server.
You better not be shitting
No,
on
I'm not. Go play on Aragorn. It's a great populated server
Good,
if you want to
you
play
better not
MoP.
be.
The problem with Aragorn is Blizzard's problem. And I was saying to Hunk last night, I've been very close to, I really don't say shit to Agrend, but I've been very close to sliding into his DMs and just saying, look, mate, again, I don't even fucking play on the Australian servers, but like I feel like I need to help out the boys because if I was on this server, I'd be livid about this and it affects my decision in deciding to play on an Australian server or not. Why to this day the Aussie server is not in the same RDF pool as NA is beyond like belief. The fact that they purely, my understanding is they only queue with Australians. That's it. They've got the small 5,000 player pool of Australians to queue RDF with. And I don't believe it's like if you've been waiting a really long time, then we'll throw you into the NA queue. I don't think that's the case. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think they just have to sit there and wait for Australians. Whereas NA, all their realms are connected. You jump in RDF, mate, I'm getting queues pop in a minute at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning US time because there's fucking 30, 40,000 pricks that you're queuing up with from the pool. It's great. Why am I electing, and it's only RDF. PvP, they pull them with the Americans, but not PvE RDF. So I'm like, why am I hamstringing my wait times for an RDF queue by playing in Australia? Fuck it. I'll just play with the fucking lag. I don't give a fuck. Because I love RDF. Sorry, Double?
What kind of ping do you get from Australia?
I get, on the West Coast server,
180.
I get 177.
So that's like private
It's
server
playable.
ping.
It's
That's
totally
not too
playable.
bad.
Yeah.
It's more than playable. It's fine. I barely notice it.
They're so used to it they don't even know.
I think, is MoP even classic anymore? Surely it's close enough to retail that we get the retail benefits where, like, you can just play with essentially anyone. And if you happen to join NA boys, then you just play with NA ping and then you go back to being Aussie ping again. It's the dream that we've spoken about.
That's one
but don't need to
change
happen.
they absolutely need to make is either do big server merges or like fully cross realm, cross faction. Because if they don't do that, a lot of servers are going to die. In
Yeah.
MoP.
This is
Yeah, I don't want to beat this horse again because we've spoken
No,
about
we
it
don't need to.
before. But the retail has it. I don't understand how you can't get the technology up a flight of stairs to the classic level, but whatever.
It is legit. Like I'll say, DC Green, mate, this is your moment. You've heard me defend Blizzard from unjust attacks many a time. This is, when if anyone's like, Josh is a shill, Josh never criticizes Blizzard. Fucking here we are. Agrend and the classic team, give yourselves a fucking uppercut. Why the fuck are Oceanic servers not connected to the NA RDF system? It is beyond a joke. It makes no sense. It's one of the dafter decisions you guys have stuck to your guns with over the last year, and there better be a fucking good technology reason as to why it's the case. Otherwise, it just makes no sense. There you go, DC.
Amen.
Jeez. All right. Anyway, now that I've teased Ubiquitous enough, Ubi, is there anything you need to say before I throw it back to the adult conversation?
No, not at all. I'm just shocked it was still going. I was here listening when Joardee was here. I left with the dog, had breakfast, went and had a beer for lunch, and I've come back and I could still hear you fucking yelling in my headset. So that's why I came back.
That sounds...
I thought it would be over by now.
That sounds like me. So, my fucking nephew's in the crowd now. I have to say something real quick before I bring it back to Double to finish off this chat. Justin, I was about to text you last night and say, righto, prick, what's Nathan's tips for the Broncos game? And I think Hunk and or Patricia pulled me up and said, I think it was Patricia, said, can you just fucking subscribe to his Patreon rather than asking the prick for free tips every week? And I was like, oh, it's only once or twice, but she did have a point, so maybe I will just have to fucking sign up to the Patreon.
Point being related to someone if you can't get free shit.
Well, that was legit my argument. I was like, here he is. This is a fair question. Justin, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. I'm actually saying this only partially tongue in cheek because I think Hunk raises a good point. You gave me grief for leeching Nathan's tips for free. Patricia has given me grief for leeching Nathan's footy tips for free. What is the fucking point of being related to someone if you don't get... No, seriously, what's the point of being the prick's uncle if I don't get a freebie
but I'm
here
just
and
saying,
there?
why are you coming to me? Why didn't you go to the source?
Because he's
more than happy
fucking
to text
busy.
you.
He hasn't responded. He's left me on red for months.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
For a
him and
reason.
everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't blame the guy.
No, Justin, you're stupid enough to respond to me, Justin. You're digging your hole even deeper. Fucking hell.
That is fair enough.
Did he hit anything on the Broncos last night or not?
Give me a second to
Oh,
still.
here
I
we
didn't.
go.
I was out at a work event.
Oh,
but
don't
degenerate
pretend.
gamblers.
Don't
I
pretend.
did win on the. You'll love this one, Josh. I won on the Titans game. Draw at halftime into the Titans, paying $26.
That's gross.
Won $400.
You're a degenerate. That's gross.
I'm a degenerate.
Fucking hell.
Let's see what Nathan hit.
Anyway, you look that up. Let me sit on that for a second. Double, I'm so sorry. We're about to get into the more casual part of the conversation. Let me finish up the serious WoW chat.
This isn't the more casual part of the conversation.
yeah.
This circle jerk.
The circle jerk is imminent, believe me. And Double, you're more than welcome to stay around for when we start being fucking idiots. But the last professional portion of the podcast, I'm just going to say, mate, You've done such a phenomenal job of talking over healing in MoP and summarizing it and getting people excited for it. Mate, I think you mentioned earlier, but we have one more time. Have we locked it in? What are you maining?
Well, Lightwater, who's like a good friend of mine, a really good healer who I played with for years, I basically told him, like, you can play Resto Shaman or Disc, and I'll just play the other one.
Okay. All right. So what are you leaning towards?
He's on Disc main, and I think I'm going to be Resto Shaman main.
All right. All right.
To just really, like, as a end off summary here, I can just go through a real quick, like, clickbait.
Yeah, do it. No, do the clickiest of baits.
All right, awesome. So basically, I'll do like meta, and then I'll do fun.
Yeah.
So meta, I think Resto Shaman and Disc Priest are like in a league of their own. Disc Priest does really good healing, has really good cooldowns, really good coverage, and it also brings a whole bunch of free damage, like really high damage. Resto Shaman doesn't do as much damage, but it just does insane healing throughput. It's really broken. It just does way more healing than every other healer. It has insane cooldowns. It has a lot of different types of cooldowns, and it can do every kind of healing. So both of those are like S+ tier. Next, I think that Mistweaver, Resto Druid, and Holy Priest are all pretty even in terms of like solidly A tier. They're like a bit lower than the other two. But all the healers are viable and playable. Mistweaver does a lot of damage, which is nice. That makes it a lot easier to bring, and you're not giving up as much over like a Disc Priest. It's also a good way of soaking leather caster gear, which, you know, might go to DE. So if you're a more progression-focused guild, you could bring something like a Mistweaver or a Resto Druid as a 5th healer to soak gear there and not have to DE so much stuff. I think Holy Paladin, or actually Holy Priest first. Holy Priest is a little bit sleeper. I think it can do really good throughput, but it suffers from the same thing as in Kata, where it, you know, Disc is also on Priest, so why wouldn't you just play Disc? Disc is also very stackable in MoP. You can bring 2 Disc Priests, 3 Disc Priests, doesn't really matter. Whereas in Kata, every other Disc Priest you bring, it gets a lot worse. So that's Holy Priest. Lastly, Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin is, I think, a little bit worse than all the other healers. But it is still powerful. It has good cooldowns, good externals. You get double hand sack, double bop in MoP, which is really nice. You still have your Aura Mastery. You still have You're still super tanky, but you just do a little bit less throughput than other healers. But like in a 10-man environment or as like that 5th healer slot, Holy Paladin's just fine. It's also, you know, pretty fun. So that's the tier list for meta for fun. I think Mistweaver is really up there in like the S tier for fun. It's pretty complicated. It's kind of like Disc Priest and Holy Paladin and Resto Druid stapled together, where you have some melee stuff, you have some smart healing with damage, you have some hot stuff that your hots are spreading out, and your ramp healing. So it's pretty cool. I think it's a really fun spec. I think if you really like the hot style healers, like Holy Priest and Resto Druid, you're still going to really like those. I think those are like A tier fun. If you like that playstyle, they might be S tier for you. I think Resto Shaman is, it's kind of simple, but there's a lot of like the floor is really low. So I think it's easy to play at like 80%, but there's a lot of little things you can do to min-max. So I think that's like, you know, A tier fun. I don't think there's anything that's like below A tier fun. I think it's kind of just like Mistweaver is S and everything else is A. Holy Paladin, again, there's a couple of different playstyles you can do there. So there's a little bit of extra flavor with like swapping your talents around. You can be more of a melee holy power focused healer, or you can be more of a hot caster focused healer. And what did I miss there? So Holy Priest, Resto Druid, those are hots. What did I not mention? I think I mentioned everything. Hopefully I mentioned everything. Disc Priest. I think Disc Priest, if you like Atonement style and Kata, Disc Priest is S. If you don't like the Atonement style healing, it might be bumped down a little bit for you, because Disc Priest in MoP is very focused on that damage to healing.
And just on that, is it the case that, I know you said Atonement is buffed, but are there spells actually hitting harder? Like, are you doing more damage?
You do, yeah. So in Kata, the way Atonement works is you sacrifice quite a lot of healing throughput for that Atonement damage.
Right.
So you're doing like 30-40% of a DPS, but you are also losing 30 or 40% of your HPS over like someone who's just hard spamming Prayer of Healing and doing a bunch of like just blasting, right? So in MoP, it's very different. Like the math there is just swap, where like all the damage is basically free, and you're just spamming Atonement, and your Atonement is hitting a lot harder, and it has a bigger AoE. And also the way that crit scaling and mastery scaling works in MoP means that your Atonement is a lot more powerful, and it scales a lot better with your secondary stats.
But are you
And it
still
also
doing
generates a
about
lot more
30%, that 30% mark of the DPS is DPS?
You do more damage, and you do almost all of your healing, because a lot of your healing is coming from like your 90 talents and like some Spirit Shell here and there and your Divine Aegis. And in MoP, Atonement generates a lot more Divine Aegis just because of how they change the crit scaling with it. It's sort of a complicated math thing, but needless to say, you're going to be doing crazy damage, and it's almost entirely free.
Okay.
Whereas in Cataclysm, you have to sacrifice a lot more to do higher damage. So it's one of those things. It's one of the reasons why Disc is like S plus tier with Resto Shaman. It just does a whole bunch of damage, and all that damage is like almost entirely free. Like you just get it. And so, you know, if you do good HPS and really good damage and have really good cooldowns, it's pretty hard to justify taking any other healer, unless they're Resto Shaman, where they're just doing insane throughput and have really good cooldowns as well. So,
fair enough, mate. We'll finish that portion there. Double, please, like, thank you so much for taking all this time out for the show today, mate. It's been an absolute fucking pleasure meeting you. You're a legend. I shit you not. I devour your content. I revere your content. I wish more content creators were like you. I'm not just saying it because you're here. I fucking love your shit. Please keep it up. Mate, tell people what you're working on next, where people can find you, all the plugs. Go for it.
So I'm just Doublezug on YouTube. I don't stream at the moment just because I like don't have good enough internet to stream at my house, because I live like up in the mountains. But so yeah, Doublezug on YouTube. For Mists of Pandaria, I'm gonna be working on like full in-depth healer guides for all the specs. Hopefully they come out soon, but I do have a day job.
I think there's one I was waiting on. Was it Resto Druid you haven't done yet? I was like, oh no, I need that one.
For Kata, you mean?
For MoP. One of the two.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
so for MoP, I did like some intro videos. I haven't done all the specs for that.
Yeah.
So I'm doing some like intro to, you know, give people some info for whether they're going to be picking their main.
Yeah.
And then once MoP gets closer, I'm going to be doing like full guides that are going to be super in depth.
Hell yeah.
So that's something to look forward to. I do boss guides and stuff like that, but I try to focus You know, they're not like super produced like, you know, like the Joardee guides out there, but I try to give a little bit of a more healer POV and go a little bit more in depth.
You're not much of a
and a
PvP
little
guy, are
longer,
you?
so. I PvP'd a lot, you know, back in the old days when I was
Right.
like, you know, when MoP was MoP.
Yeah.
But I just, you know, mostly back then it was just because I had some friends that were doing it with me.
Yeah.
And now I've just gotten more into raiding and I do PvP a little bit
I'm
less.
dying at the moment because, you know, one of my biggest, you know, one thing I was bitching to the guys last night about this at the footy. One of my most hated things about WoW content, and I did want to talk about WoW content a little bit, but I mean, maybe we won't have time. We'll see how we go. But I hate how bad it is with the devolvement into, hi, I'm just some shithead who's literally just going to read the talents and the spells to you and be like, oh, this is Shadow Bolt. The tooltip says Shadow Bolt hits for between 500 to 700 damage. So I guess you hit that when you want to do damage. Like I'm being facetious, but it's not far off that. A lot of the fucking guides, like they're just literally some dickhead who has no fucking idea.
Very low effort stuff.
Yeah, has no fucking idea how to play the game. Is no different from every other fucking mid tool out there. And they're like, I'm going to give you a guide that literally adds nothing to your knowledge of the game. Yeah, thanks, shithead. That's awesome. That's 75% of WoW content. Good job. Obviously, that's not your content, Double, which is why I love your content. But in PvP, because I PvP as well, like those guides add nothing. Where it's like, okay, I type in Resto Druid PvP guide MoP. Okay, here we go. Hit me, and you click on the first 3 or 4 results, and there's probably only 5 or 6 results in total. And it is just the guy going, yeah, take these talents and, you know, here's your spells and that's it. Go have fun, guys. And it's like, no, fuckhead. I want someone telling me like, all right, here are the situations and where it might be a good idea to use this spell. Oh, if the rogue's just fucking kidneyed you and you find yourself under pressure, consider doing this combo. There's none of that shit. And it fucking drives me up the wall and I hate everyone and that's just my bitching.
Yeah, PvP players are really bad at making guides. I've definitely noticed that as well. It's always like just the least possible information.
Yeah. Anyway.
I don't know why it's an interesting one, but yeah, I do. It's part of the reason why I started making videos is just because I saw that there was no one doing like healer focused content for Cataclysm, and also I was like, I love healing in Cataclysm, and I'm super excited about it. And I'm going to be doing all this theory crafting stuff anyways, just for fun. So
well, I
might as well make some videos.
Your heroic spine guide was excellent, by the way, for healing.
Oh, fucking suck his dick. Settle down, hunk.
It was excellent, mate. He even got the.
Have you been doing that?
I remember he even gets the MS Paint out to show the
I
positioning.
love MS Paint. Good.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, I mean, I brought it up.
That's high tech. You know, you gotta go back to like 2010 when the game
basics.
came out. Yeah, I should be making my videos on like Windows Vista too.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I've brought it up. I might as well quickly go into it, Double. I mean, like, it has been I was talking to Voodoo about this last night, going like, it's a little bit tough with content in Cata and MoP now at the moment because we've entered the period where WoW content blew up. You know what I mean? Cata MoP was when WoW YouTube exploded 12, 13, 14 years ago, whatever, right?
And PvP streamers too. I remember the arena streamers blew up.
Yeah. So there's a million videos on this stuff, but like there's no classic videos coming out. And you're part of a very small crew now of fucking dedicated classic MoP YouTubers. It's basically you, Joardee, Scotty, and I can't think of many other people still doing the do. And like, it's a bit of a shame that now I can type into YouTube and get a lot of old guides, but I'm like, I kind of want to know what the modern guys are saying as well. Or maybe there's not much difference. But like, have you noticed that sort of lack thereof of content or content creators coming into MoP Classic?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a desert out there.
Yeah.
Especially for healing stuff. I think that's sort of been the case since the beginning of Classic. There just hasn't been that much healer content, which I think is a shame. I think healing is really interesting. There's a lot to explore there, and I think it's also one of the things where like the sort of like common wisdom about healing is probably the furthest from the truth. Whereas like if you ask somebody about DPS or tanking, they'll tell you pretty much an accurate description of like what it takes to be good at it. Whereas for healing, I think it's a little bit less, like the community is a little bit less on average, like have less common wisdom about it, which is correct. I think maybe that's a
Well,
Yeah.
mate, I think
I don't know.
tanking and DPS are a job and healing's a lifestyle.
That's it. And they're too
Yeah, true.
cowardly.
Very
They're,
true.
they're too cowardly to play healers. They can't fucking handle it. All the true chads are healers. You, me, Hunk, we know the drill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
You
it's
gotta
like
commit to
I
it.
do a lot of like log reviews for people and stuff just in my Discord, and it's like there's a couple of like just very basic things that people don't understand and don't do very well. They're very quick fixes that will just increase your healing like a crazy amount, and so stuff like that, like it gave me a little bit more motivation to make just like the basic guide stuff about the basics and like gearing and stats and mana management and just the simple things like that, because I've had so many people ask me for log reviews and then I just tell them like 3 or 4 things that are really basic and they're like, oh, I increased my healing by like 40%.
Yeah, just
and my guild will think I'm a god now, and it's like,
yeah.
you know,
Sweat.
I'm not like the greatest player in the world, but the basics I think are with healing are super important.
Yeah.
There's not that much out there about them.
Hunk's got some log reviews he wants to send you away, but I don't think they're the kind of logs you want to see.
I've just been documenting them for my proctologist, but if you want to take a look.
For science, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Double, mate, you have been a legend. Please do hang around if you like, but this, guys, everyone listening, this is the end of the Warcraft chat. We are now going to shoot the proverbial shit and see if any of it is, like, publishable.
Oof.
Yeah, I know. Very oof. No, that makes it sound like I'm going to go and turn into an edgelord. It's more just whether or not it's interesting. So we go to the footy last night, and fucking Voodoo, Hunk, and Patricia and I head out to see the Broncos, pissing down with rain in fucking Brisbane. I don't know. I talked WoW with Voodoo the whole time. I don't know if you noticed. I don't think the old blokes in front of us or the people behind us appreciated my very loud 2-hour-long WoW chat.
Who gives a shit
I
about
was
them?
thinking about that the whole time.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about them?
Nah,
They kept turning around looking at us.
Yeah,
What are they gonna do?
fucking the 60-year-old blokes in front of us, for whatever reason, kept looking back at us. And I wasn't like swearing, like I swore once, but like I think they just didn't appreciate that I was talking through the whole game. And I at one point, because you know what I'm like, I was very close to cracking it and saying to them, "Is there a fucking problem, guys? Like, is this conversation bothering you?"
Hang on. You do it in America, but you won't do it in Australia.
I
You
know.
pussy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm loath to do it in front of Patricia. This fucking, anyway,
He'll do it in Australia.
she stopped me
He's
from
been in Westgate.
this fucking stupid drunk Dolphins fan. We go, we're on Caxton Street, Justin, with all the people walking by going to the game, and we're at this Mexican restaurant, and fucking
El Camino.
Yes, is that it? It was something like that. No, El Carmera or something it's called. Whatever. I don't know. Whatever. You were way off. But like, I'm sitting down with my head buried in the menu, and I hear like, or sort of out of the corner of my eye, see something hit Patricia in the face. And I look up and go, what the fuck? And there's one of those foam dolphin things, stupid.
Fins.
Fins that they put on their heads for the game, sitting in front of her.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And she goes, oh, someone just threw this in my fucking face. And I was
Because
like,
she's wearing a Broncos jersey.
yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck? And this guy walks by and goes, oh, so sorry about that, who was like the mate. And I didn't see the guy who did it. There was a whole group of blokes walking by. They were about 10 meters down the road now. And I go, which one of the fuckwits did it? And she's like, don't fucking start a thing. Just forget about it. It doesn't fucking matter. Do not pick a fight over this. And I'm like, no, fucking tell me. She's like, no, we're not doing this. And I was like, fine. But it gave me the shit. So, like, Patricia, definitely. I was ready last night to bring out my New York self. I didn't tell the New York story on the pod the other week. Should we tell that story?
No. Yeah, you should tell it.
All right. Here's a story for the group. I would like to know everyone's akin to the shoes off on the plane argument. We're going to settle another societal issue. Are you boys ready?
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's go deep.
You're a drummer now, so you're in every right
Let's
to
go
start a
to
fight.
Punk says. If
That's
he's
right. I
proctologist.
want to know everyone's vote on this because, look, we might be split 50-50 on this very important, like I said, societal issue. So we go to a bar in New York, which I forget the name of it, but it's like the Knicks bar where a lot of people go to watch the Knicks games. We had intended to go to Madison Square Garden to watch the Knicks and the Bulls. Tickets were, look, it's not like we couldn't afford the tickets, but they were far pricier than we wanted. The NBA being the NBA, shit seats are like, you know, fucking 350 USD or something. We're like, oh, I mean, I've got the money.
We also had the alternative of watching the ice
the
hockey
hockey,
as well at the
yeah.
same time.
So here's the drill. So this was the night of the Four Nations final, Canada USA, huge game. Those of you who saw it know the result, know what happened. We were cheering for Canada. We wanted to watch the game, right? Now I've gone to the boys. Look, we can do Madison Square Garden, Knicks, Bulls, or we can go to the Canadian bar in NYC, like that fucking How I Met Your Mother episode, and watch the Four Nations, which is going to be...
It's a Minnesotan bar, but sure.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. I recommend that we do the hockey over the basketball, even though a Knicks game is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And the boys sort of said, look, let's just look at the Knicks. The tickets were very expensive. We all had the money, but we just said we're not comfortable spending that amount of money for a fucking nosebleed seat in the NBA. And we said, all right, fuck that. Let's go watch the hockey. So we go to the Canadian bar and it's an hour before the game or whatever. And there is 50 people in line around the block. And we're like, fuck, all right, we're not going to the Canadian bar because it's literally 0 degrees Celsius. It's freezing. We're not standing in this weather and waiting in that line. So I go, let's go to the Knicks bar. So we go to this, whatever, you New Yorkers will know the bar I'm talking about. Lovely 2-story bar around the corner from Madison Square Garden. It's chockers, but like, not so busy that you couldn't move. We got a table straight away and had dinner and started watching the game. Great. All good. Okay. Game progresses. We finish dinner and I go, let's go down to the bar and leave our dinner table and watch from there. Cool. We go downstairs to the bar. Now, this is a thing. Long bar. About, I don't know, fucking 15 meters long, right? A lot of seats at the bar and a lot of people with like basically standing room only. And I'm like, I don't really want to stand and watch the game. If we can get a seat, can we get one? So I spot for the three of us, 3 empty seats right in front of the television. And I go, great. We beeline it and we go and grab these seats. And we asked a couple of people like, oh, sorry guys, you're using these seats? And they're like, no, you go for it. And that was like, great. The seat that I sat in had someone's jacket on it. And I sit down and a guy taps me on the shoulder and he goes, sorry, mate, I'm using that seat. And I go, oh, sorry, no worries. Have you got a mate coming that's sitting here or something? And he goes, yeah. And I go, okay, no dramas. So we don't take that seat. 20 minutes goes by. Nobody sits in this seat. And Justin can see the veins starting to form thicker and thicker in my forehead as this fabricated person does not come to claim their seat, right? So just an empty seat sitting there enjoying the game.
Hang on. Also, this guy was talking to a girl.
Yes.
That we assumed that he was just, tuning, doing his flirt game pretty poorly, but doing a flirt game. And we're like, okay, so he's just waiting for his mate to come back.
He's chatting to all his mates. And sorry, I left out one key component. When I turned to him and said, like, oh, I'm so sorry, is someone sitting here and they coming back for it? And he goes, yes. I then very quickly followed it up with, so there's definitely someone coming here and you're not just saying that to keep the seat and your jacket's sitting here. And he goes, no. And I go, okay. So my nephew Nathan is standing while Justin and I sit. So one of us didn't get to sit down. So 20 minutes goes by. I'm getting more and more restless as I can see this fuckwit just basically lied to me and just wanted to hold the seat for God knows whatever reason. After 20 minutes, I think the woman he was talking to sits down not in the seat next to me, but in the seat next to that. And like at that point, I was like, okay, this is clearly like his seat, and he's just electing not to sit in it for whatever fucking reason. So I turned to him and go, "Hey man, remember when I asked you 20 minutes ago if this seat was just your jacket sitting here and you said it wasn't? What's going on?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's my fucking seat. And, you know, I'll sit in it when I want to sit in it, but I'm not sitting in it right now. My jacket is there. It's holding the seat for me. Fucking that's how it works. Deal with it." And I went, oh, and started to get into it, at which point his wife jumped in, told him to shut the fuck up, like Patricia does with me, and says, "Don't start a fight with this guy. Just shut the fuck up. It's not worth it." My nephews are also telling me, like, don't fucking argue with him. Like, you know, we literally got off the plane and I said to the boys, rule number 1 is no one's to start a fight in America. And I broke the rule like in the first day.
Just like to point out, Josh was sent there to take care of his nephews.
Yeah, it was literally in the first 3 or 4 hours of us being in New York, I'd started a fight. Sorry, Hunk, what were you saying?
I'd just like to
What's
point
more
out
New York about that?
I know.
True. Josh was sent there to take care of his nephew.
Yes, I was sent there to take care of them.
Chaperone.
Chaperone
the
them.
adult in the room, allegedly.
And I'm literally starting a fight the first bar we go to. But this again, this is a decorum question for the group, because this is not an uncommon practice. I've seen this in Australia for many years, of the douchebag that, in my opinion, that reserves his seat for prolonged periods of time with the jacket over it. Now, if you go to the bathroom and you put your jacket on a seat, no dramas, mate. You're sitting there, you've got that seat, you've got to step away for 5 minutes. I've got no fucking problems with that. But when you stand next to the seat at the packed bar or restaurant or whatever, and you are saying, "I don't want to sit down right now, I'll stand for 20 to 30 minutes or whatever," and then just not let someone else sit there, that's where I draw the line. And I lose it when I've seen that that behavior in the past, and I lost it at this douchebag now. Don't be shy, guys. Where do people fall on this issue?
I reckon you're allowed to reserve one seat, even if you're not sitting on it.
Okay, for how long a period of time?
The time period is the main.
Indefinite. Sorry?
Did somebody ever sit in this seat?
No, nobody ever sat in the seat.
Indefinitely, mate. You can reserve it indefinitely.
So yeah, that was the thing, Vestige. This guy held this seat and never sat in it for like the whole night, and just wouldn't let other people sit in it.
Yeah, it's a douche move.
It is a douche move, in my opinion.
No, don't play into his little game, his little sympathy.
Don't play into his game.
He's using his platform.
It's like it's the pool towel system.
100%.
People put like a pool towel down to reserve a chair, and nobody ever fucking comes.
So how do you feel about that then, Josh?
I hate this. I hate the pool chair one, because it's like you leave it there for like hours on end, you're not coming back, and then the moment you come back, every time you just pick up your towel just to dry you. It is the biggest dick move I've ever seen, and it infuriates me every time I see it.
I'm cool with reserving things if the person is stepping away momentarily or if they're coming soon. I'll give you another example. Last night, we're desperately looking for dinner before the footy game, and we go to a very busy bar before we settled on the Mexican restaurant, and I kind of wanted to eat at this bar, and like, there's a 14-year-old girl holding down a table for 7 or 8. She's by herself, like clearly just waiting for the family or whatever to come. And I'm like, that's fine. But I was only in there for 2 minutes, so I don't know the whole context. But my thing was...
So you picked a fight with her?
So I picked a fight with her, and yeah, basically.
So Josh beat a 14-year-old girl up.
Which you won.
I don't like...
She won.
I don't like going and holding the table for half an hour while the restaurant has to turn, like other people get turned away from the restaurant and their prospective business because, like, you know, everyone else was running half an hour late. Don't worry, boys, I've got a table. I'm kind of like, if you're sitting there not ordering anything, or you're clearly holding down a huge table for 30 to 60 minutes for your group, in my opinion, I'm sorry, I'm kind of like, fuck off. I'm like, we're here now.
Well, restaurants
we're
have a
ready
policy
to go.
where they say they won't sit you until your group's there. So
Yes,
Well,
which is the way it
got
should be.
and we actually got done this in Vegas.
Yes, which is the right call. The
yeah, but they're like,
restaurant.
we won't even sit you.
Yeah, the restaurant was like, unless everyone is here, fuck off. And we were like, all right, okay.
Yeah,
And we did have
The
to wait
people
like
abuse
20
the
minutes
system.
for Fed to get there.
Yeah, 100%. But the pool towel system, I'm with you, Voodoo and Justin. I think in that, like, yeah, if let's say Justin and I go, hey mate, do you want to go down to the pool, the hotel? Yeah, okay, cool. I'll go, Juzzy. I'll get there first. I'll hold you a sunbed or whatever. Cool. I'll put a second towel down for him, but I'll only do that if I know he's like 5 minutes or less away. Like if he's like, mate, I'll be there in an hour. There's no fucking way I'm holding shit for him.
Yeah.
I agree.
So yeah,
I think
Justin.
you're way off,
But back to the New York thing. I mean, I think it's funny that I think you agreed with me in principle, Justin, but you definitely just didn't want me to get in a fight with this guy at the time.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to see you get your head beaten in.
Oh my god, this guy was not a big man.
Oh, he wasn't. He wasn't a big. He was like a finance bro, fucking chatting up to this.
No, he was his wife, and she was telling him he was being a fuckwit.
Yeah, well, yeah, that part. But like, he was just. You know, it's just typical New Yorkers.
Oh, here we go. You've been there for 3 seconds, and now you're going to give me a fucking.
I've been there for 3 seconds, and I'll make a generalization.
Yeah,
of
let
it.
me tell you a thing or two about New York, and he literally stepped out of his hotel room for 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's all I needed to do, mate, to
Oh,
understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
And also my love for the subway.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could. It's like Melbourne, right? You can spend 5 seconds in Melbourne and realize that they just smell their own farts all the time.
I've always been. Melbourne gets way too much shit. Like Sydney is
I don't
far.
think it gets
Sydney
nearly
is
enough
so
shit.
much
Yeah, I
worse than
agree with
Melbourne.
it.
Sydney
He
is so
doesn't-
much worse than Melbourne. And like, fuck, man, Melbourne's fine. Melbourne's cool.
Look, I'll give Melbourne that we just went recently. I'll give it the ticket of approval because of the fact, like, they understand the nightlife drinking game. Like, they have it everywhere. Like, they've got the on the river, they've got all the like little floats and stuff, and just like little like barges of just like bars. Sick as.
Sydney's
But,
fucked.
like,
Sydney is the
Brisbane.
worst.
Sydney has shot themselves in the foot, and then tripped over down a few stairs, and then shot themselves in the other foot.
Everyone in Sydney is a massive cunt, and the places aren't that great. And I'm sorry.
Whoa, wait. I'm
No,
not that big of a cunt.
Particularly you. But like literally, unless if you're a foreign tourist, absolutely go to Sydney because you have to see the city itself is beautiful. The tourist attractions, you've got to go see the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, the beaches, and all that
The
shit.
nude beaches.
You've got to
2
go,
days max.
go visit
2
Hunk.
days.
Go visit Hunk
2
on
days
the
max.
nude beaches.
Meet me on the
Yeah,
nude beach.
but like the people of Sydney
Wait,
suck.
let's go back to this nude beach thing. What's going on here? What's this? What's this?
What nude beaches?
I don't know if it's the kind of people you
in
want
the
to see.
city nude beaches.
It's never the people you
Sounds
want.
like,
It's never the people you want to see nude. That
Yeah, because you
populate
really
the
want to
nude
be
beaches.
naked on
I
the
know.
beach while you're fighting with Josh over a fucking towel spot.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd be like, why has this guy got such a raging erection
Yeah.
while he's arguing?
Why does it take 2 towels to cover his penis? Exactly. No, but like,
And why didn't he bring a proper beach towel and not a washer?
Yeah.
DC to like explain it, it's basically the Europeans just like of nude beaches, like you know how the Europeans just do nude beaches like everywhere. It's just like in Sydney there are elected beaches where you can get nude.
but like, they're not really a thing. There's like one.
Well,
We had
no,
that
I mean
in
Balmoral is now a nude beach.
Balmoral
Like,
is a nude beach. Are you fucking serious?
Well, you can elect to not wear anything.
Just because
I mean,
your
it's-
dad walks around naked doesn't make it a nude beach.
It like girls are topless.
Yeah.
most
Oh
of the time.
no, the waves took off my fucking speedos again.
I mean, to be fair, it's pretty sexist that there's laws against women getting topless when men can do it.
Well, we had this thing. I'm glad you brought this up, Hunk. We had this thing last night where, again, when we were sitting at the Mexican restaurant, these 3 girls walk by and they're wearing very little clothing, and they're like, one of them like straight up white top, the most see-through top of all time. 100%, you're just looking at her naked, like you can see breasts and all.
And you're complaining about
And
it.
no, that the Hunk, the fucking like whiplash Hunk got on the right angle he turned his neck at was quite funny. But like,
I was shocked.
I presumed
Knocked in.
because it was game
Knocked
night.
isn't like just your erection just hit the table and all you heard was a.
But it was a weird one because it's game night and there's like people everywhere. There's
around.
there's families and kids around and everything. I presumed they were
it's really
Broncos girls, and I was like, huh. The Broncos are taking things in a bit of a risque direction these days.
What is going on here?
What is happening? And then we realized after like 20 minutes of us talking about these girls and the sexism behind standards of, you know, being topless and all that shit, as Hunk and I are wont to do, fucking... we worked out that they were the promotion girls for the strip club next door.
Honeybees, right? It was like next door to where we were talking.
Literally the door girls for the honey. What is it? The honey what?
They were wandering up and down.
Yeah,
They were
Oh,
wandering
there
up
you
and down
go.
the street doing promos, basically, to all
the girls that are paid there to be there and
Yeah, to be there.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Justin's all over it. He's like, yeah, the honeybee, located at 176 Caxton Street. Just ask for Justin. They'll give you a discount.
Yeah, just
Mate,
use
well,
my
I'll be there.
referral code.
Magic round. I'll be doing that.
Use my
Referral
referral code. Yeah, Magic Round. You'll be in town. Hunk Voodoo. You have to come out for a beer with the boys when they come up. With the
Yeah,
Magic
probably
Round.
won't go to a game. I fucking hate going to Magic Round game.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It is.
That's
it
during. We
a
can just go.
crowd
We can just
press,
meet you at the
mate.
pub if you want.
I'll have a beer. Voodoo and
So-
I, we'll meet you at Biang Biang. We'll meet you at Biang Biang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll take him to
Gang Gang
Biang
to start
Gang.
off.
I'm
Biang
sure
Biang
you'll love
for
that.
dinner.
Sounds like an exotic strip club. It is not. It's just a noodle joint.
That's really good noodle joint.
But
the noodle joint called Gangbang.
No, Biang.
Exactly.
Well,
You know what I'm
it's
saying.
gang
Biang
in your
Biang.
mouth.
But
It is
let
a
me
gangbang in your
let me
mouth.
float this out to the Americans because I still think Magic Round is a phenomenal. I mean, Australia. You guys just have no much. You
It's
have
a
no
great
idea
concept.
how much better Australians do sport than you guys in America. I'm sorry. I know your leagues are the
We do.
biggest and the brightest, but what I'm actually fixated on is the concepts that your leagues come up with are trash. Like, just look at what's happening with NBA All-Star Weekend and all that shit, and the Pro Bowl with the NFL and everything.
Well, what do you mean by concept?
Okay, so I'll give you two examples. We have a thing. So this league, the NRL, which is the National Rugby League. There's when we say rugby, I don't want to get into it, but there's two different versions of rugby. Rugby league is the sort
Technically
of
three.
what's referred to as like the blue collar version of rugby. It's a very simplified version of the sport. It's the far bigger version of the sport as well. So it's basically our NFL, right, in terms of popularity. What this league does is once every season in like, you know, week fucking 8 or whatever, they go, right, all the games for the week are in one city. And it creates a huge tourism boon for this city for the fucking weekend. Half of Australia, you'd think it's like a nightmare, but it's actually not that bad.
How
Half
many
of
games
Australia.
is it as well? It's like 15 games, is it?
No. Well, there's only
It's
fucking.
It's on 8 games.
Yeah.
8 games.
There's only like 16 teams or
So
whatever. I don't know.
16 teams
Right,
playing.
of
So
course,
you got
of course.
16. You got 16. Like
I
15
forgot
teams.
that they have to play someone.
Yeah, exactly.
15 teams all converging into one
They have to
city,
play someone.
into one place, and like you get all the fans from everywhere flying out. And they did it the first year in like 2017 or something, and it like was
massive.
it was a big success.
So,
and it was like, well,
yeah.
this is
It's the
Sorry,
equivalent.
watch
Well,
this.
no, but it's the equivalent of just simply imagine if the NFL goes, all right, week 10, every game in Honolulu. That's it, right? Sounds like, oh, we lose a home game and all that shit. But the hype that it creates for the city and the sport is huge, and everyone fucking loves it. It's back to back to back to back games over a weekend.
atmosphere after atmosphere.
Yeah, it
like
never
it's just packed.
stops. It's huge. It's amazing. And I'm like, fuck, the NFL could, like, not that they'd ever do it, but they could learn from this. And then also, like, we have another thing. This is a separate argument that unfortunately will never happen in America because of the ridiculous amounts of money involved in the sport and the risk. But, like, for some reason, it's not a drama for Australians. We have what you could call our all-star game mid-season, which is not strange. The NBA does it. But, like, it's a football, it's a contact sport. So imagine, like, the Pro Bowl, but they actually played it like it was the Super Bowl.
Like the first game of the hockey, where
Yeah,
the fights just started with the Americans and
Yeah,
Canadians.
like they fight, they bleed for the fucking team they're representing. They go all out like they're trying to win the championship. And if you get hurt, tough luck. That's your club side just loses you for the season. Sorry, mate.
But do want to note they do get paid for this game, like separately to what their normal contract is.
Yeah, so like
It's literally the biggest television event in Australia every year.
And it's a regional thing. So how we do it
How
is...
much money is involved in this? How much money?
Well, I
Not
mean, when you say
American
money, I
football
mean
money, but-
our best players are only on salaries of like 1.5 million a year.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not
So
American
when
football
people are
money,
on
it's like that.
salaries of $10 million,
Exactly, and
$20
that's what,
million,
and that's why I say you
$50
can't.
million,
100%, you can't
you
risk
think
your
they're going
40.
to play an extra game just to risk something that could be a career-ending injury?
No,
for
and
their-
I
their
get it.
Earnings for the rest of their
The
life?
same
No
discussion
way.
happens.
I know,
over
I
there as well, yeah.
get it. That's why I literally said it could never happen in America because of the money involved. You're not losing your $40 million quarterback for the season because he wanted to play in this extra game, right? I get it. But for whatever
Even
fucking
college
reason...
kids will not play in some of their final games just to on the chance, the freak chance. It's happened before. There have been college kids who have in their last game say like, I want to play with my teammates, I want to go out with my friends, I should play with them. And then they blow their ACL, and then they're out millions of dollars, maybe even a whole career potentially because of it.
Yeah,
So
but
this is
the different thing. This is where like that's where their money focus. Where this is like you're supporting for us your state. So like it's a bigger. It's become a big thing of like a rivalry of the sex.
So it's like imagine if they
you
did
want to play in this
But
game.
also the money.
Imagine if they
the money
did-
involved per game is astronomical.
Imagine if they did
For
North
Australia.
versus. Imagine if they did North versus South in the NFL, and
East
you
versus
were
West.
picked for your team based on where you were born, right? And you actually played hard and it meant something. That's what we do here. Now, the money is what muddies everything, and that's why you can't get past the money argument because, like you say, like what fucking idiot is sacrificing millions and millions of dollars just to bleed for the North or the South? You know what I mean? For whatever reason, it became a particularly prestigious sporting event in Australia, and it's like the World Cup, the fucking NBA title, the Super Bowl, all rolled into one. It's huge, and for whatever reason, it's more an Aussie culture thing. Again, I know it's hard to put the money aside, but money aside, these clubs and the players do risk their chance at the championship for their team every year when they play in this exhibition game and it has happened before where like one of the biggest players in the game can get hurt in the I'll keep calling it the All-Star game. It's called State of Origin. They could do their ACL or do their knee in the fucking State of Origin game, and they were the favorites to win the title. Now their team is fucked because they got hurt in a game when they weren't even playing for their team. They're still willing to sacrifice that here because it's a weird, like, cultural representation thing.
Yeah, it's not about like risking your career because it actually makes your career probably better because you're a bigger name.
Yeah,
if you get into it.
If you stepped out on this All-Star game for fear of injury, you would be vilified in Australia and arguably like laughed out of the game.
I mean, it's the saying is that we just call them pussies. Essentially, it's just we probably have a bad culture of that, but it's that's what it is.
But as you
just get called out.
say, the money is so much less that like for the player. Well, the player still gets paid, but like I'm risking I guess it's still their living, so you could sort of make the same equitable
But they still get
argument.
paid for the season. Like they get paid for the season anyway.
Still get paid, but I'm
get
saying if they got injured so badly
they
they
suffer
couldn't play again. Yeah, exactly.
Career-ending injury or something,
Yeah,
or something makes you less valuable to get paid in the future.
Yeah, it's
well,
5
but
million
the thing is,
versus
prestige,
200 million.
The thing is, it's really weird here. Where like one of the oldest players still got paid. He's like he's 34. He got paid more than he was getting paid at his old club to change to a new team. And like the difference in rugby is like it's the tactician of like you might be getting older, but like just like the way that you play the game and know that how people will play is like a bigger impact than your actual age and how you're impacting. If you're not running the ball as much, but you're making like the tactics, it's a big difference. Like I get when Dak's arm starts wearing out, you can't really do anything, and it's like, well, I got to change quarterback. It's kind of a bit different in rugby where it's like if you still know how the game works.
We have that in the NFL because we have quarterbacks who will start to age and stuff like that, and hopefully their mind picks up more, so they're even more analytical. They're better. I mean, they're like Tom Brady. He was not the same thrower he was at the end, but his football mind was so insane that he could just outplay you that way.
Then you can have the same argument. You could have the same argument about Aaron Rodgers, where like it just went downhill fast, and then like New York Jets are paid so much more, and then like, fuck, we fucked over.
I want to die in a world where American All-Star games mean something. And like, I don't know if this is the fix, but my simple thing that I've been yelling for that I personally think would fix the NBA All-Star game. And I'm sure they can raise the money to do this through sponsorships or whatever. Like, the winner of the All-Star game typically gets like, I don't know, 100 odd grand or whatever. I'm like, just make it $1 million. Loser gets nothing. Every person on the winning team gets $1 million USD for winning the All-Star game. Then watch them care more. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be
Well,
something fun to watch.
We also have an issue. We don't have a great track record of sports after college in the U.S. It's pretty much once you stop doing sports in college, that's kind of it for most people.
Yes.
Some people do recreation leagues, some people do some of that stuff, but it's not as super common as it is in more European and places like that.
It's a huge
as
difference.
Josh wears his rugby jersey right now.
Yeah, no, seriously, I explain this to a million Americans and they sort of are shocked when they hear it, but like, you're spot on, Vestige, where it's like, I'm shocked by how something as important to life as sports, like just purely from a physical fitness, health aspect, is like just stopped in America. Like, literally, you guys leave high school and that's it for the vast majority of Americans. You just never play a fucking casual sport again. In Australia, it is part of our life. Like, fucking half the pricks around here, you fucking boys and girls in every office are playing on a touch footy team on the after work or whatever. Like, we play, it is really common and encouraged to like keep playing basketball or keep playing sport on a rec level through to like your 30s. You know what I mean? Like, and I know that you could say, oh, of course, in America, yeah, people go down and play at the park, a bit of basketball, but like, that's park ball. Like, I'm talking like actual organized competition. We all join organized comps, and like, Justin still plays rugby 6 years after school. I played rugby till I was fucking 35 or whatever. I played basketball till I was 35 in competitions, leaving every Wednesday night, every Saturday morning for my rugby game, my basketball game. Like, it just doesn't stop in Australia. We're obsessed with sport and we keep playing. And it's so shocking to me that in America, where it's not like you guys don't like sport, but you all just watch it and you don't fucking play it. It's weird.
Yeah, it is to a point. I will say a lot of our sports are, not saying they're not physical. I'm just saying that a lot of our sports are physical to a fault.
I do want to know, like, it's not like ours very short bursts. They're not like continuous. Like, basketball's probably the only continuous one I could say, where like, NFL or any rec league, NFL.
It's only like, NFL because we play all your sports. It's just NFL. The problem with the NFL and why I sort of understand that casual American football is not a thing is generally because of the injuries, and generally the injuries are caused because of the size of the people involved in the game. Australians play rugby through to like, quote unquote old age because we're generally smaller people here, and the tackling is like, I don't know, we actually know how to tackle so people don't generally get hurt.
We don't shoulder charge.
And when they've been working on that, they've actually been working on that all the way up from even the smaller leagues and
but it's
Kiwi stuff. But we've been when I learned football back in the days, like, we were taught to take people's heads off.
Yeah,
it was.
I mean, no, it's the same in rugby. Like,
we were taught to hurt people.
No, it's not. It's different. I know what
you hurt yourself too.
Oh, I mean, there was to go out and do the shoulder charge.
No, yeah, it was shoulder charging, but not like launch your head at someone else's head like they did in old school football.
Our job was to hurt the other guy. The other guy can't play against you if he's down. I mean, it was what, and you were tough and you were taught to be tough, and it was stupid. It was fucking stupid.
What was the gross?
I tell people all the time, if I had a son, I would never let them play, and I would never let them play American football. I just would not. Even though I did it, I love to watch it every Sunday. I do all the stuff. I would never let them play.
I agree in a fucked up way.
I know the fucking stupid stuff I did, and it's not a safe sport in my opinion.
I would let my kids play rugby. I would, if I lived in America, they'd be nowhere near American football. I completely agree.
Well, you'd probably just be tall and play NBA.
Yeah, just play basketball your whole life. But like, I know where you're coming from because it's like, what was the old gross quote from? Was it Greg Williams, the old New Orleans DC that got on the hot mic saying "fucking kill the head and the body dies" or whatever? Like just shit.
Sorry,
like,
what?
Shit like
that,
that.
yeah.
Well, it's an old headhunting scandal from years ago, Justin, in the NFL about like this is what brought up the whole like CTE awareness and stuff like that. Just going like, and that's what Vestige is talking about. Is these guys back in the
That was
'80s,
the bounty gate they had.
70s, '80s, '90s, 2000s. You were brought up as a kid, as a defensive player, taught to just fucking attack the head.
Yes.
Well, they had
Two more
highlight
should- and
reels
two
on
more should grow.
ESPN for like
Jacked up.
top 10 NFL hits this year.
Jacked
this
up.
week.
Did not age
And,
well.
Yeah, jacked up. I remember that shit.
But that's also the other factors, like the NFL, where like this would work. This state of origin would work since they only play 17 rounds, 18 rounds of NFL before finals.
Yeah, we
Is
have
that right?
17 games. Yeah, before playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, before playoffs. Yeah.
Playoffs.
Playoffs.
Fucking. What was I gonna say? Anyway.
Jim Moore or
Yeah.
whatever. Who is
Long story short, I started a fight in New York. Yeah, good times.
it? Somehow we started a fight with New York and it went to CTE.
Oh, that's how it always comes back to
What's-
CTE.
What's the deal with like?
Actually,
People
that
like-
is one
Cause
question,
of
Josh. Will you
everything.
be coming to watch a game?
What? When am I coming to watch a
season,
game? What do you mean?
One of my games.
Well, I don't live in your city, so that's a problem.
I know that's
speaking
a
of
problem.
which,
But you know, you
are you doing
can-
anything?
I'm sure someone will pay for you to fly down there.
Yeah, yeah.
See if this is a Blizzard event on at the same time.
Do you want me to fly down to? I'll tell you what. How much longer are you planning on playing rugby? How many more years?
well, this is my last year before I go away to
Oh,
Denmark.
of course. All right, I'll tell you what. When we got until what?
Should I
July.
tell you when Ladies' Day is on? Is that when you want to know?
I'll come down for one big day, and I'll come watch you play footy. How about that?
That'll be good.
All right,
That'd be nice.
But,
That'd be nice. For you. It won't be as funny as my basketball career.
But I get to. You can sleep in the guest room, and I'll steal your room. How about that?
Oh, you wish.
Yeah. All right. No, I'll come down. Keep me if you really want me to. I'll come and watch a game. You keep me posted on that.
Well, I'll tell you how our season goes. If it's shit, I don't want you to watch.
Yeah, fair enough. Are you by the way, are you busy on Wednesday night?
Me?
Yeah.
For what?
Are you doing anything on Wednesday night?
I'll be playing touch, but don't have to play it.
Okay,
Trick
no,
question.
because I was going to say I'm in town. Do you want to have dinner? But if you got
Oh
touch
yeah, I
on-
can get dinner for you instead. I don't have
Alright.
to play touch.
All right, we'll sort it out.
It's only
I fly in Wednesday morning and I leave Friday night. Coming into town for this Blizzard thing, this World of Warcraft fucking event. So I'll hit you up for dinner.
Oh, you beating up some Blizzard employees?
Yeah, I'm gonna get in an argument with the devs over where they leave their jackets and.
Yeah, somebody's gonna save a seat, and it's gonna be like, oh fuck, it's on.
Where would that rank in WoW stories if I got in a fist fight with a dev at a Blizzard event?
Which dev?
I could see that happening.
yeah, are we talking
Oh.
intern or are we talking?
So what does that mean? You're staying with us again?
No, I'm there. I've got a hotel. I'm fine.
Okay. Thank God.
He's a
Um,
big boy.
I was gonna say I've
just be
seen you
careful,
too much
Leon.
this year
His own
already.
room.
We've already hit our quota.
We've hit our
of,
quota 100%.
days.
Which is why I'm shocked you asked me to come watch the rugby. I'm like, baby, I've done
Well,
the
I
I've
mean, it's
done
my
the
last
uncle
year,
thing
and I
for
might
the
be playing
year.
one. So,
Yeah, all right.
which is, you know,
Hunk, you were going to say something before. What was it?
Oh, it was just on that same topic. I was curious because I get an impression. I don't know a lot about like how the structure and arrangement of like American sports and schools.
Here we
and
go.
things. And I get the impression that like there's not like the deep levels of like amateur competition that we have in Australia. Like
No.
when we were in school, like this ABC, we literally had A, B, C, D, E, F, G in rugby team. That's
Yeah.
like hundreds of kids. That's so much depth. Then I watch American schools. It's like, oh, you know, there's like
It's varsity and junior varsity, and
junior
that's
varsity,
it.
and,
If you don't
and
make
everyone
junior
else just
varsity,
is on the
fuck off.
bench.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one plays. We're in Australia. It's like it doesn't matter how shit you are. If you want to play, fuck, they'll
You'll-
find
you'll
you to
get a
play. They just
game.
want
Yeah.
everyone to participate.
Yeah.
Is that like are those shows and things like that's like Friday Night Lights and stuff? Is that like accurate to how it actually works?
Is that right, Vestige? If you don't make JV, you literally can't play the sport at school.
Well, okay, so I can only describe what I did, which was so basically freshman, everybody can make the team. JV, everybody makes the team. You may not play as much if you're not good, but you know you'll make the team.
you're on the team.
Team-
Like the team is
You're
like
on
the squad.
team. Yeah, you're on the squad or whatever you want to call it, but you may not see playing time as much as the guys. You know. Recommend like,
'cause-
hey, everybody kind of get involved. You're learning usually a new sport. Hey, everybody's here for fun and shit. But for JV, it's really kind of saying, okay, hey, you want to play the game. And then senior stuff, I mean, you may not make the senior team. You may get pumped down to JV. If you are a senior, you may not make the senior team. Depending on what team, what rules, they may bump you down to JV, or vice versa, kind of like a minor league kind of situation going on there. Depends on what the sport, the rules. That was how we did it. Every state and every county and every school system is different. So it's just weird how we all kind of do things. We're very independent. Those are just your school sports. You then also have intramural or club sports.
Yes.
So you can do stuff outside of your school where you may be, your school may not offer golf or something. So you may be on a club golf team where you can go do that. And you may play across the state, may play across several states. So they have club teams for kids for T-ball and stuff. So once the local T-ball stuff is done, you do the club T-ball. And so there's a whole bunch of different systems, but it's not usually run through a public system so much. It's mostly run, you start going to private stuff with the club sports.
Hunk will tell you why. Hunk will explain to you why that blows our minds.
So we, Josh will know, I went to a private school.
What?
And
this is news to me.
Old
fucking Silver Spoon McGee over here. Here we go.
You can talk,
as
Josh.
Justin and I laugh as though we've got nothing to do with the private school scene.
And anyway, so private schools, sports, rugby, soccer, basketball, whatever you play.
When Hunk coughs, dollar bills fall out. Sorry, keep going, Hunk.
That's it. I shit gold nuggets.
So you can send those logs to me.
You'll review my logs, will you? Okay, good to hear.
It's all good. I'll sniff them too, man.
Yeah, so when we play sport, if my school was grammar, if it was playing, say, Churchy, another school, Anglican Church Grammar School.
Say BBC just to confuse all the Americans.
Brisbane Boys College, BBC, Brisbane Boys College. I'm sure there's a few BBCs at the school, but anyway, what would happen is the way these are festivals, tournaments, you'd almost say, every weekend.
Yeah.
Bus loads of kids go to the grammar school had these ovals. They're not even at the school because they needed too many ovals.
Yeah.
They've got there's 8 ovals. The 2 schools will go there. All the grades are playing. Every grade has 5, 6 divisions. Some schools have more than others, so they might have multiple teams in the same division.
You're complicating it. You're complicating it. Let me make it sound a bit easier. Vestige, basically, the drill is, if you're in school in Australia, that's as Hunk is saying, particularly this is more so from our experience in the private school scene. If you wanted to play a sport, you will be on a team, and not just on a team sitting on a bench.
You'll be on the field.
No. You're on the field. You're a starter. If you want to be a starter and play a sport, you're gonna you are playing that fucking sport.
Josh saw that very terribly of my basketball career.
Yes, so literally, Justin's a good example. Like Justin's a great rugby player, but a fucking shithouse basketball player, right? But Justin wanted to play basketball, so how it works out is,
I don't know about wanted to.
Yeah, they
it's kind
force
of
you.
had to because my wrist broke. And
it's also
anymore.
It's also mandatory that schools make you play a sport. So anyway. He's like, I want to play basketball. So he's terrible. Would never see the fucking light of day with a varsity or a junior varsity team. He can barely dribble. Sorry, Justin, I'm really throwing you under the bus here.
No, I mean, it's not wrong. I agree. I was a spastic with basketball.
He's the word. He is awful.
But anyway,
his parents are ashamed of him when he's on the bus.
The point is, he gets put because in a skill level with his peers. So you are in the F grade, the 6th grade of skill.
Oh, I was
right?
a bit lower than that.
Okay, it might have been in the fucking H's, right? So, but he still gets to start on a team that's all of his skill level, and they travel to another school to play that school of the same skill level. It's kind of like fucking match based.
They all suck.
Yeah,
and
they
have a
all
great
suck,
time.
but they get they get a game and they get to play for their school.
Yeah, and because it really feels like
Yeah,
just
good for
from
them.
the Australian perspective, like the American system, it feels like it's funneling, it's enabling the best players, but it's not enabling just general participation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which
It's
is
just
We are
physical. It's
about
just trying to be
winning.
physical.
We are
as
about
So-
winning, and winning does not mean everybody gets to play. We are not equity. We are not inclusion. Apparently, those are all out now.
But-
Those are banned words.
But that's why it blows our
and
minds.
so-
That what do you do as a kid in America who's like dreaming? Like you've got the posters of fucking Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and shit on your wall. All you've
Well,
ever
what
wanted to
age?
do
I
is
mean,
play football,
so-
but you're not good enough to make the team and you can't play ever.
Yeah. No. Okay, so kids once they get up to, kids can play any team pretty much up to a certain age. I mean, they're just like looking for warm bodies for kids to have fun and do stuff. It also depends on where you live. So I used to live in the West Coast, which was very chill and laid back. I then moved to the South. I live in the South now. And they take football very seriously out here. And even little kid stuff. I went to my nephew-in-law or whatever, my wife's nephew. My wife's
your nephew.
My life. Were you that
Yeah,
uncle?
my
It's your-
nephew.
your-
by
it's your
marriage. My
nephew.
nephew by marriage.
Did you do your
Yeah.
drunken
nephew-in-law.
Did you do your drunken uncle duties in the stands?
Yeah. So, but he was like, it was like a little kid's, 8-year-olds playing freaking
Yeah.
football,
Rip his head off.
and
Kill him.
you're just happy to. We were just happy. I was like, just be happy they run in the right direction, okay? But like the parents were taking it so goddamn seriously. The coaches had freaking headsets on.
Yeah.
And
Yelling at
like,
an
it's like,
eight,
what do you mean
yelling,
headset? What
yelling
you
at a
calling in,
10-year-old
like,
that
on
that
these
shit is weak.
8-year-olds? It was just basically run ball left, run ball right were the plays.
Yeah.
But like they were taking everything so seriously, and it's just like that just breeds what's going to happen future. Because at first, all those kids are there for having fun, but in a few years, it's going to be the club sports system where basically they're going to draft you and say, okay, are you good enough to play on our team? And eventually you're not going to be good enough, or at some point, and you may not be able to play on those club teams. Or if you do play on those club teams, you're going to be relegated to basically, you're here, you practice with us, but you don't see much playing time.
Mm.
The system is accessible as well.
Can I jump
Go,
in
Justin,
here? That
go.
is crazy. Is
Yeah, go
that was his school?
No.
That'd be a club. That'd be a club.
It's a club.
Okay, because I was gonna say like,
schools
But like
have-
a kid, like 8 years old.
because at schools
Well,
we have the
most
teachers or the
schools-
coaches.
Well,
So, like-
no. Well, okay. So schools out here usually don't have sports until high school. So
Yeah, which is
the ninth
almost
grade.
similar
It's
for us. We
the
start a
ninth-
little bit
yeah,
earlier.
the
but
ninth grade on from
anything
then.
you do elementary, junior high, middle school, any of that stuff is going to be
Junior
club
high is when it
sports.
starts, right? Is that right, Josh? Junior high is
so,
at
so
us.
their
Year
system,
3.
their
year
system,
6?
their system is middle school is 7 to 8 and high school is 9 to 12.
So that's the same as us. They start at 8th grade.
Well, no,
8, 7.
because
Well, we
our
have some
system
places
in-
have middle school, which is like 5, 6, 7. Some places have junior high, which is 7, 8.
Oh yeah, sorry,
We have
junior
different-
high
okay,
is
no,
7 8.
let's-
Sorry,
I'll
my
talk,
bad,
I'll
my
talk
bad. Junior
ages.
high,
I'll talk
man.
ages. So like when we're 10 years old is when like the school forces you to start playing a sport. Like when I say forces,
the
I mean
schools
like
never force you to play a sport.
it's like it's a compulsory thing to learn because they want you to be physically active.
Well, we have recess and stuff like that. Well, they're like, hey guys, we have the recess where you go out at lunch and play and stuff, but they will have some physical stuff that you go out there and do. And like, hey guys, we're going to have field day or something like that. But there was never hey, you have this block of time every day, every week or whatever. There was gym class.
No, it was, I don't know what
Once you got up to like junior high
don't know
and
if
stuff
phys
like
ed
that.
or
But most of
anything?
that stuff was like, go run laps, go play some flag football, go play dodgeball or something. It was such a joke. It was just basically
I have to ask Voodoo. I'm so sorry, mate. Because fucking, like, I'm joking, but like, seriously, the douchebags that are hung Justin and I have no idea. Is sport at a public school in Australia mandatory?
I went to a private school.
Oh, did you? I thought you went to a public school.
No, I'm joking.
Oh,
but thanks for just like assuming I was a piece of shit.
Like,
at a public
discrimination, right?
There's
here,
nothing
mate.
wrong with public school.
No,
I mean,
that's
there's a
fine.
lot wrong,
Oh,
Josh.
shut the
don't lie.
fuck up, you idiot.
We had sport from pretty much year 5.
Yeah, so you had to play a sport, right?
Well, yeah, you have like your part of your classes is you have a sport class and you have to
Yeah, but what I
Do
mean
the
is,
sport?
what I mean is, on Saturdays, did you have to play a sport for your school?
No.
Okay, that's different. So every private school in Australia, no matter who the fuck you were, you had to play a sport year round on Saturdays.
Yeah, okay. No, that's not
Yeah,
in the
break out
public
the
system.
polo and everything.
No,
and-
no, I know it's easy to conjure up the images of the caviar and the polo, but it's like, it's obviously like the girls play netball, t-ball, hockey, field hockey. Field hockey's a fucking brutal sport, but the guys play basketball, cricket, rugby, rowing, all that kind of shit.
So we had all those sports, but you could choose if you wanted to
If you
play in
wanted-
the footy team. You played in the footy team, and that would be played on a Saturday or fucking whatever.
Yeah. So your
Yeah,
school still had a footy team that you could put your hand up for if you wanted to, just wasn't mandatory.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
I mean, we did have it in high school where, like, high school, you either did a sport or you had to do PE, physical
Yeah,
education.
we did the same thing. That's
got
like a,
that.
that's a
Yeah,
class.
yeah,
That's
we've
just
got
a
that.
required class by us.
Yeah.
But physical education in the U.S. is like very loose. Like
Yeah,
you do
physical
like
education is
you
do
like
laps and do some stretching. Today we're going to do yoga. Tomorrow we'll do.
No, they do actual
Uh,
sport. Like my son does like phys ed now in his school, and they do proper sports
Yeah.
like basketball and volleyball.
Yeah,
and
they
all that
just
sort of shit.
rotate what sports they fuck around with every
Our
couple of weeks.
physical
Yeah.
education is a joke out here. It's not much of anything unless you do sport. I mean, but physical education, if you don't do sport, is a joke.
Dirtbag.
At
No,
least where I went to
I'm-
school for the U.S. It was like very focused on college admissions. And I think American high school is a lot like this in most places, where like if you weren't good enough at the sport for it to be like relevant for your college admissions, you were just kind of like shunted off. So like even the JV level, at least at my school, was like kind of a joke. Like you basically never played. If you were a JV athlete, you'd go to practice, but they didn't even really care if you went to practice. Like it was very concentrated at the high levels, where the people who were really good would get a lot of attention because it was like relevant for college admissions, and that was pretty much what everything was about.
Well, that's why I stopped playing football in the U.S. Was that I was going into JV, and I told my coach, like, hey, football's not my future. I need to study more, and I'm doing more honors classes and AP classes, so I need to do that stuff. My coach is mad at me that I wasn't going on.
and
I was like,
Warcraft
dude,
logs.
I'm not getting a letter somewhere or getting any sort of walk on stuff for football. I'm not. I'm way too small. So
I
knew
mean,
away that it was never the
height's not a
future.
problem in I guess rugby, and
Yeah, it
it's
doesn't matter
like
rugby.
it's more about actually how, I guess, because I guess for NFL it's like you need to be that size just to be like that's what
Yeah,
they like.
well, even for college, it just there has to be there is minimum requirements you have to have. It does not matter how smart you are. Any of that stuff. You can go into coaching or something like that eventually, but to go out and start doing stuff, I mean, you have to have the physical abilities and the physical traits to do it. And if you don't have that, and again, we're a country of 350 million people.
Yeah,
there are a lot of freaking kids to choose from here, and we get a lot. I mean, you think you're the tough shit. Like we were like one of the best high schools in our division, and then we moved up a division where we started playing schools where the kids like really go into the high draft classes, and all of a sudden it was like our biggest guy was their entire team, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like people go to those high schools specifically to go to specific colleges that they're going to get looked at. Like there are specific high school programs that you go to for NFL to get to the NFL.
Yeah, Justin,
and just like playing against those guys, I was like, we don't have a fucking chance.
Ours is pretty similar now. Like we've got Kiwis coming over here. We're shaving in year 4.
Oh my god.
They're the size of Josh.
Justin, I'll tell you a funny story. You know what I put my name down for yesterday? Rugby refereeing.
Oh, you are one of those people.
Well, I mean, I'm
going to use and abuse you now that I know this
I
information.
figure rather than abusing them, I might as well just join them.
Abuse them while you're refereeing them.
No, I did it. I did it as like a half joke. I was watching the Super Rugby with Patricia, and we were joking about it. And I was like, I've always like mildly considered being a ref, but I've never done anything about it. She was like, well, fucking do something about it. And I was like, double dare me. And I put my fucking name down. So we'll see what happens.
Good on you.
You're a wanker.
I know.
Is rugby a sport where you guys yell at the refs a lot?
Yes.
Oh, every
Well,
sport you
yeah.
read.
It's
I think it's every
weird.
sport.
Okay, I should lie to that. I
Rugby
lie to
yelling.
that. Rugby has the most upmost respect for the refs, where the captain can only talk to, and if you don't, if it's someone else, you get penalized
Yeah.
against.
So like, but
Oh,
It's not like
really?
it's not like soccer or something.
here's the main part about rugby refereeing, though, that you guys wouldn't understand. Okay, so Justin's right. Yes, generally you nominate a mouthpiece that gets to speak to the referee. That's the captain. I mean, you can still talk to the referee if you're not a captain, but they will judge you far more harshly if you say something
Speaking to,
derogatory.
spoken to kind of stuff.
Yeah, kind of like you can, if you're not the
That's
captain
spoken
and you
to.
say to the ref like, "Oh mate, didn't he drop the ball?" and the ref goes, "Nah, don't worry about it." Like that's fine. But if you really get up the ref and you're not the captain, they'll fucking hammer you. But anyway, the biggest difference between rugby refereeing and any other sport in the world is rugby's a very odd sport where it's kind of like law in a way, in that it's all down to interpretation. Like the rules, it's not black and white. Like you say in
Why
basketball,
everybody hates the Welsh.
like, you know, it's not so much.
It just
Well,
like the spirit of the game kind of stuff, you know. What
No,
Well,
the
yeah,
no,
it
but
is.
like-
It has a lot of spirit of the game and kind of ethics around what you can and can't do. Like there is
Very much
what
like
we call rucking, where you have to scrape the ball with your boot to get the ball out of the ruck,
Yeah,
like where the
you're
guy's tackled.
you're getting too in the weeds. Don't confuse things.
Oh.
Let me explain this better. The
All right, you do it
closest
then.
the closest analogy is a foul in basketball, where if I said to you, show 5 different refs this clip of this play and see how many of them would have called a foul. Yes, the foul call is somewhat open to interpretation, or that how that referee feels about the contact and blah, 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 whether some have more of a leeway for contact, some have less. Generally speaking, it should be any form of contact that affected the shot should be called a foul. Great, cool, that's relatively easy. But yeah, you'll get differences between refs. But with rugby, the interpretation window is larger and the discrepancy between referees is wider. So, like I said, you get show 5 different referees, one play in rugby, and you could get like 3 different answers. You know what I mean? Like, and it's
you have that a lot in football,
yeah. It's kind of like
where it's like, what is passer?
or what's holding?
interference?
It's what's
is a
holding?
catch?
What's
Yeah.
holding?
What is-
Yeah.
What is a football?
Yeah. So, like,
I
anyway.
mean, sometimes I question it myself.
So that rugby is very, very weird with how good the ref is with their interpretation of the rules. But anyway,
Yeah. We'll even like come out like with like I see the stats every week in the NFL. Like, okay, we got this crew ref in our game. They're known for calling these penalties more than any other crew, and blah blah blah. And you go through it and you see it, and so they even know what to be aware of what their tendencies are to call, not call, because there's a lot of stuff that could be subject to interpretation, and that's one thing that a lot of people hate out here is just like, you know, we have computers, we have cameras, how can we not figure this out?
well said.
Which is like one thing you guys have just started implementing. I believe it's only been recently. Josh can correct me. The coach's call,
The challenge.
your challenge. Yeah, it's better in the NR rugby league because it's actually the captain who's on the field gets the choice,
Not the coach.
and knowing like their player, like saying how confident they are and like how their abilities are and what like the ref might make a bad call saying he's knocked it on, but in actual fact, it just looks like he knocked it on, but it's not. It's hard to explain.
Well,
You don't listen to the players out here. They're always like, I was always in the right.
yeah, it's
But
hard
out
because
here,
every player
you'll
wants
have
to
people
challenge
upstairs
everything.
who are looking at the replays really quick as fast as they can before the next play starts to tell the coach, hey, is it good enough to challenge? What do they think? So there's a lot of stuff going on before a challenge. Usually it's issued.
I
out
hate
here.
it. I hate it in the NBA where 3/4 of the time that you see a player going, challenge that shit. Immediately the replay comes back and it's like, yeah, you fucking did it. You know what I mean? Like, it's so rare.
Yeah, they're always wrong.
Yeah.
Like 90% of the time, they're like, you know, I caught that thing. I did that thing. I absolutely made the goal line. And then you see it back, it's like, no, you were wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
and like
that's why the coaches know, like, don't ever fucking listen to them.
Yeah, you don't realize how valuable those challenges are. You don't just fucking throw it out for ego's sake and say challenge that. Like, no, you do it in important moments where it means something. But anyway, guys, we might
NFL, you lose a timeout too. So.
Yeah, exactly. We might wrap it up there. I'll just say a couple of things. Dirtbag, no, I'm not coming to California. I'm talking about the Sydney Blizzard event that I'm going to next week. So that's that. The only other thing I was going to say, I think that's about it. Hunk, what do you reckon? This was a great fucking episode. Best group chat outside of Signal this month?
Oh, mate, this was an outstanding little conversation at the end here. I've actually learnt a lot. It's very insightful.
Did my gag fly over your head, you piece of shit?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said best group chat outside of Signal this month.
You're the worst person ever.
Do you get the reference? Please tell me you get the reference.
I got it, and
I know Vestige got
Is that
it.
the leak?
Yes, you
tech?
fucking
Yeah,
idiot. You're killing me.
Yeah.
You're killing me.
I got it.
All right, you and I can
Yeah,
joke.
Very funny, sorry.
You and I can joke about that privately, fucking off podcast, because if I do the political shit, I'll get fucking listeners going, mate, I don't fucking tune in for this shit. Meh, meh, meh.
All I know
Tune
is
into this shit.
all I know is that
Hey, we talked about parsing. The only thing left is it's more controversial is
Ah.
religion, politics.
I know, right? Now, watching America debate what classified information is fucking killing me. But anyway, we're not going to get into it. Boys, thank you so much for stopping by and chatting today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Voodoo, mate, I hope you enjoyed the footy last night, mate. Thanks for stopping by.
It was fun. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, when's my
Anytime.
invite?
Mate, come to Brisbane. We'll see you at Magic Round.
I'll see you in Magic Round.
It's only fucking like 6 weeks away.
yes, it's coming up in May, start of May.
Yeah, May. Yeah, start of May.
All right, well, we'll see you then. Hunk, always a pleasure, never a chore.
Oh, thanks, mate. I've had a good time.
I'm glad. No, I hope you had fun.
I'll
Where are we now? Vestige, mate. Best of luck. That fucking cabin you've got in. Is it? Tell me more about the Smokies. What's the drill in Tennessee?
Oh yeah, so in the Smoky Mountains we got Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge. It's kind of like a giant theme park, Dollywood's up there.
Oh yeah, baby.
So it's a great vacation area for people in the mountains. So we live nearby, so it's kind of a side hustle for us.
Oh, it's beautiful. If you listeners don't know, Vestige posted some photos of this wonderful cabin that he manages.
Looked pretty nice.
It was fucking beautiful. That he was giving away a weekend stay at to promote it. So we thought we'd throw it out to the Countdown listeners as well. It's fucking great.
Thanks for bundling in the flights there, by the way. Vestige.
Yeah, that was very kind
This is
of you.
really generous of you.
Yeah.
Unexpected.
First class, Qantas, all
I
the
know,
way.
first class from Sydney, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And only Sydney.
Double, mate, thank you for sticking around. I hope we didn't bore you too much with all the sports talk over the last 45 minutes.
No, it was awesome. It was fun. It was good to talk about. It was good to listen to some Aussie banter.
Yeah,
about
some
football
some stories about
and
me
rugby.
starting fights in New York. That's what everyone came here for, I'm sure. And Justin, fucking look at you now. Multiple appearances on Countdown to Classic, a World of Warcraft
this-
Classic.
Doesn't even play World of Warcraft.
Too much
Yeah.
chat with you, Josh. It's
Doesn't
too much.
even play WoW, and here you are with multiple appearances on the podcast.
I know. Well, I actually, while I'm here, should I
here we go.
announce the bet Nathan's bets?
All right, yeah, do it. What did he hit last night in Brisbane's game?
So his lock did not hit. He had Cobbo,
Okay.
but he did have Katoni Stags and Avarillo.
Does he just bet Cobbo every week?
I was going to
No.
say he's done that.
No,
I've
he
heard
has
that
not
a
done
fair bit now.
that. No, he hasn't done it all every week.
Is it a
Today's games, I should say. So it's Warriors versus Dragons.
Don't
and
don't
he
give
has-
out the tips. No, fuck them. Don't give out the tips for free. They can join
You
the
believe
Patreon.
it,
if
believe
they
it.
You
want.
want them for
Patreon.
free, mate.
No,
So
no,
you-
I'm
what
only
does
interested. I'm
what-
only
what
interested in
is
the
this-
Brisbane game. I don't give a fuck about the other games. So I'm only interested in the Brisbane game. So what was I gonna say? Fucking yeah. All right. Well, Justin, thank you for coming on for your weekly contribution to the shit talking portion of the podcast.
Yes, my favorite.
All right, everyone, follow Justin at his non-existent social media accounts.
It's
Yeah, it's called the Random Stats Guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, are you claiming that as yours now? Are you?
No, I can't claim.
Yeah. Look at you riding your brother's coattails, you piece of shit.
Well, I had to. I went to a BWS event with him.
I know.
And
I
I had to tug his shit the whole
Oh
way
wait,
through.
so you actually went to the house with him?
Yeah, I went to the house with him. I was
Oh.
taking like the photos and stuff for
Oh,
him.
so you were the content wife,
Yeah, I was the content wife since
the content
wife was
husband. Sorry, the
working.
content husband. I mean,
the boyfriend with tech skills.
yeah.
You know, the incest boyfriend.
Get it from the other angle. Saw the million photos and everything, mate. What I meant to say is funny. I don't know if you probably do know them. Do you know the Brisbane content dudes on Insta that wear the green hair and go to all the Broncos and Lions games? Yeah.
saw
So
them over.
literally before the game yesterday, Patricia shows me like a post or two of theirs, and we had a laugh, and and she's like, "We've been to a lot of Broncos games. We've never seen these guys." And I was like, "Oh well, it's a big fucking stadium. What are you gonna do?" We go to line up to get into the stadium last night, and legitimately the two blokes in front of us in the line were them.
Did she get a photo?
No, she's a bit shy like that. I don't think she's that into it. But I'd reached out to them. I grabbed them and said, "Hey boys, love the content, keep it up." And they were nice. They just go, "Oh, yeah, thanks mate, cheers, whatever." But she didn't say a fucking word to them, even though she's the one that follows them.
Yeah, that's typical.
Classic.
Classic. Yes.
All right.
No, there's a lot of boys like that out in Sydney. Oh, that was the worst thing about that event. They all wanted to do like fucking. Do you know Owen Teckers? He's got like 100K viewers. He's the British guy that does like all the rugby.
Okay.
Anyway, he was like faking content. It was just a little bit of a annoying thing, just for like an ad for BWS. It was like faking content. It was like, just really, really grinds my gears about that.
Cool story, Hansel. All right. That's it, boys. We'll catch you all
I'll never
next
be
week.
back again.